in major history. And you know, the crazy thing is, they've won every time when they make it to the grand finals, but it's only been against Chinese teams ever. Okay. So there's never been a Western European versus Southeast Asian grand finals ever in Dota 2. So we might see a first here today.
It's unprecedented times, and the reason why we may be considering Talon to be an easy favorite is because Liquid still have their stand-in. As we take a look at the schedule for today, it's Team Liquid versus Talon. If you are unaware of the news, Boxy unfortunately had a medical emergency, and Jabs stood in yesterday for their winner's bracket final match against Gamin Gladiators. It was a learning experience for Jabs, Effie. Maybe they came into it with low expectations, but it was still, I mean, you're going up against one of the top 2 teams in the world. It was kind of rough.
Yeah, I mean, he was out of his element for sure. I'm sure there's an added layer of nerves and anxiety. I mean, it's his first time ever playing on the main stage, and of course he feels like the burden of potentially being the one to make Liquid lose. But for the most part, I think they're happy with the results. They've accepted what has happened. And I think Liquid has no chance versus Talon, if I'm being honest, with the stand-in. It just feels like, so Jabs is not a professional player. He's a professional analyst. I'm sure he's a high 8K pub player, but playing in this kind of environment is an entirely different beast. And supporting in this kind of environment is an entirely different kind of beast. And apparently he's an offlane player in his pubs too. So it's just pretty unlucky that there was no synergy with the role that they lost and their potential stand in this major. But I mean, for the most part, there can be adjustments that they can make today. They can shift Insania to 4. I talked about it yesterday. They didn't do it today. They didn't do it yesterday, but I hope they're considering doing it today. I mean, put Jabs on some Treants, some Abaddon,
I totally agree with that.
Some Undying,
yeah.
And then just see where it goes from there. The one issue with that, though, Jenkins, is like the ward game is so important, and Insania's warding is like top tier.
I think he can probably do that from 4 position, though. Like, I do think it is a patch where cores are even warding, right? It's like, depending on the team that you're looking at, if you look at the stats, it just depends on like which player is like good at warding that's putting most of the wards down. So I think they can do it. I have pretty high hopes for Liquid that, like, they're obviously faced with this really tough situation. They tried something, and they've had actually a couple of days to like scrim. They have Jabs having a little bit of practice on the main stage, and that's going to actually let them have time for adjustments. Like when we saw them versus Gamin Gladiators, they were straight out of the fire and into the grill, or whatever they say, you know. Like, so they have a little bit more time to practice now, which is good for them.
Yeah, and these are the highlights from yesterday. We saw Talon versus Entity on your screen just a minute ago, and now we're in the Liquid versus Gamin series. And Talon, despite the situation for Liquid, even if Liquid was at full power right now, Talon is... I've rarely seen this level of momentum on a LAN, Astini. They are firing on all cylinders. They were probably pretty tired yesterday. They got the 2-0 versus Entity, but then they had to go up against Shopify Rebellion. A 3-game series, a competitive 3-game series. North America fell, but Southeast Asia, they prevailed.
Yeah, their spellcasting is so on point. Every team fight, there's a hero getting away with 10 HP, and they press all the stuns in the perfect order. So if they're like, oh, I'm going to go for this gank, they perfectly execute it. They don't miss anything. They play so well as a team, and they know their strategies that they want to play. So sometimes they're trying to scale for the very late game, and then they're just holding there of the maps. Sometimes you look at their draft, you think they're going to do that because, oh, they have Spectre. But then they can adapt. They look, wait, Shopify, they're playing split against a Spectre. We're going to go and fight them. It's something you do not expect from Spectre draft, that they play fast tempo. So they know how to adapt really well in the game. That's what I'm worried about Liquid. If Liquid play like yesterday, they're going to get crushed. Liquid needs to come with a very fast tempo, that you don't need to take their triangle, you don't need to invade the area of the Talon team, that you get a first Roche. Maybe Radiant is way better to execute that and just put a fast tempo. I guess we are kind of overthinking the Jab situation. Maybe. For me, the result is 100% obvious. Jab's going to win this match. So let's forget about the Jab situation. Let's think how Liquid needs to play as a team. I feel like this Radiant, fast tempo, Beastmaster, Lash, DP, group up as 5, you have a chance.
Okay, I mean, yes, for anyone who is confused, there are 2 jabs in this match. There is an off-lane jabs on Talon, and there is a support jabs on Team Liquid. You're not going to see him in this video, but you're going to see him on stage. So let's bring out Team Liquid to the arena. At any earlier stage in the tournament, you may look at this entire roster and be like, yeah, you could probably lose 20% of it in one player and still probably win every single game. Because the rest of these players on Team Liquid are just so goddamn good that they have been making everyone else look like chumps. Originally considered to be the strong favorites for this tournament, obviously given the circumstances that may have changed a little bit. But I think Jabs will be reinvigorated. He took his previous loss in stride. He's still memeing it up. Shout out to follow Jabs1301 on Twitter.com. And also show some love to Boxy. If you're a Team Liquid fan, I'm sure he is definitely very disappointed with the turn of events, but hopefully he's cheering his boys on and feeling well. So send some love to all these players because it's an unfortunate situation, but it's also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Jenkins. How often do you get to go on stage? Jabs was a former player. He was active from around 2017 to 2020. You show up and you have to play top 3 at a major in front of a crowd this energetic.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think you can count Liquid out. I really don't. I feel like you throw any stand-in into this mix and you're going to have issues on day one. I really believe in having a few days to figure out what's the easiest way to integrate this guy into the team, whether it is just picking him easy stuff like the tree, and because, you know, 5 position is probably the easiest role in Dota right now. I've been asking a lot of the players backstage, regardless of the situation. I was just curious because I wanted to swap roles to whatever the easiest one is. And they said, yeah, 5 is the easiest. It's tree and it's undying. You could even run these heroes in the 4 position, change up your heroes a little bit, put a little bit more of a burden on Zai to like play heroes that combo well with those heroes that are like easier to play and easier to integrate with. And, you know, Talon, they got to be careful. You can't get too cocky. You know, this is still a really strong team. This is a world-class team, and they could still win this.
My boy Blitz out there in the Jounins jacket, ready to be Team Liquid senpai. But is he better than Sunby on Talon Esports? Only one way to find out. Let's bring out Talon Esports. A top 3 finish at this major at the minimum, coming from a 3rd place finish in the Southeast Asian DPC after having to win a tiebreaker. They win it, and they have just been crushing their way through this tournament ever since. They already did fall to Liquid earlier. This was their upper bracket matchup, and they got 2-0'd. They went down and then proceeded to smash their way through every single other opponent. They 2-0'd Hellraisers, they 2-1 Team Spirit, they 2-0'd Entity, and they 2-1 Shopify Rebellion to make it here all the way to the lower bracket final. This is a team that has found some incredible magic, Effie. I have never seen such an approach from Southeast Asia, at least not since T1 at the Animajor, and 23 Savage was on that roster, so maybe there's just some magic that he's capable of.
I think they're just very good, and people are realizing how good they are and how good they've been all along, but it just feels like they're thriving in this environment. That's honestly what I think.
Yeah.
They walk out like they own their stage, they sit in that booth, and the crowd, it gives them energy.
They slap hands. A lot of players don't slap hands.
They're
that gives energy.
They're hand slappers, but I mean, Jenkins and I were theory crafting the terminology, okay? But what is the opposite of a choker? It's a strangler.
Or a strangulator, if you want to get...
Asphyxiator, suffocator.
We learned that there are a lot of words for strangulate.
Perhaps we should explain the definition of what we're going for.
So a choker is somebody who feels the nerves during a main stage event, and then they play bad. But a strangler, that would be the opposite. That would be somebody who makes other players choke.
True.
Or we could call them meditators for good breathing, the opposite of choking.
Oh yeah, like the Wim Hof method.
Yes, of course.
They take deep ice baths before they play.
Or they're the chicken nugget in the enemy team's windpipe. You know, you start a hogo. A hogo. Is that choking in Spanish, Estini?
They're the Heimlich maneuver.
It is. Okay.
But in all seriousness, it does feel like they just play so well in this kind of environment, and they have the momentum. Every win that they've taken has made them feel better about themselves. It's made them feel more confident in their ideas, and that they've learned a valuable lesson with every series that they've played, and they've applied it to the next series. Like, they are learning as they go along, and that's so cool. And in terms of individual skill, they have some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, you're saying that people are figuring out how good these players are. I think they're also figuring out how good these players are, because when you put them all together, it's been magic. Obviously, the main thing that's been exciting about this roster is the acquisition of more Thai players, so a little bit more language synergy between the lanes, but even beyond that, we even heard from the coach Sunbi. Estini, I don't know, were you able to catch that interview with Sunbi? So he said that formerly on Fnatic with Jabs, and he got super kicked from Fnatic, and Jabs did too, and he was like, I gotta follow my boy Jabs.
He begged to join.
He begged Jabs, please let me go with you. And they have found something truly amazing here on this main event.
Yeah, as a coach, I can say that's the level of trust you need, is either 100% or it's zero. Half of trust does not work for a coach, because you're going to come with your ideas. If they don't trust you fully, they will mix ideas, and then it's terrible. You might have 5 correct ideas, but when you bring them all together, your DOTA is going to suck. Maybe you have one wrong idea, but you pursue it so much and you repeat it with 5 players, that's going to become a good play style. So you need this type of trust that Jabs has with Sunbi. That's the magic behind this team.
Yeah, and being able to establish that trust also, because on the Fnatic roster, the team did not find any top 3 finishes that we're seeing here. So how are you able to maintain that trust despite some troubling results at times?
I think this always happens in teams that you have different ideas, and probably Jabs was on the same page as Sunbi, and they're probably like, we don't fully trust their ideas, but let's try it out. And then it doesn't work, and they're like, it's time that we try our ideas now. That might have been the issue in Fnatic. Maybe the other players also had a good idea, but when you combine both, terrible. Then your draft doesn't make sense. It's super easy to come up with a draft that makes 0 sense. You just hear all your players in the draft. Seriously, I need some rules when drafting, like, hey, you can just say when I ask you a question. You just tell me this matchup. And maybe, okay, the captain, you can come up with ideas during the draft, but we all discuss outside, and when it's time, I just ask questions. Otherwise, it becomes such a mess.
Yeah, it's especially comfortable when you have some veteran experience on your team as well. Jenkins Oli is no stranger to this situation. That man has major victories under his belt. This kind of pressure is just another day at work for him.
Yeah, he's a major winner. I mean, he's a major winner. So is Sunbi. Sunbi's won 3 of them. This might be his first as a coach, I believe.
I think that's right, yeah.
And then you have Jabs, who has attended 20 majors. He's one of 7 players in the world who have attended more than 20 majors. Now I think he's the only remaining player that is in that 20 major club, with Shopify being eliminated.
That makes sense,
So you could argue that he is the most tenured player in terms of number of major attendances in general in the tournament still. So yeah, this team, I mean, I can understand why they're not crumbling under the pressure. It's like most of them are used to it. And the ones that aren't, Q, for example, this is his first major. The rest of the guys are like, oh, here's how you deal with it. Have this sugar-free beverage in the morning, and you'll be fine. Get some caffeine in your system.
Azúcar.
That's right. That's right. They have good suggestions for dealing with the pressure.
Yeah, and on the other side, also some very, very legendary players, which perhaps found the most success during Team Secret with Zai and Nisha Effie, and have been imported to Team Liquid. And though it is kind of crazy to see that despite how long Insania and Mickey and Boxy as well have been in the scene, they have not really been in this situation before. This is one of the best results that these three players have ever received.
Yeah, Liquid have been notorious, I mean, in the past for performing well online, but not at LAN. But that just broke last year. After their TI results, they had an epic Cinderella story. It's actually very emotional with Matsu's retirement and how well everybody was playing. But afterwards, they mentioned during the last TPC tour that after the TI results, something in them just changed. They started to feel more comfortable, and that kind of mental barrier that was holding them back does not exist anymore. So honestly, with the exception of what happened to Boxy, their position 4, I think that this mentality is going to stay with them for the entire year, and they're just going to have phenomenal results. Like, I would be surprised if this team, this iteration of Liquid, does not make it top 4 at every Valve event this year.
Yeah, 1 year ago, though, I think we would have seen the classic example of the Strangler on the left side of our screen versus the Chokers, because former Team Liquid, I guess even pre-TI, I can't even say pre-Matu, because even the Matu iteration had some questionable results online. The Stockholm Major was a disaster for this Team Liquid roster. Arlington also was very rough.
But you know what it felt like? They were always one win away. Like, when they drop out, it's always in a 2-1 series where they're just one win away for things potentially changing for them. So I think how close they were every time last year made them feel so awful. But like I mentioned earlier, they break through. These players feel so confident in this iteration of this team. They feel so good about themselves, and they themselves think they're going to win everything.
I actually know, by the way, I figured out last night why Nisha is one of the best mid laners, if not the best mid laner in the world. If we can get the camera back on him. He's left-handed. He plays with his mouse on the left hand.
And he's from Poland. That's why you have the little Yachty.
That's right. That's right. Here I am, a secret Nisha fan. Well, not secret Nisha.
No, you're a Liquid.
Yeah, I'm a Liquid Nisha fan.
Nisha's always had. Oh my God, Jenkins.
They're skipping. Don't
See,
show Mickey.
His right arm is so much skinnier than his left arm because he ain't making sick flicks with his mouse.
That's right.
Is that why?
That's why. That's exactly why. No other reason.
Anyway, back to you, Effie.
Okay. No, so Nisha has always been in debate as the best mid player in the world for a very long time, right? Like, it honestly feels like after he left Secret, we can see that he was shouldering that team on his back just based on their results after he left. And I feel like any team that he joins plays better simply because he makes people around him play better. He has that plus 50 passive skill aura that he just applies
you know what
to
Quinn
everyone
said
around him.
about Nisha that's so interesting? He said that Nisha is like simultaneously like one of his favorite mid laners to play against and also one of the worst mid laners to play against because you can kill him and he doesn't play differently. Like it feels like killing him doesn't achieve anything. He just continues playing the lane from a little bit behind, out CS's you, gets ahead again. So it's like a kill on Nisha just doesn't accomplish anything, which is very strange because most mid lanes, it's like if one guy dies, like the game can be over on that moment. Not against Nisha.
Yeah, and Estini, as we are about to approach the draft, give me your 2 heroes for both teams. Give me one hero from each team that you are going to have your eye out for. One Talon hero and one Liquid hero.
Liquid Treant because it enables either a Lash, MP, DP run at them, but Treant is the enabler. And on Talon, MP.
Yeah, it's not as clear for him.
No, because I think they'll ban. So I'm going to keep an eye on this first ban, so Puck can go through maybe.
Perfect. You want to look at the first bans, I want to look at the first picks, I want to look at this first game. It's time for Talon Esports versus Team Liquid.
One and all here to the draft panel for game number 1 between Talon Esports and Team Liquid in the lower bracket final to determine who goes up against GG in the grand finals. My name is Sneg, your host for today's proceedings, and I'm joined by a former and current pro, Fear and Ari. Gentlemen, we've got a very intriguing setup between us. Team Liquid, of course, the big story is that they don't necessarily have their full complement. So when we do look at this draft, we have to keep that in mind. Erstwhile though, Ari, Talon Esports, they're just on the come up right now. They're on the up and up. They've got that lower bracket power up. What do you make of how they've been playing and how they've been drafting in particular so far in this tournament?
Well, they look like they've got this lower bracket magic that Liquid had at TI. You don't make the big run through lower bracket. The team goes through a lot of hard games and they feel really confident in each other. So they seem to have this confidence going forwards and they're really improving every game. I think they look really good in particular when they have this melee 4 on Q with this Tusk Tiny really dictating the pace of the game early to allow their 3 farming cores to shine.
Speaking of Team Liquid, their opponent here, Fear, they have done the one thing which up until this point, this was suicide for you as a team. You gave them Nature's Prophet, literally guaranteed loss, right?
Yep.
But this time around, obviously things are a little bit different. We'll see how that shakes out. Ari was just mentioning that Talon often do have Q on his melee supports, Tiny or Tusk. He's played 1 or 2 of these heroes every single game except one. The only game that he played Mirana on, they got demolished by Team Liquid. This is a run back of that upper bracket matchup, so you can see Team Liquid have done their research. They immediately ban out the Tiny. They prioritize that even over and above heroes like Death Prophet, Lina. They're like, that's okay, but we do not want to deal with the Q Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now a lot of teams are going to realize when they play against Q on how well he's doing this Tusk and Tiny. If you get rid of one of them, he's just going to take the other, right? So I think in this situation, Talon are extremely happy. Now he doesn't even have to play against the Tiny, so he has like the superior roamer in this game. So I think Talon's pretty happy with this. Tusk is also a hero that's also great versus the Nature's Prophet too. And you talked about, NP being a hero that you can't give Liquid. Tree was that hero as of yesterday too, but it lost. So looking like Liquid are mortal now within their drafts here, and Talon are just going to pick up their comfort.
Yep. We get the Snapfire here, which they presumably are going to play for jabs. Oli can play it as well. Team Liquid, is this the time that we just go for Nature's Prophet, Tree, and Protector? They did this all throughout the group stage already, and when they were doing that, they looked really, really, really good.
Yeah, well, both teams seem to love this Tree and Protector, but it is banned. As a
reason
of the Tiny ban, though, the Lina has slipped through. Though it would be a bit weird to take Prophet plus Lina, so this is quite a strange situation.
Yeah, maybe not this early, right? In the series yesterday, they got a nice second phase Lina, like 18-pick Lina in the second phase there against Rebellion. That worked out great, but they're not going to pick it now. It wouldn't make much sense. I'm not sure what exactly they'd want here because Talon have a pretty open-ended draft here. We've seen the Snap being played in multiple positions. Same with this Tusk. So they can't really clearly identify what they want to do here. I think they just pick a support, round it out, keep the NP open.
Keep the NP open between the multiple roles that they do play it. What supports leap out to us at this point? Team Liquid have played a wide bevy of these. A lot of the sustaining Healy supports. I think Undying is probably their best bet, but unfortunately there's already a Snapfire. We have seen Undyings beat out the Snapfire. Is it bad enough, the matchup, that you just cannot take it when the Snap's already in the game?
I think they might take a Clock or a Undying here. Clockwork could be pretty good here. You cancel the ulti of the Snapfire. You've got Cogs for when there's Tusk Snowballs in. Protects the Prophet, but we've got Rubik instead.
Yeah,
really great against Snapfire.
Yeah, but another thing to say about this Rubik is that we talk about Liquid, how they made a roster change. Well, they had to change their player, right? Jabs, he has a small hero pool, I'm told, and Rubik is one of those heroes, so I think this is something that they're just kind of prioritizing for the player to make sure Jabs is as comfortable as he can be in this game.
Actually, let's talk about this Rubik hero, because coming into the main event, he was picked a lot in a lot of games, wasn't winning as much. He seems to have fallen off the face of the earth. What do you make of this, Ari? Why aren't teams utilizing this Rubik hero a little bit more?
I think teams are learning how to draft against the Rubik. You can sometimes take drafts that make the Rubik feel really bad. Like, let's say you take Clock Darkseer combo on 16-17, and now the Rubik has no spells to steal, and it feels like a really bad Rubik game. And people are also expecting the Rubik shard to save people rather than being surprised by it. They don't fully commit and then get surprised, and then they get team wiped because the guy got saved by the Rubik shard. But here it's really great because you already see the Snapfire, and this Scatter Blast level 4 is some crazy damage when you have Rubik.
Maybe you can steal the Kisses at some point too, which will be not as easy to do, but we've seen it before, and it is definitely very powerful.
There's also a possibility of stealing a Warrior's Kick at some point in the game, which is really strong with the cast range from Arcane Supremacy.
I mean, a good Rubik game is a good Rubik game for sure, but normally you need to have a specialist on the hero. You need to have someone that's very confident and comfortable. Jabs, hopefully today he comes out feeling a lot more confident and comfortable. I know he's put into a hard situation here, but Rubik really is one of those flashy type of heroes that where you do want to make a lot of plays happen.
Yeah, you certainly want to make sure that this hero is effective in the game, not just being a passenger, wants to be as active as humanly possible. Speaking of activity, usually the most active player, not just in this particular setup of the game, but across the tournament is Makoto. Does quite a lot for the team in the mid game. Obviously, Q just covers most of the early game for them. Let's actually talk about Q for a second while they're still looking towards the second phase of bans, as we see Lina being removed finally, thank God. Ari, one thing that Q has done really, really well, right? This Talon team, outside of Ari, in the first 10 minutes are fairly static, right? Outside of Q, sorry. And he moves a lot. For some reason, he's just everywhere, it feels like, on the map, right? And despite the fact that everybody knows that this is his playstyle, he keeps getting away with it. How is this possible?
Yeah, well, this happens because both the 23 Savage and Jabs on the side lanes are very static. They like to farm a lot, so someone needs to cover the early game, and this is Q. And every game, he's rotating across every lane, getting every kill. And what I really hope to see from Liquid this game is to punish the side lanes and kill the side lanes when Q is rotating from them. Kill Jabs, kill 23 Savage, and really punish these rotations when it happens. And they should be able to expect that he'll do this because he does it every game. He's roaming across the whole map, getting kills every game.
Something else that they also sort of do every game here for Talon is one of the few teams that is able to play dual melee supports, and they do it reliably, and they don't seem to have any fear. The conventional wisdom that we used to have is have a melee 4 position, or melee 5 position, have a sort of range 4, or vice versa. They just upend it. They do whatever the hell they want. And it also just keeps working. They do weird things like Omni 5, Elder Titan 5, game after game for Oli, and it still manages to get them the results.
Yeah, he'll play a tree too if it's in the pool. I think some of these heroes do have some type of overlap that he wants to play like a team fighter. Like when they played a certain lineup yesterday with the Tusk, they had like a Warlock. We could see that happen again, but the hero I'm really looking for Talon, they played against a Nature's Prophet and a Rubik just yesterday, and they ended up picking a Spectre for it. So we could see that potentially come out for Savage in the second phase as well, or I doubt it'll make it all the way to the last stage here, but let's see if they're going to do something similar with like some Warlock Spectre from the other day.
They might go for like some TB here, Ari. I see that they've taken out the Zeus and the Drow Ranger. How do you feel about this?
Yeah, TB looks really strong here, but same for the Spectre. It's just a little awkward to take on 16-17 because the 18 counter pick on Liquid could really counter him in lane and slow down the game. But it is a really good game for the Spectre. Warlock.
I mean, they ran this before with the Tusk. They won with it, and I think this is a team that's rolling off momentum, and they've kind of found their hero picks that they really like. And we haven't seen a Riki in a while.
This 18 Spectre looks really strong right now, especially with the Warlock.
This was the Chinese special, right? Spectre, Warlock, pretty much every single game with tons of sustain. Presumably now you definitely are going to be playing the Jab, Snapfire. He's going to buy it, Gregorian Greaves. A lot of sustain I'm seeing. A lot of difficulty killing the Spectre. The puck does help, though. Yeah. We're able to make these early moves around the map and make sure that before the Spectre becomes unkillable, you can actually bring her down.
I mean, I wanted to ask Ari a question about this. We haven't seen a lot of Riki nowadays. It's kind of like fell off and not been favored. Why do you think that is? Why do you think we haven't seen that much Riki in this playoffs?
Well, I think people are overrating this hero because they have, bad experiences in pubs, and when it's like an early possible hero, people aren't sure how to deal with it properly. But as this tournament progressed, people have gotten a lot better at dealing with this hero. The weakness in the first 15 minutes of the game, the weakness in team fight, the weakness in the lack of damage. Teams are punishing this. They're picking early game, strong team fight, and just running at you before you come online of the shard.
All right.
There's the Spectre.
I mean, I didn't mean to predict their draft here. I didn't think they'd put them in the exact order, but I was just going off what they liked in the past. But they went exactly for it with the Spectre. It looked great. The Warlock, it's a classic combination. They did not run these two heroes on the same team yesterday. They were different games, right? So the one thing you will have to be a little afraid about when you run this, and why we don't see it a lot, is it's a kind of a slow build-up. Really ult-dependent until the Spectre gets to the Aghanim Scepter. They will have a slow timing here where if, Liquid does play a bit faster, a little more tempo, they do have the NP, they do have the puck, they might be able to punish it.
Yeah, this is also another different approach to dealing with the Riki, is the fact that the Spectre needs a clean early game without much pressure to farm his items, get his Blade Mail, he's really good against these heroes. But the Riki cannot pressure in these first 15 minutes, and his lane, the Spectre should free top against the Riki. So the Spectre should have a really nice time in the early game, which alleviates the common problem of this hero, which is a weak early game.
Let's see, his final phase of bans here. We're looking for mid-heroes for the side of Talon. We have something for Makoto to play. For Team Liquid, as per usual, we're at the end of the draft, and we're still not certain if it's Zai playing the Nature's Prophet or if it's going to be Mickey, and there's going to be a different hero to round out the draft. Talon, of course, they have the response pick on the 24, so Team Liquid have to show their hand first. What steps out to you here, Fia? What would you like to see? What's missing in their draft right now from Liquid that you want to see covered in the final pick?
For Liquid here, I mean, I'm going to imagine that they most likely want a Zai hero that can pressure the Spectre harder than an NP can. So there's a lot of things he could do. I mean, I personally am a fan of like Tide against Spectre. Some people go both ways there, but you kind of get a free lane, gives them some tempo. They could play a bit faster, but they're kind of low on the damage department. Spectre's just not a hero you really want to take into the late game. So I think they want to play tempo. They want to slow down the Spectre's farm. The one thing Shopify Rebellion did not do in the last game is they gave Spectre a completely free lane.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, there was like a Blade Mill. There was an Aghanims at 17 minutes in the game. So some type of hero that can just slow down Spectre's farm.
I think an Underlord could be really good here.
Right,
You
yeah,
see the
that sounds
Tide
good.
band, it's kind of similar to the Tide, but this hero has a lot more base damage, and you can deny every creep from the Spectre, because Spectre already has low damage, and you're reducing it with the passive on the Underlord, and you're just denying every single creep from him, pressuring him a lot, even with a Reek Laner and Ricky. So I think this could be the time for an Underlord, even though it's not a common hero in this patch.
Yeah, apparently I'm blind, and Tide is banned, yes.
That's last
Very
ban.
good.
Underlord would be nice here. We have seen Saberlight play Underlord in the main event so far. The only one to be able to do so. Team Liquid, if they do go for it, it's also kind of a free lane for Underlord, right? Just as because Spectre or Warlock is not going to pressure you as Underlord, like at all. You just chill.
Exactly. You could even leave the Underlord 1v2, and he'll probably win this lane just with damage and sustain.
Oh, all right. Alright, talk to us about this. You have a Lycan player on your team. Would this be the kind of game where he's calling out for a Lycan? I don't see that much wave clear from the side of Talon. Yet again, we speak about this lane being fairly lackluster on the side of Talon on the top side of the map. So do you like this Lycan for this game?
Yeah, this is a great Lycan game. It's kind of similar to the Underlord in the fact that you have much more damage with the Wolves compared to the Spectre, and you're going to get every CS in lane. The Spectre cannot pressure you at all. Warlock Spectre, they're not doing anything to you. You're getting every last hit. You're going to have a really fast Helm Dom, and you can really take over the game early and shut them down before they come online. And also, it coincides with the 15-minute timing of Ricky. You have like Helm Dom, Shard, you're running over the whole map, killing everyone. This could be their plan to shut down this slow lineup from Talon.
So what do you want to see here for Makoto to be able to stop some of this aggression from Liquid and ensure that this push that will come from their side with Nature's Prophet and Lycan, which hero do you want to see be able to deal with the mid lane against Puck and make sure that they can actually compete in the mid game?
It's banned, unfortunately, which is the Kunkka, so I'm really trying to find a hero that could be good versus Puck. I thought Pango, maybe they'll do it, but then you're playing it into Puck. Maybe they'll do it anyway, but Night Stalker, is that, what are we going to get here? Snap support maybe? Tusk mid?
Or Snap mid and Tusk support, but...
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if we're going to put the Night Stalker, unless they're going to do an NS mid, which I haven't seen in a very long time. Very interesting pick.
They're thinking about it. Jabs is having the conversation. All right.
I mean, that hero is really good versus Puck in the game with the silence. You get the Shard for the Helm Dom later on to kind of shut that down. So they're trying to have that 15-minute timing into them there. But Team Liquid, they still have a very fast draft, like double Zoo. Nice playmaking potential here against the slow Spectre. So Liquid are in a situation where they're going to have to play pretty fast and get a snowball. And Talon are right where they want to be. They love playing this slow to game.
Also, one thing to note is we got the Night Stalker Shard against the Lycan creep.
Yeah.
This is one way of slowing down his timing. You just eat the creep, and now he's got nothing to work with for a while.
And I like the Tusk mid here. I think it's really good. It's going to give him the tempo. Right when Q hits level 6, we're going to see him with his ultimate. It's going to be really important what these supports can do with their first ultimates.
First ultimates are going to be deeply, deeply important for a game like this. And of course, the first 10 minutes of the game is probably where Liquid want to get their side of victory. Right now, though, in the lower bracket final, Team Liquid aren't just playing for themselves. They're playing for Boxy, but Talon Esports playing for the entirety of the Southeast Asian region. Let us find out which power-up is stronger here in the lower bracket final as we send it over to the amazing Avo and the wise Winter. Take it away, gentlemen, for the lower bracket final.
Thank you, Snare, for that pass. We have the lower bracket final between Team Liquid and Talon Esports. And for this particular game, we brought in the expert in C, Winter DOTA himself. How you doing, my friend? How are you seeing Talon today?
Talon is going to have a great day. The C fans are going to have a great day. Everybody from C will be proud today.
Talon Bolé?
Talon Bolé, let's go, man.
Let's go. Tell me about the strength of this draft here compared to Liquid. What do you like? What do you don't like?
I like the fact that they have a very, very all-rounded draft. They have some good early game. They have some good laning plays. Night Stalker is going to stabilize the game for the Spectre to carry the game later. Overall, they have everything. That's what I want to see in the draft. I tick all the boxes. I'm happy.
Okay, let's look at the Liquid draft, right? What is the strength? What are the weaknesses here? Do they tick all the boxes?
They're kind of all-in-ish with the Zoo, the Nature's Prophet, and the Lycan. They're going to have to play a very, very high-paced game if they want to shut down this Spectre. Like Talon have shown that this Spectre can be a very, very strong hero later. And in the mid-game, he's going to be there to help his team with the Shadow Stab. He's going to be there to defend the towers. He's not exactly going to be that AFK farming carry that we get so accustomed to when you talk about Spectre.
Okay. We have to talk about the elephant in the room. Liquid obviously playing with a stand-in, they're not playing with Boxy. Are these early game drafts better with a stand-in because you don't have to take the game late enough? You don't have to deal with that late game synergy?
Yeah, you can say that. The game gets a lot more straightforward. You hit your timings, you grow up together. but you have to survive the laning phase, or you have to do well in the laning phase. I feel like Liquid has a draft where they need to have a better start. You want to snowball with the Nature's Prophet, the Lycan, you want to run at them. You don't want a Spectre to farm too much, you have to have a good start. If the Spectre has a good start, you're going to be in trouble.
You did say Jabs, though, had a pretty solid laning phase in the last game that you saw them against Gamin Gladiators, right?
Yeah.
So let's see how he does with the Ricky. The 15-minute timing is going to be the important one. We'll be looking here. And let's see how that Ricky Lycan lane can survive.
Ricky Lycan is a bit, I don't know, it's a bit iffy, you know, the lane, you have double melee. I guess you're supposed to just pull creeps, but you're against a Spectre plus Warlock. Maybe it's okay, you can just play the lane head-on, and we see like Jabs trying to contest the bottom rune, but he's going to be pushed away by the Treants. Not much you can do there. So 2 apiece for Liquid and Talon.
Yep. Do you want to comment on the Spectre Warlock lane, right? Very defensive lane, passive, you could say, right? So what do you do when they pull? Like, what's the idea? When the Ricky tries to get the creep wave, do you just play the creep shenanigans and do you pull your same wave onto it, or how do you counter this strat? Because you can't really kill them, honestly.
I'm not sure if they need to pull.
Actually, it's going to be Rubik.
Oh, it's actually, yeah, Rubik and Lycan.
So that's even worse.
They are strong. I think they are stronger in this lane then. They don't have to pull, they just need to focus on last hitting, get their levels. They should be able to out-CS the Spectre and Warlock with the walls. I mean, I haven't seen this matchup before, so I'm not entirely sure. But it feels like the Rubik plus Lycan should be able to do good in this lane.
Okay. And how does the Warlock Spectre... Like, it's been a while since we've seen this match. We saw Warlock with the Lina already. Are you a believer in this pick? There's only 2 teams that's picked to this tournament, PSG LGD and Talon now.
No. No.
You're with the TSM guys, and this pick is pretty bad, as Ollie, by the way, gets chased down by the Wolves. Rubik is also chasing him down, but Ollie does have the healing, the Shadow Ward. He'll be fine for now.
Yeah, he's going to have a... I feel like he's going to have a rough laning phase with the Wolves constantly harassing him and the Rubik spamming Fate Bolt. You can't really trade with the Rubik. The Rubik just out-trades you with Fate Bolt. So you have to try to dodge him and try to pull some creeps. And he got the DNI on the Sentry Ward, so that's going to be good for him. If he's able to pull waves, that would be very, very helpful for the Spectre. Yeah. And in the mid lane, we see a Puck against Tusk matchup, which I feel should be okay for the Tusk. I think both heroes are going to farm. Is going to come down to rune control. Whoever gets help maybe from the support or the Nature's Prophet. We've seen yesterday when Talon had the Nature's Prophet, he's constantly trying to help the mid laner secure runes or get the first blood, get some kills. So it'll be interesting to see if Liquid is going to do the same.
Right. In this matchup, since the Tusk is just supposed to shove lanes, does he do fine against the Puck? The early levels maybe a little bit harder for him?
He should be fine because I feel like he has more base damage than the Puck. So okay. Yeah, he should be able to survive it. And if Puck actually makes a mistake, the Tusk can actually kill the Puck. So I would say that the Puck has to be much more careful. You know, you can't be too greedy in using all your spells to get last hits. Because you have very little armor, you know. If the Tusk traps you in the shot and you don't have a lot of HP, you have, let's say you have half HP, then you might actually die.
Continuing on the Tusk, we've seen 2 different types of builds from the Tusk this tournament. It's been mainly either Desolator or Ags, and it seems like it's almost region-specific. C loves the Ags build immediately after the Blink Dagger, like Blink, BKB, and then Ags, and then the European teams actually build Desolator much more so. Which has been your preference? Do you think Mikoto's going to still go for the Ags build this game? Is it useful?
The question is, do you feel like your draft needs more damage? And I look at their draft, I don't really feel they need a lot more damage from the Tusk. They have the Warlock, Fatal Bonds, you have the Snapfire, Mortimer's Kiss. They all do a lot of damage. I feel like that's not really that important for him. What's important is the initiation. I feel like you cannot delay the blink too much on the Tusk. Maybe you go Falcon, then you get the blink, and then you're going to need BKB as well because you're playing against a Puck and a Ricky, so you cannot be too greedy on your item build.
Good. Look at the final lane down bottom is Jabs. Liquid Jabs. This is going to be a fun one. We can call him Jabba for the rest of the game because that's going to be his in-game motto. We know he's Jabs with 2 Bs, but you know, at least in the analysis so people don't get confused.
I think he's trying to help us out by putting his tag as Jabba.
Yeah, he's a good lad. He did tell us in the room that was what he was doing. How do you see this lane going? The Thai Jabs is doing very well for himself on the Night Stalker for now. Is this supposed to be a difficult matchup pre-5?
Not really though. I think Night Stalker has a very, very easy time here. You have a lot of armor, so you can trade and you can stay in the lane and take some poke damage from the Treants. You don't really mind. You're just waiting for the night time to kick in, and then you can start pressuring the Nature's Prophet. That's when the Nature's Prophet, he's going to feel threatened in the lane, and he's going to be constantly having to play very, very defensive, or at least the supports have to stay in the lane to help
Yeah, but your supports here are what, Ricky? Like, what is he going to do to stop the Night Stalker? Smokescreen, hope that Nature's Prophet stays in place?
That's true. Ricky, you cannot do anything against a Night Stalker.
Top lane, they are... Nah, I don't know why I'm even casting. There's a Shadow Word. There's a Shadow Word in the Spectre, now ran out. But you still have Infused Raindrops, another Shadow Word here. Last time, we did see a little bit of an upheaval build for Ollie as well. Ari was telling us in the panel that some Warlocks are maxing upheaval because they really value that. But this lane...
Not this game, though, I feel. If you look at their heroes, who are you actually trying to slow? If you're skilling up heroes, it's mostly just for the damage, the team fight, and I feel like you kind of want to use Fatal Bonds in tandem with the Mortimer's Kiss and the Haunt. I feel like that would actually benefit the team a lot more. But we'll see what he decides to do here. So far so good for the Spectre's lane. The Warlock's getting a pull-off, so he's able to get some good amount of last hits. So far, just 2 CS behind the Lycan.
Down bottom, it is nighttime. Jabs is fighting against Jabs, but Liquid Jabs is getting away for now. Jabba is going to be fine, does have a high base armor. They hit him with a Scatter Blast, they're coming to him with a Void. Now, thanks to Sprout, he breaks it with a Quelling Blade. First blood will be going to Talon Jabs, but the body blocks from the Nature's Prophet Treants will actually bring him down. So here we see Mika getting a nice little counter kill, hoping for the high 5, doesn't get it. Ty Jabs a little bit tilted. Had to kill his doppelganger here.
It's okay, he's happy. He got the first blood. I feel like it's worth it for him. And right now, Nature's Prophet is halfway to level 6. Once you see the Nature's Prophet with level 6, we're going to see some action soon on the map. Nisha is already level 6, but don't think he has much kill threat on the Tusk so far. He's going to need like the Nature's Wrath from the MP and probably one of the other supports to rotate in, 6 minutes soon. So we'll start to see the game heat up a bit with the runes spawning right now.
And there's the first rune spawn with the Dream Core already. Up to the high ground he goes. Still has vision. Mikoto though, how are they going to jump him? Acknowledge he's still quite tanky. Bottom, Jabba is waiting for that rune. And they're going to be able to... They're calling him Jabba the Hutt in Spanish. And he's going to be able to secure that for the puck.
Yeah, that's pretty important for him. He has Call on cooldown right now, but it's okay. 50 seconds cooldown, the haste is still there. He'll be able to play very aggressive soon. Spectres, not level 6 yet. Game is still pretty slow. Everybody's trying to get their levels up as soon as possible. Lycan's 5.5. He's on his way to his Helm of the Dominator. 600 gold more. So we're gonna see bot lane though. Nature's Wrath popped.
Yeah, Jabs now stuck in the smoke screen. Oh, that Wrath of Nature dealt so much damage.
Shit.
He just disintegrated. They bring back poor Q as well, and he's gonna die. Okay, Liquid.
That's so good for Liquid. They're able to kill the Night Stalker at night. That is the last thing you want happening to you as a Night Stalker at night, dying. And he's even going for a very, very greedy build, like rushing the armlet. So when you're dying like this, it actually hurts your progression so much.
He actually even went for the... he doesn't have the boots yet at all.
Yeah, no.
No brown boots, so a little bit slower there. The body blocks are really canceling him. I'd rather Nature level 1, man.
He might have actually lived if he had boots. Actually.
You think so?
Yeah, he might have been able to dodge the body blocks, but it is what it is. Mid lane,
another kill
to the Night Stalker.
And Jabs, he can't catch a break. They want to defend their namesake. Their analyst is guiding these calls.
Wow, Liquid is just bringing their A game here. They figured out how to draft, how to pick heroes around the stand-in, and everything is really working out for them so far. Pressuring the Talon mid tier 1 tower. Q has to come defend the tower with Ollie. This is not looking good for Talon this early game. This Night Stalker is not a hero you want to have falling behind.
That's true. But let's look at the rest of the team, though. We do still have Mikoto actually farming decently, right? The Spectre traded evenly in that lane. What's the power spike they could play around? Is this Tusk going to be able to gank soon? What's his ganking potential like with a Snapfire?
They have to try to set up something very soon with the Haunt. That would be ideal for them.
Okay.
But so
level 6 on Sector already.
Yeah, but so far, because the Night Stalker is having a terrible game, if Night Stalker, he's say level 5.5, he's close to 6, I feel like the play should come faster, but because Night Stalker's game has been severely hampered, then the moves are going to become harder to make, because then you're lacking a core to do damage, and you normally want to rotate to the off-laner's lane to try and pressure and get the tower, and the Spectre haunts into that gank, but that's not going to happen so easy.
Okay, they're still going to go for the smoke. Perhaps you're right, and they're going to go for that off-lane play. There's only a Ricky sitting underneath there, though, because we do see Mickey has already retired into the trees, into the jungle. And that kill on Ricky is okay.
Yeah, but they need to open the map, so no matter what, they have to make this play. So probably Ricky's going to die here. That's okay for Liquid.
And Walrus Punch, Snowball, Jabba.
Blink Strike?
He does the tricks of the trade. Nothing to blink strike to. They commit the haunt as well because they want 23 Savage down here apparently.
Yeah, but this is good for Liquid because Talon had to expend so many resources to kill the Riki. And right now, look at the map. Liquid has the whole map. They're going to secure the tier 1 at top. Lycan's going to get the tower. He still has Shapeshift up. So they are probably going to shove this wave at top now and move towards middle with the Shapeshift. This is going to look really, really hard for Talon to hold. The supports are so low level at this point. They don't have their ultis. How are they going to defend this? This is going to be a very, very big problem for Talon.
Lycan is looking quite strong right now after taking that tier 1. Notice to mid, but they need some help. Mikoto will be the person from Talon that leads the fray. He gets Telekinesis into a Dream Coil. Wrath of Nature as well. Mikoto's running low. He has the Shadow Word healing him, but it's not going to be enough. It won't. He's going to die.
The big bad wolf is coming.
Big bad wolf. He's found Ollie. He wants to kill the master, and he's going to commit to this. They lose the Centaur, but Zai, he knows he can get this kill and run away. Body blast from Q in the trees, but Q also trying to run away. They have to be careful. Mickey's nearby as well. They have vision. They're going to dive him. Q's dead as well.
Oh, this is not looking good for Talon. Liquid playing to their advantage with the Zoo lineup, pressuring the map, controlling. This is the problem when you have a Spectre and you're losing your other lanes, your other side lanes. You have a lot of trouble helping your team. You don't really offer anything apart from if the gank is already successful, you come in with the horn, you secure the last hit. That's about it. You know, you're not going to offer your team much at this point of the game. He's going to be getting a blade meal in a bit, but this is going to be looking like Talon. They have to survive the next 5 to 10 minutes somehow. They need a miracle.
And last time we saw them pick up a blade mill, it was also against a Leshrac, and that was against Shopify, of course. A lot more impact in that game. This game, blade mill, it's just okay.
I guess it helps the Spectre farm, so yeah.
Helps the Spectre farm. Is there any uncontrollable damage here they should be wary about? Perhaps Nature's Prophet with his Wrath of Nature, maybe a little bit extra damage, the puck.
Yeah, but the problem is still the Night Stalker having such a bad game. He has to somehow be able to get his game back together and help his team. You know, the Spectre needs the Night Stalker in the game. So far, we are 11 minutes in, but the Night Stalker has no contribution whatsoever towards the game. He has no boots. A courier died, I think, with the boots in it. Wow, that is actually terrible news for the Night Stalker. He has this ultimate up, but there's nothing he can do right now. But he has to chill and wait for the boots to be delivered. And yeah, this is not looking good for Talon. They have to find a way.
And you know what, Winter? The Riki as well will get a shard at the same time as Second Knight hits. So even that Second Knight, you'll be fighting into an enemy power spike.
That is very worrisome. And Liquid once again another pick off on the support, which is trying to get his level 6. And Nisha is there to bully him with the Nature's Wrath. Liquid just playing all their cards correctly, like even placing such a deep and nice Observer Ward here to scout the Ancients. So if the Spectre tries to farm the Ancients with Blamia, he's going to be under Liquid's vision all the time. This is just some amazing Dota from Liquid so far.
Honestly, the early game has been so clean by them. But Talon, they're known for the late game prowess. They're known for the long games.
This is not looking good, you know, Alvaro. No matter how well you can play the late game, but if you lose the early game too much, there won't be a late game for you. They just won't.
Okay, there's a little bit of fear for Talon. We'll see how they choose to respond here. For now, just getting their items, probably waiting for that 15-minute timing. They'll have to play our Night Stalker.
They have to try to hold. I'm not sure if they can, but the Roche fight is going to be key. Like I feel like Liquid's going to look at Roshan fairly soon if they get one pick-off on anyone. And yeah, I mean, they have to try to get level 6. Ollie's still not level 6. They need this rock for the Roshan fight. This is very, very troublesome, you know. He has to try to find a way to get level 6.
The Toma's already been given someone else as well. Ollie's just desperately trying to stop experience mid without revealing himself. He is a Warlock though, so he'll push with upheaval, which is a little bit sad. He's been pinged. He has been pinged. There's Nisha nearby. Double damage first. Sorry, double damage auto attacks first. Waiting with that. They don't even want to commit the Dream Coil here. They know they don't have to. Wrath of Nature will actually finish him off. That is actually a big kill because they don't have Rock for Roche.
Yeah, and Lycan has offering up. This is really bad. I feel like Liquid can just choose to go for Roche anytime they want to. They have all the tools they need to. The map is very well controlled by the supports. Look at what they're doing. They're even farming the enemy Ancients. This is just very, very good play from Liquid. They're utilizing every bit of advantage they get and just squeezing everything out of the map.
Absolutely starving a Talon that is desperate to find some farm elsewhere. A Night Stalker that hasn't really seen much impact. A little bit reminiscent of the Dawnbreaker game against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah. I mean, it's just really, really hard for him. And
okay,
Jabs.
That's Dark Ascension. There's a Haunt as well. They're going for the Just Profit, and they are going to get the kill. That's the impact Jabs was looking for. And it's going to work well. Jabba is the next target here. Tries to trade first. It's being ignored, but the Ace does have the Blink Strike. Insania trying to cover his escape. He does get voided, but Insania sees the opportunity, steals the void, and he'll show Night Stalker that it does indeed hurt.
Yeah, that is actually a pretty good trade. I would favor Liquid for that trade, even though they lost the carry for the Night Stalker because of how... Okay, maybe right now not so much, but they had to use Darkness for that. That's a pretty big deal. I feel like they should just rush right now. They should just go to the rush.
Okay. But on the other hand, Talon is in a desperate position where the kill on the carry is something they have to just commit for,
Yeah,
right?
they have no choice. They have absolutely no choice in that situation.
Ollie in the middle lane. He finally got his level 6.
Oh my
so it's
god.
okay. He's fine to die right now. At least he has the Warlock Rock. That Chaotic Offering is ready, but Liquid has used the Shapeshift. Does this mean Shapeshift into Roche now? Do you take advantage of this? Do you wait it out?
I feel they should just get Roche though. I'm not sure why they are not actually trying. They don't feel confident enough there. I feel like they are choosing to secure more farm on the map, because if you look at how the map is positioned right now, bot lane and top lane are pushed towards Liquid's side, so they feel like they want to deal with it. And I think that's the right choice. You don't want to waste all those efficient farm on the map. You don't want to give Talon too much, because I feel like Roshan is Liquid's Roshan anyway. You know, they should choose the best time to do the rush without giving Talon too much space to farm.
And right now, since they're choking him in farm, I don't think it's that concerning. We do also have Ricky Shard online.
Time to fight. There's a smoke. Talon is saying, enough of this. We have our ultis up. Oli has finally gotten his level 6.
It's nighttime as well.
30 seconds to darkness though.
Catch a Spectre. Blade Mill immediately from 23 Savage. Sleeping Dart will hit him. Just stop him for a second. Jazz playing aggressively. There's the Void. Slowing down side a little bit. But that's not enough initiation. Mikoto hiding in the trees. Does he have a blink yet? He will go in with a snowball. That's going to catch the puck, and they're going to kill him immediately. Nisha's dead. Thanks to a crippling fury. Couldn't jaunt away. Insania in a similar position. That's going to be the second death for Liquid. The rest retreat. They can't void Mika in time.
Big plays, man. That's a very, very big play. That puck kill was so big for Talon. That's going to give them time to farm, time to recuperate. Now they don't really have to worry about the Roshan for say, a minute or two, and they are able to just go and farm and get the map back. This is so crucial that they actually held that area, you know. Props to Talon. Liquid has to try to find a timing. Again, you know, I'm just emphasizing this Roche. They have to find an opportunity to get Roshan and to keep the ball rolling. You know, they have this 5-6K lead, but if you don't get the ball rolling and you're playing against Spectre, you're going to be in trouble later.
Some other analysts have told me that the first Roche is just not valued these days as much as it used to be.
But they have to get the Roche to control the map. And, and you don't want to lose a fight because the enemy has Spectre. Spectre is pretty decent at killing off Roche with Desolate. You don't want that to happen to you.
Right, so what matters is that they don't let the Roche for the enemy more so than the use of the Aegis for themselves.
Yep. The second Roche is going to be very, very crucial. We see a Sleeping Guard on Mikoto. He has a blink. He actually rushed the blink without even getting Falcon Blade. So I think that's very, very good that he reads that his team needs him to be that initiating hero. They are not going to have time for the Tusk to play more farm-oriented and allow the enemy team to just take the map, you know. So this is a very good decision from him. He's rushing the BKB next. Yep. That's also really, really important. He needs to be the frontliner, and let's see if he can actually get the BKB before the Roche fight.
And the other person who's also getting a Blink Winter is going to be this Night Stalker Jabs. He is on Puck duty. They realize Crippling Fury plus Tusk, Puck cannot survive that, and at least for a while. What is the solution for Puck? Do you just immediately BKB? Is he going for Kai and Sun?
Stuff. Usually you get 4 stuff.
Oh, 4 stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
But you don't get it right away. You get it maybe after your second item. That's normally what I see players do. And
so you don't want to get it 4 stuff?
Yeah, you don't want to get it too early because it ruins your game as a Puck. You want to get all the other like core items, your Blink, your Witchblade, maybe your Kaya Sanj.
Okay. But in between, he's just going to be vulnerable to this, right?
Yeah, he has to rely on his team. I feel like especially the Lycan, he needs the Lycan to go in, scout the team fights. If he doesn't see the Night Stalker, he should be very, very careful of his positioning. Or you can just coil the Night Stalker because Night Stalker doesn't have a BKB yet. So if you see him first, you get the coil on the Night Stalker, then you don't have to worry about that.
Quite a fast BKB for the MP on Mickey. He now is ready to perhaps fight a little bit more freely. Won't have to suffer the Mortimer's Kisses, but still has to be wary of that Walrus Punch and Chaotic Offering. It's not like they have bad control when people have BKBs.
Yeah. So right now, what are they trying to do? They're still trying to... I feel like they're not very sure what they should be doing. They've been moving around top to mid, moving just up and down. Now they are running into the enemy jungle triangle with a smoke. There's 2 Treants currently scouting and blocking the spawns there. That's very nice play from Mike. making sure that the Spectre doesn't get to farm the Ancients. And Spectre seems like he's going to be in trouble. He's daggered. Oh my god, they have vision on him.
They do have vision. He's used Haunt immediately. Where did he go? They got a Spectre. There we go. Trying to TP. There's no stuns, but is there enough damage?
Wow, that is...
He gets away.
That is so important that he doesn't die there if Talon wants to have a chance in the Roshan fight.
They even forced a shapeshift there. Now they go for a cookie play with one of those cases. In goes Mikoto, and they're going to turn this around, actually getting the kill on a shapeshifted Lycan.
Yeah, Talon, Talon just once again showing their prowess, you know, even though they didn't get a very good start, they're somehow able, all the time, you know, they find a way, they find a way to counter the gank, they find a way to survive, they find a way to farm on the map, they find a way to hold the towers, and yeah, just Talon just doing their magic once again.
Now, this is why they can always play these greedy lineups, man. This is how they get away with it.
Yeah.
It's called Mikoto, Winter. It's just Mikoto.
Yeah, but then again, you have to think about like how Liquid actually kind of messed up the gank. You know, they were rushing. The dagger was thrown out by the Rubik a little too quickly.
Oh okay, no. They got the puck too. Okay, the cookie missed. They have a scatter blast. They don't calculate that properly. Q is now in trouble. He's now silenced. Body block. He's dead. In fact, Liquid continue this. They want more. They want another support. The Warlock. They stole the cookie. That's going to stun the Warlock and Knife. And Dark Ascension is not actually that successful at killing anyone, but at least the Night Stalker is not going to die. Mikoto comes in, trying to finish up this kill, but a quick phase shift. And John from Nisha will save him.
Surely this is a time for Roche, right? Nice Stalker popped his ulti. They got 2 kills on the supports. Even Kisses not ready yet. Okay, they're going to the Roche, finally.
Okay. Is the Roche play you've wanted this whole time, Winter? Are they safe to take it? There's no Kisses? There is no
wall
Haunt.
of rock though. But I don't think they have enough. There's no Haunt. The only thing they have is the wall of rock. I don't think they can actually try to contest here. Maybe they're going to try to steal with the Tusk. He has Blink. Are they trying to do that? Okay.
No. He's very far. They're just going to let the first Roche go.
Yeah, that's sensible, you know. I don't think they should try to risk anything and lose any more heroes and fall further behind. They have to try to keep scaling on the Spectre. He has completed his Aghanim Scepter, so that's going to allow them to get pickoffs. Pickoffs is going to be the most important thing that they need to focus on. They have to try to get kills, delay the game.
Yes, killing the Riki. That's going to start with the Dream Coil. Does catch a Tusk. What else do they have here to stop him? Apparently telekinesis, but the upheaval is annoying them. Now with the rock.
Oh, here comes Mickey.
It's going to be Mickey from behind with the Gleipnir. They're committing for Mikoto, but he does have a Quelling Blade in time. They will have to lose jabs there as Mickey trying to go slowly up to the high ground, making sure they keep that distance. Mikoto went back in just to die. BKB TP from Mickey. Now they're back to consistent, patient Liquid, playing this just on the nice edge here.
Yeah, they're
that play by Insit. Oh no, that's Nish is fine. They have no more stuns. They have a Warlock. That's not going to do anything.
Yeah, and they're going to claim the tier 2 at top. That's going to allow them outpost control and probably around 75-80% of the map. Right now, Talon only has this triangle, the Ancients area, and they have to try to send somebody to push out the lanes and die. You know, I feel like if they don't do that, they're going to have very little farm to spare on the map, and somebody has to be the sacrificial lamb to allow the team to continue scaling.
Who is going to be the sacrificial lamb here?
It's probably Snapfire.
Okay. Q has been a hugely impactful hero or player for this team, particularly on this Tiny. But this game on the Snapfire, he hasn't had the chance to be able to make those plays.
Yeah, he's on a very, very different hero. Usually he's on the initiating hero, but they're going to try to smoke here. They have Mech on the Snapfire, they have their ultimates ready, Dark Accession ready, they have the Mortimer's Kiss.
Jabba smells some couriers, that's what he's going for here. He's learned from the Matthew plays.
Yeah, ignore the Rubik.
Ignore the Rubik? Nope, they're not.
All right, nope.
It's a kill.
A kill is a kill, I guess.
Yeah, but it is quite a... I mean, he's happy to tank that smoke.
Yeah, and Jabba is just doing annoying Riki things, trying to kill the courier. They're going to find Nisha.
And they do have a Shadow Step as well, so Nisha will lose his Aegis. Crippling Fear, though. It's run out.
Cookie, can they time the cookie?
Can they do it? Q's going to try. Oh, that was so close. Blink just in time from Nisha. Chasing after him. He will jump to the orb. They're lacking stuns. They can't catch him anymore. Ice Shard at least to give some vision. Jab still chasing after him. Now, the smoke screen stopping the Tusk from Walrus punching him as well. Nisha will get away.
That is bad. They had to spend so much to try and get the puck there.
Nisha, yeah, clap for Nisha. Everyone's so proud of this man.
Liquid is going to just get full reign of the game right now. Talon has expanded all their big ultimates. This is not looking good. They have to try to push the creeps, try to shove the lanes as far as possible and to avoid Liquid getting near their base, you know. But unfortunately, it's not going to happen. Liquid is already knocking on the door. Lycan has his shapeshift up.
Oh, and Mikoto that blink just in time. They ignore the Sprout. He does the Quelling Blade. He's keeping that just in case. They want to punish Mickey for this, but TP from Q is a little bit too long. Mickey is very slow, by the way. Does he have boots?
No,
He does not. That's why. Okay.
He's staggered.
He went for 4-step instead. That's a solution to the boots. Mid lane, there's also a fight happening, by the way. They caught Q, and Q is just going to die. I didn't know why he moved to the low ground there. Was that telekinesis, most likely?
Yeah, I think he's probably going to know there's a vision there. There's an observer ward.
Right.
Yeah, they should know.
And now Jabs, they see him, Gleipnir, Mickey, he wants revenge, sprouts him first. We do have the crippling fear, but no Dark Ascension. Jabs
TP?
trying to play around the trees turned alive, and now Jabs turned dead.
Oh boy, that is not looking good for Talon right now. Like Jab's dying again. He was trying to dodge around the tree, lose vision, and try to get a blink away. Maybe if he actually TP'd after the Gleipnir ended, maybe he would have actually survived there. But that's a pretty costly death, I would say, for Talon. Like I said, somebody has to push, somebody has to create some space, somebody has to get the waves out, and I don't like it that it's Jabs.
Why not?
I prefer it on the Snapfire. I don't feel like he should be giving up his life so much. He has to carry the game.
He's now taking the flag of being the one that pushes lanes, activates BKB, and maybe it was a bait with a Shadow Step, but that seems like it was a bait for the Spectre himself. 23 Savage and Mikoto fall side by side, killing nobody here.
Yeah, the game is just going at a too fast of a pace for Talon to deal with. They have this greedy draft, the lanes are not pushed out, they're struggling to deal with this Liquid aggression. Liquid is just doing all the right moves, pressuring the map, choking them out of every single bit of farm on the map. This is just really, really difficult spot for Talon at the moment.
AC for the Lycan as well, so now we have push at these towers with that little minus armor there.
Roshan may spawn 3 minutes. I guess they'll probably wait for the second Rosh before they attempt high ground, unless they get a significant pick-off. But Zai has all the items they need, to go high ground. He has the AC, he has the Blats, he has the Helm.
That's not a Tusk, by the way. That's a Lycan. That's stat lib. Who got the AC a little bit faster than the average. Pretty impressive job by Zai.
Yep, pretty impressive stuff. Tusk has to get the Axe, not the AC, to enable them to defend the high ground.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that Axe is still 4,200 gold away, Winter. How do you find 4,200 gold in this game?
If there is a will, there is a way, bro.
Okay, that's the C way, huh?
Yeah.
Is that what you said in MUFC as well?
Please.
23 Savage just got put to sleep, but it's just for a spray. He has been, for the most part, getting away with some dangerous haunts and shadow steps. But that last one, I think, might have taught him a lesson there.
He has to try to do what Ana did when he was playing Spectre, when they were losing, when OG was losing. Oh,
okay. Okay, the Walrus Punch with the cookie. That's going to kill Insania.
They need more kills.
They need a better kill as well. Jabba, that's going to be the second support. Switch to the trade. He did get dusted, and that should be enough to finish him off. Ricky kill is quite valuable, but no cores yet. Jabs knows this. He wanted more. Jabs.
Oh, this is risky.
This is very risky. He thinks he can kill the puck. They still have Haunt. They don't. They have Shadow Step in 1 second, though. That's what they're playing around.
If he gets caught, he might actually just die here.
Oh, he goes for the puck. Shadow Step. There we go. Everyone for the puck. There's an E-Blade in time. They can't hit him any longer. Snowball, though. That's going to be enough to keep him in place and kill him. Mortimer gets from a long way. And the Warlock Golem comes out, trying to stun the Lycan, but he's too fast. Jabs is now dead. Mickey joined as well. They put the Spectre to sleep. They want a body block, perhaps? No. The Zai acknowledges Spectre still deals a lot of damage, but he's slowed. He's just a little bit too weak. Up to the high gun he goes. They have vision of him. Through the low ground. There's a Mickey waiting for him. He's dead.
And Jabs.
Jabba catches Q. 4 versus 4 fight is going to be a win for Liquid as they send their carry in. There's only one core remaining. It's going to be Mikoto. He tries to TP. Do they have anything to cancel it? They do not.
Wow.
Mikoto will get away with that snowball.
But this is high ground. Liquid is going to go knocking on the high ground. Puck is going to be alive in 10 seconds. Everybody else, they have their BKBs up on the Nature's Prophet. Oh my god, this is... How are they going to defend? They are not going to be able to defend this. They might have to concede the tower. Maybe even one of the Rexes. I'm not so sure here if they can actually defend. Right, this upheaval is actually doing work.
I can't believe upheaval is what deters their aggression. But still 18k lead for Liquid, Winter. Even if you do have a supposedly better late game, you're playing with a tri-core. NP is almost doubling the Spectre's farm, 9k ahead.
I want to believe, but this is looking hard, man. This is looking hard.
In South America, we say the last thing you lose is hope. Right? As long as it's mathematically possible, Winter.
As long as there's light.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel. But the tunnel is really, really deep and very, very narrow.
It's a very long and dark tunnel right now. Talon is just stuck in a rock and a hard place at the moment. They have to try to find a way, win a team fight. They need to win maybe even 2 to 3 team fights to get themselves back into the game. But let's start with one. Let's look for one good team fight with all your ultimates.
Right, what do they say? You gotta walk before you run, right?
Yep, absolutely. Night Stalker almost has his BKB. That's going to be very, very big for him. So
Sure.
he can just avoid the call from the puck. Yeah, this E-Blade is actually quite risky. I'm quite surprised. Like, he actually just died in the last fight. He E-Bladed himself and he got destroyed by the Monoverse Kiss.
Well, it's actually the snowball as well, right?
Yep.
Because of the snowball stun, he couldn't actually get away. He was hoping they didn't have a tusk with him. It does prevent the combo of Night Stalker jumping onto you.
He's trying to get a 4-star now, so he realizes he needs the 4-star.
Yeah, that's probably the best option.
He's going to have it soon, so that should be fine for him.
Look at Savage, though. He's actually going for Nullifier, so this E-Blade does matter to him to some degree.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, Nullifier also deals with the 4-steps on the enemy, so it's a twofer here.
They have to try to jump at the same time, Jebs and 23 Savage. If they want to get the puck after he has 4-star, they have to coordinate their initiations. They move on him, get the Nullifier on him so he can't really escape the silence from the Night Stalker. So it's not that easy to coordinate, but I believe that Talon has the abilities to do it.
We'll see. For now, there's the second rush. You talked about this, Winter. This is the important one for the game. Comes with a shard as well. Yes, yes, Whistle. They know. They know, guys.
Who's getting the shot? Let's see. Who is actually getting the shot? Do you give it to Puck?
Okay. For phase shift attack.
Yeah. I guess so.
That's interesting.
I mean, he does a lot of right-click damage.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess the other shards, because Rubik and Ricky already have theirs, and those are the important ones.
Yep.
And the rest of them just don't matter very much. Curse of the Old Growth,
I mean,
maybe.
yeah, Nature's Prophet shot is pretty good.
Remember when it came out, people all said it was pretty terrible.
It's good against Spectre, though, because if you think about it, Spectre's going to try to hide around the map. They're losing right now, right? Look at what he's doing. He has to try and hide around,
right?
Try to get some farm, and that could be actually very useful for them.
Yeah, you're right. Curse of the Old Growth could see him in the trees. It's also useful for the Night Stalker as well.
Yep.
But Nisha is Nisha, and he wants the damage.
Yeah, he's the boss, you know. If he wants the shot, if he wants the roach kill, you give it to him, man.
Yeah, he says one thing the whole game, and that's the thing he just said. So you got to listen to it. It's in his contract. But he's not the best player in the world, of course, as he says.
What he says doesn't matter. What we think matters.
No, so you do think that?
Everybody thinks he's the... Yeah.
You're on the bandwagon there?
I'm definitely on the bandwagon.
I would agree. It feels like Liquid has also managed to enable him even more, which is crazy. But this team seems to work really well around him.
Yeah, sometimes you need a change of environment. You know, sometimes things are getting too still. However, for Talon, you know, they have to try and dig deep as usual. All the Talon games so far, like even during the group stages games, you know, some of the games, everybody, all right, Talon's done. But somehow they find a way. They always find a way, you know. They don't give up.
They find a C way, honestly.
Yeah, they find a C way.
Yeah. This is the team that, I mean, we had the region which had the longest game time by like 8 minutes. So there is a reason for that. They're experts in the late game.
As long as you don't give up, there is always a chance the enemy messes up.
We'll see if Liquid gives him that chance, though. It seems to be out of Talon's hands right now.
Yep.
Pushing the Rax with a double damage Mickey. It's not going to take long to destroy the structure.
They have to give this Rex, I think. They have to give up this Rex. There's no way they can fight here.
No, they just have BKB on Zai. Zai is pretty much a carry now. He's gone from the pushing Lycan. He hasn't even finished the Helm of the Overlord. He's just straight up a carry.
They have buyback on Spectre. I think what they need to do is they have to send a Spectre in front, try to let Liquid jump on him, use buyback and try to turn the fight.
Okay. We'll see the play. Oh, not if Nisha is annoying them like this. He gets away easily, and I think that was the Shadow Step that they used. Yeah, that was the Shadow Step. All right. So they only have Haunt now.
Denying the Rex, okay.
Yeah, sure, that's the desperation mode. They even missed the Scatter Blast. Mickey's not too phased by this. They're going to go for the last set of Rex. Nothing is stopping them, really.
Yep, we've seen Talon did this in the previous series. They gave up a Rex against Shopify to try to get into the later portions of the game where their heroes are going to be stronger. But here, the game is entirely different. They are further even behind. This is looking tough, but I do believe it's the right decision. They have to try to wait for this Egg Glimpse, but he doesn't have time to get the Egg Glimpse, so they have to defend the racks here, the last remaining racks.
There's a Dark Ascension. Okay, this is the attempt from Jabs. And they do kill Nisha to begin with. That's a pretty big kill for them. As they go for Insania next, Insania is just diverting their attention because the rest of his team is just pushing him the tier 3 down. Mickey is slowed down by the upheaval. What are they going to do? Will they retreat? No, they stand their ground, actually. Liquid, confident, shapeshift from Zai. Now Mickey, there's a snowball going on to him. He can't really prevent that, but he's quite tanky. And with a rock, perhaps, they get rid of Jabba. Now they go for the real targets. Mikoto might be down, but can Mickey and Zai be strong enough, apparently, to route Jabs? That's good. Mickey, carry fight. Going for the Warlock instead. Easier kill. Now for the Spectre has Silver Edge. Spectre needs to run away. She's broken, and she's going to die.
She has
23 Savage needs to buy back immediately, but Mickey just literally clicked the ground, chose the right targets, now found Mikoto. That's going to be a dieback to Snowball. He's being baited out. Come here, Little Tusk. Come here. We'll treat you to a nice drink. And he does.
Oh, no,
Blink
he's
into
dead.
the trees. He is dead. Another Silver Edge break for the Spectre. The Spectre is barely able to get away. And at least they stopped Mickey. Finally, Mickey has stopped attacking, but anything that comes close to him dies at this point. He has the Death Touch, the Eat a Creep. It doesn't matter. Everyone's running away from this turret of destruction.
He still have an Aegis. Oh
Mickey
my
just
god.
lifts his hands. He knows that they need to move right now. Nisha's joining him. He's doing an aggressive TP as well, and he continues. The turret moves. Someone stop Mickey, please.
I'm afraid nobody can, Alvaro. He's just too much of a beast at the moment. Aegis is timing out in 20 seconds. Can they actually time the Aegis and kill him as soon as the Aegis expires?
Range Rex will fall at this rate from Mickey. They're going for the melee as well. That's going to be Mega Creeps and the Aegis. Still in his possession, timed out because that's how tanky this man was.
Oh, this is just not looking good for Talon. They don't have the best heroes to defend Mega Creeps. No Cleave, no Battle Fury. Spectre's not that great at dealing with Mega Creeps. This is looking like they need more than a miracle to win this game.
Yes, they do. Can we get some technical problems now? Or is Talon just doomed? No pause major now. Everything's going smoothly. And smoothly is Liquid's win. As they take down the Ancient now. One last fight for the boys. Jabs initiated by Mickey. They've realized this man's invulnerable. He's immortal. He can hit anything. And he'll hit the Ancient to finish the game. The man's vibing. Liquid's winning. Talon lose the first game of the series.
Yeah, Talon has to figure out how to deal with this Liquid aggression, going for the super greedy draft, but it seems like against Liquid, they found a way, the Zoo meta, the Zoo draft. They're able to pressure the map, take everything away from you, and also the fact that they had a really, really tough laning phase for the Night Stalker. I felt like that was one of the primary reasons that they were so far behind in the early game. The Night Stalker just couldn't contribute until around 15 minutes. That is not something you want happen,
They seem to have found themselves in this game, found their strategy. We talked about this, the early game had to be played really well, and they played it, you would argue, impeccably, honestly, the first 20 minutes at least.
Yeah, I was even saying when I was looking at the player camps, I was looking at the Liquid players, oh my god, they have the faces.
He did say, he literally just read their faces, and he goes, Avo, I think Liquid might just win this first game. And he was correct. Winter the Oracle.
Oh boy, what
do they do? Okay, you've been on this situation before. You've been in the team. What's the speech now to get back for game number 2?
They have to just forget everything and play a new game. They have to try to reset. Don't try to put yourself too down. Keep the morals high. Try to figure out a way to deal with this Liquid aggression.
Right.
And try to play better in the lanes. The laning phase has been one of the problems that Talon has been facing, even during the group stage, even during DPCs. I feel like that's a problem that has always been reoccurring for this team, and they have to try to find a way to put a band-aid on that. They have to figure out how to solve this problem against Liquid. If there's no lane, there is no game for Talon.
We'll see if they can figure out that problem, Winter. Is that what you would fix, concentrate on one mistake then, is what you're saying? Like one thing that they need to fix? That's going to be the laning stage, and then forget about everything else.
Yeah, they
to
have
keep
to
morale
try
up.
to deal with the laning phase. You can't put everything on the players' minds. There's too many things that you have to think about, and if you put an extra one more thing or extra two more things, it might even make it too difficult for them to perform. For now, just focus on the lane, get past the laning phase, and then play the game.
Coach Winter has spoken. Will they be able to concentrate in the laning phase, or will Liquid show us why they were top seed in Western Europe? We're going to find out. But before that, we do have a lovely panel to break down this game number 1.
reports of Team Liquid's death has been greatly exaggerated, it seems. And I'll take responsibility. I've been pushing the propaganda, but it seems like today Team Liquid have made some valuable adjustments, Effie. I think they looked quite critically at their previous series and they made the adjustments necessary against Talon.
Yeah, I'm so glad that they shifted Insania to position 4 and they had Jabs play position 5. That's what I wanted them to do yesterday. But after talking to the players personally, they told me that they thought it would be too much of a change yesterday, but today they're willing to try it. And I think putting Insania on these position 4 playmakers is what they need to do, because strategically, Zai's lane is like a center point of how Liquid have been approaching these games. So I think securing that lane and putting Jabs on some, like Abaddon, some Ricky, some Treant, some Undying, something on this archetype will definitely make it so they can feel like they're playing their strategies the same way. And I just love that they did the Zoo draft. Yeah. I think the Zoo draft is how to play against Talon. You want to body their towers, you want to body their jungle, you want to make sure they get nothing out of the map, and you want to exploit them.
Yeah, the Zoo draft is really good, especially on Radiant. You're going to control the enemy jungle, the Roche area. You cannot invade the triangle, but the NP was sending units there. And it also goes with the point that she mentioned. You have Insania on 4, so they can win the offlane. They pressure the offlane, and they take this tower really early on.
Which gives them access to Roche, right?
Exactly.
I gotta shout out Jabs in that game.
Please. Which one?
Sorry, Jabba. He's going by Jabba now to help with the confusion. He played really well on Ricky. I remember we saw a death where like him and Insania went down on the top lane, and then Talon kind of overcommitted to a mid fight, and then Jabba bought back and set up like 2 kills in that fight. And I was just thinking like, that's a like tier 1 buyback. That's a really good buyback. That's the thing that you can't underestimate, is that, okay, sure, he's an analyst and a coach and, 8 or 9K MMR players standing in, but he's standing in with 4 world-class players. He's a world-class coach himself. You can upgrade pretty quickly with only a couple of days of practice, especially if you're on the right archetype of hero, right? Because it's not like we're saying, oh, he's a bad player, give him like these easy heroes. Plenty of 5s play Treant, Undying every single game, right? This is a perfectly normal thing to have in the game, where he can basically be a coach within the game, right? He can tell his team what to do. He can focus on the comms that are going on and stuff like that. So it seems like the adjustment that they made worked. It definitely worked.
The thing is, I think that Liquid have kind of found the key to securing their side lanes, right? We talked about Insania playing position 4, but I think if they can get this Nature's Prophet with some like beefy melee hero for the safe lane every time, that looks really solid, because
Agreed.
Prophet is a lane-winning hero in and of itself, right? He just needs something to back it up. So I think what Talon are going to do here is they're going to adjust to try to win the lane against Prophet if they give it away. I loved what they did yesterday versus Shopify, picking up that Primal Beast for Jabs, Talon's Jabs. You know what? For the sake of clarity, I'm going to say Jabba versus Jabs. Okay,
perfect.
So for this, so Jabs, when he picked that Primal Beast, the game looked entirely different than the game 2 where he played that Dawnbreaker. It didn't look that good, and I would say Night Stalker kind of fits in the same way. You want Night Stalker's game to kind of go a certain way, right? You want to farm, you want to maybe get some rotations with Darkness, but you don't want the team to run at your team early, because you need items to be effective. Dawnbreaker is pretty similar in that her gameplay becomes one-dimensional if her team is getting run over. So I think you put Jabs on this playmaker, you give him this Primal Beast, let him counter this Furion, and the game's going to look different for Talon.
I feel like Talon did such a huge draft mistake again. We saw the Dawnbreaker losing lane, now we see Night Stalker losing lane against. You see a Zoo, so playing against a Zoo, you pick Night Stalker, you're gonna lose your lane, it's fast tempo. Night Stalker against fast tempo is really bad. Warlock is really bad. Spectre is really bad. They picked 3 heroes that are terrible against fast tempo, and Liquid just doubled down this fast tempo. They need to be able to counter it, either by being aggressive on lanes with a Primal, or having a hero that at least protect areas, such as a Kunkka, Zeus, Koro, DK type of hero that's a beefy. They had 2 support 4s that were ranged. You guys were talking about that they always play Tiny Tusk, and now...
Yeah. Talon looks different without Q on a hero that can run around and do stuff in the early game. Like, it just felt like there weren't moves coming out of them, and it resulted in a Zoo draft not only having a, strong showing when they came out of the laning stage, but like they won all the lanes on Liquid, right? So maybe that's a result of not having the 4 position that they're used to having roam around. And then also throw Jabs on a carry as well. I feel like this Talon draft, it was off from what we've normally seen, but that also could be on account of Liquid just figuring out that Talon looks bad whenever Jabs gets completely shut down.
I also feel like maybe Talon's draft isn't too bad if you kind of zoom it out and not look at Liquid's draft, but Liquid had the right approach to playing against something like this. Because you look at Talon's heroes, you see the Spectre, you see the Snapfire, you see this Warlock. Like, these heroes are pretty good at defending their own triangle, right? If their Spectre just wanted to chill and farm there, I can see how they could have turned a fight or two. If Night Stalker just presses Darkness, they get the Fatal Bonds off, they get a good Golem, things could have changed, but Liquid did not give them that. They did not play into their triangle in any way. They just focused their priority on the main jungle, on kicking them out of lanes,
And
of chasing them away.
This goes super back to the draft when I mentioned the Liquid can win with Radiant. And I feel if Talon was Radiant, they could win with this draft because you protect your try, and Liquid needs to invade it in order to get access to Roche. But if you're Dire, you just ignore them. They just ignored the triangle and kept with the big jungle. They have a free Roche because they have control of the full area.
And we've talked about how, like, in this patch, or at least in this major, people don't seem to be valuing the first Roche that much. So you'd think, like, oh, you know, Radiant's protecting their triangle, taking over the enemy jungle, like getting that Roche, doesn't matter so much. It's one Aegis, right? People want that Aghanim Shard. With the Zoo draft, that's different, right? It's like you constrict the map so much with all of the summons. It feels so oppressive. It's impossible to play anywhere. And you have a bunch of heroes that need to farm and need to go into the late game. So the first Roche does matter when there's this like huge committal to the Zoo meta. Maybe if it's just a Furion, not so much. Whatever. You give them the Aegis, they're not going to control that much of the map. But Lycan plus Nature's Prophet plus the Riki running around sleep darting you, like, you don't want to lose the map early against this lineup.
Yeah, I think Talon, if they want to make an adjustment for next game, they should start looking at this Rubik too, how they want to handle it, if they're going to steal it for themselves or eliminate it, because I feel that this Rubik gives Liquid a lot of potential to play the draft the way they want to. Yeah, they shifted Insania to 4 this time, but it's also a hero that Jabs plays if they kind of feel that they have to put Insania on some Oracle or something wild like that, right? If the draft develops in such a way. So I think that Talon can make it easier for themselves because Liquid are still playing with a stand-in and there are going to be holes in their draft that they can exploit.
I'm with you, though, that Talon does look different because even though Jabs lost his lane, it's the off-lane Night Stalker Jabs lost his lane. It wasn't because Liquid specifically engineered that. It was a final pick Night Stalker, and he knew the lane that he was going into. And I assume that the main idea behind the Night Stalker is, what, I'm just going to eat the Overlord creep?
He didn't even get an Overlord.
He didn't even get an Overlord.
I thought that was a great little itemization thing from Zai, where he went for the Vlads plus the Dom just for the early game, and then the Vlads to buff up his team. But then he started going for like AC, drums, BKB. That's cool. I've never seen that before.
Is Insania signing a boot?
Dude, he's feeling himself right now.
Is that a shoe?
I think it's a cast.
Oh, it's a cast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or
somebody
a sock.
broke their foot kicking their computer when
cast.
Liquid lost to Gamin Gladiators.
But yeah, jokes aside, I'm just glad that Liquid got this win. I feel that Jabba might have felt very bad after yesterday, but he looks happy. There were hugs all around. I mean, this is kind of the confidence boost that they needed, that, hey, we're still really good. We can play with this, and we can make this work. So I'm just happy to see the smiles on their face today.
Yeah, even if they do end up losing the series, I think like it has to haunt you if you don't get a single win on main stage. You get double 2-0'd back-to-back, and then you go back to just normal life. But he's getting a taste. He got the victory, and it was a well-deserved victory. And putting him on a Riki, putting him on non-skill shot heroes, I feel like that Mirana was like a high-stress game that he played last time.
That's a tough one, yeah. I think what probably feels good for him is that he had a good game, too. Like, that was a solid Riki performance.
Absolutely.
He was setting things up. He was doing his job. He did exactly what he needed to do. So that's got to feel good. It's not just, oh, I got carried this game. Thank God I didn't lose. It's like he had great impact.
Yeah. And on the flip side, I feel that Talon now, they kind of need Sunby to knock some sense into them. Because this is where he comes in as a coach and gets them to calm down and like reevaluate the draft and their approach to the game. Because he did mention in his interview yesterday after Talon beat Shopify that he thinks that an issue with a lot of C teams is that they can underestimate their opponents and get complacent. And he said that he was a little bit worried that Talon might get complacent.
Said he was going to yell at them.
Yeah, because of Jabba standing in. So I think now is the time to kind of snap them back into it and let them respect Liquid like as the world-class team that they are.
Also, Talon just might kind of legit be tired. They have been having a hell of a run in this tournament throughout the lower bracket. Yesterday, they had to play 2 series, show up bright and early for this one, and then if they manage to win this series, then they have a best of 5 to do after that. And I think during Sunbee's interview, he definitely looked a little spent.
He did. He sounded very, very spent.
It's all right.
He earned the victory.
They're Dota players. They're used to this.
That is true.
This is just chain queuing, basically.
These guys don't sleep. Yeah, this is absolutely chain queuing. These are MMR fiends.
Yeah. But the thing about Talon is that as we've watched them in this tournament, I feel like they've adjusted their drafts pretty quickly. Like, they have tried this Naga offlane on the main stage. They have tried this Dawnbreaker on the main stage.
They tried it against Liquid, actually.
Yeah, they've tried things that maybe on paper look like a bad idea, but they thought that they could pull it off, right? But when it didn't work out for them, they were not stubborn about those ideas. They are very quick to drop something if it doesn't work. So I think that they're not going to brute force these ultra slow lineups versus Liquid.
Yeah, drop the Warlock, please. You're inviting Zoo, you're inviting heroes that play fast. Even an Alchemist would be a free win against our Warlock. Such a slow hero. If you fast tempo against him, the game gets unplayable.
I mean, last night, you were telling me the hero that you wanted to not see in Talon's hands was the Elder Titan. And Elder Titan against this draft must have been way better in that situation.
Would have been good. It's way better against Zoo. So please don't invite the Zoo when the only counter to your lineup is a Zoo.
I know the counter.
Tell me.
It is a Winter Wyvern game.
An uncontested
hero? We
are
going to see Winter Wyvern for the first time in this major next game.
Yeah, if anyone hasn't been keeping up, there are still 12 uncontested heroes, which means no picks or no bans throughout this entire event. Axe, Juggernaut, Sand King, Witch Doctor, Necrophos Dazzle, Clinks, Meepo, Ogre, Medusa, Grimstroke, and Winter Wyvern. She hasn't shown up yet.
A Sand King last pick would have been better than the Night Stalker, 100% sure. But a Timber
would have been good.
A Timber pick could have won then the game.
Yeah, either of those. Anti-summons, something that's anti-summons.
Yeah, you CMP's carry, and then you pick a losing lane against him. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Unless they thought they could greed it out and they didn't think that Jabba would be such a beast on this Ricky.
I mean, Primal Beast, I feel like, is the #1.
True.
Was that taken out? It was banned, okay. That would be the #1 if it wasn't.
Yeah, Liquid took it out second phase.
In the second phase, yeah.
I believe when you CMP first pick, you counter him on the 2 side lanes. So you go Primal Beast already on the first part of the draft, and then you go the Spectre, or go some sort of TB.
Yeah.
They're replacements, either in carry or off lane role.
Yeah, but
you need to counter both.
The PB is not going to make it through second phase, so you have to first phase. And they picked a Snapfire first phase, and it didn't look very good. It didn't look worth first phasing compared to like the PB.
Yeah, it may have also been a denial pick, because I know there's like a relationship that Liquid liked between Snapfire and Undying. Undying ended up not showing up in this game, but there's a lot of meta gaming going on in this draft. And Blitz with the Jonan jacket. Quick question, Effie. What do you think he's more of a Kakashi or am I always mispronounce
There's no way he's Kakashi Sensei.
Is he a Shikamaru?
No.
What, so he's just a poser then?
No, because
I'm so sick of this
Shikamaru
Naruto
Shikamaru sleeps
BS.
all the time. Will is pretty alert.
But he's a master strategist, though.
Okay, who?
I think Jabba is the Rock Lee of Dota.
He is. I'll tell you, he is a Jiraiya.
Okay.
Like he brings energy. He makes people have fun. He takes them out and about. He puts them through training journeys. But he can also just do like the older brother father figure type of role. I feel like he's Jiraiya Sensei, but he's not Kakashi. Kakashi's a bit too mysterious. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, Insania would be very happy to hear that because he's been having Jiraiya as his profile picture. Love dropping obscure anime references on a Dota major. You want the Dota, I'll give it to you. It's time for game number 2.
To game number 2 here in the Lima Major, the lower bracket final between Team Liquid and Talon Esports. Team Liquid 1 game up despite having the stand-in, and right now Talon Esports searching for answers. The game 2 draft is already underway, and we need to see some major adjustments coming in from them. Crucially, we need to see Q on a hero that allows them to do stuff on the map here. But more importantly, they need an answer for Nature's Prophet. Completely undefeated by Team Liquid, 100% win rate across 6 games at the Major. Ari, what's the response here in the event that they do give away the Prophet again?
Well, initially I would expect it to be banned out, but if they do take the Prophet, then I really hope to see Q on the Tusk or the Tiny. We really need to roam and like shut him down early, stop him snowballing like last game. He was just too fat, too strong, and Talon can deal with him.
Yep, I'm hoping for the same here because they have not lost with Nature's Prophet on the side of Liquid, but Talon have not won unless they have Tusk or Tiny for Q at the main event so far. So we're going to be hoping that they do manage to find a way to slot that hero into the draft. The Game 2 draft, as I mentioned, is underway. I do want to also see them maybe try angle for this Treant Protector because they've looked pretty decent when they do have it. Well, they get the Treant Protector. They do not get the Tiny. It's banned. Tusk is most likely going to be banned in the next game. But Fia, what do you make of this respect being shown towards Jabs? They leave Nature's Prophet and they say, you know what, Ricky was the problem that game.
I mean, I think this is a really cool approach to dealing with this game because Ricky's not the highest execution hero in the game, right? You're kind of just chilling, you're throwing darts out, coming in as a stand-in. That might be a very easy position where you can succeed in. So I think them respect banning that is going to force them into a different situation as well where they might be able to get a bit of an edge against the stand-in. They're really just targeting Jabs here.
Yeah, we see this Primal Beast as a response to the Prophet. It's really good at ganking him in the early game. There's a slight problem when he gets Sprout and you can leash at level 20, but until then, the Primal Beast is really strong from the mid lane at ganking the Prophet.
There's still potential for them to play this from the off lane as well, right? Jabs can play this hero. We've seen them also, you know, if they are playing melee strength 4s for Q, what's left? If you're not playing Tiny, you're not playing Earthshaker, you're not playing Tusk, there's a non-zero chance that you end up playing Primal Beast instead under these conditions. So it could happen. We'll see what happens as the draft unfolds. As Puck Lina get removed as well. More respect being shown towards the mid lane as well here, Ari. They're like, the game was a little bit too fast for us. Let's try and slow it down.
Yeah, and also back to the Primal Beast, we can see in some games Whisper started playing a Vanguard Primal Beast, which is really good against the Prophet. Yeah. We saw Jabs do it in the last series as well. So this could be like a lane counter or a mid ganking counter. It's like really good in both ways. And the Clockwork is really good in lane against the Treant. It's like hard for the Treant to harass him because he's really scared of being battery assaulted to death. And he's also good at cancelling the Primal Beast spells. So yeah, both sides have responded really well to each other here.
Yeah, and we're going to see that Q will not be getting Tiny, will not be getting Tusk this game, as they're both now banned here. And that's what's kind of afraid about in the last series there when they put him onto the Snapfire. I was praising, oh, he got his Tusk in the first phase. They're really happy. They chose to do an audible there and throw a Tusk in the mid lane. And now it feels like they're playing a different type of game, where they have to make their mid make rotations instead of Q. But they've just looked so damn good on Q being the one making the rotations. There's not a lot of heroes left that I feel like are really good as like that POS 4 that can roam. I mean, we saw Crit play Earth Spirit, it looked really great. I'm not entirely sure if Q plays that hero. Shaker hasn't looked great. I'm not sure. Ari, are there any other POS 4s that are good at roaming and making plays happen in this meta?
Personally, I love Primal Beast POS 4. All
right.
I don't know if he plays it, but it's a possibility. Yeah, Earthshaker, Earth Spirit, they're not that strong, but they're the only ones left that I can think of.
It's either that or they just need to adapt, right? And then he needs to play these range POS 4s, and they need to somehow find a way to make it work.
We're going to also be seeing, in the last game, that Snapfire was his first one at the tournament in its entirety, so I'm not entirely sure this is the place to necessarily be pulling out heroes you haven't played in a while, but, you know, a lot of teams have done magic in the pretty much clutch situations, and he has played Primal Beast before once. One professional game on Primal Beast 5 months ago. So in the event that he drags it out here, it would be the biggest show of strength coming in from the side of Talon Esports.
There is one melee 4 that some teams were doing a while ago. I've not seen it this tournament, but previously Sven POS 4 was quite popular against physical damage lineups. Prophet could be the start of that. If they see like a bit more, maybe they take a Sven here on POS 4.
Actually, how about this here, right? We put Sven POS 5, and then we play the Treant Protector as the POS 4, right? That way we have one side of the map give you sustain out of the Treant Protector. You have BKB piercing disable. The other side of the map guarantees some additional armor so that Nature's Prophet is a little bit weaker early on. And then maybe this Primal Beast picks up the Vanguard we're talking about, mitigating a lot of the damage coming out of this Nature's Prophet in the early game.
I mean, it can work, but I don't want to see Talon do that. I want to see them be aggressive. Like, roaming tree is not aggressive. Like, he's going to be very passive. He wants to play in the lane a lot. I want to see Q doing what he does best, setting up kills, making the mid lane feel threatened for their life. All the heroes we talked about, he has played this Shaker. And he has also played Mirana, which is very good with the Primal Beast as well. So I think those are the two heroes that Talon are most likely going to pick here. But if he does play that Mirana style, I do want to see the Primal mid most likely. That way he can play around his mid laner a lot. I know Jabs does like to play this Primal as well. In the game they won, he did go exactly that Vanguard build into Mana Boots, into like BKB Refresher. He was really far in that game. But either way, Mirana is if they play the Primal mid, Shaker, then I think just give Jabs it, and then you just roam on the Shaker, get that Vanguard, let him self-sustain.
So let's see, Storm Spirit gets taken out, Ember Spirit, the response from Talon. They have to lead the charge here in the second phase of picks. Several options. For Jabs, they're still a little bit open. I would also like to see them get a hero from Makoto as early as humanly possible. They pick up the Rubik for now. All right. So that's going to be our support duo. We saw this quite a lot throughout the group stage already, the Rubik Tree and support duo. It was either like Rubik Tree or Rubik Undying. They were really strong for the most part.
Yeah, generally speaking, these two supports are considered like S-tier supports, but it does mean we're not having a melee support on Q, and we're also very static on the tree. So maybe the Primal Beast doesn't have that much to play with, not much damage to work with. It's like a little unconventional for this team.
And I think the Rubik here is one of the Q's least successful heroes this tournament. He's at a 25% win rate with it, so it's not exactly like the style we want to see them go for. It is an okay Rubik game in a lot of ways. I guess you can toss people out of the cogs. It will give Jabs a stronger laning stage with whatever he plays, because Rubik is such a strong laner. But it's not really going with the archetype of what Talon's been winning with. They're doing something different.
So far, there's not really any good spells to steal. That's like a bit weird with Nature's Call and Teleport is quite nice, but it's not no damage, no lockdown or anything like that. But the save from the extra cast range on 4-staff and the shard is really nice against these heroes. So that's one thing they have going for them.
Yeah. Team Liquid now can look at this response, decide what to do. This is when things get interesting for them, deciding how to protect Nature's Prophet or if it's going to be played in the off-lane. Because we did see in the group stage, a lot of times is Nature's Prophet getting exploited by these exact two heroes in the laning phase. The Primal Beast Rubik making a lot of difficulty for the safe lane hero. So we'll see. I think right now you just pick up the Nisha hero and decide later. And indeed, they go for this Pangolier in the mid lane. Pango feels good, you know, give them some team fight, give them some movement off the map. And Nisha has just been a beast on this hero. But to be fair, he's been a beast on everything.
Yeah, I just kind of want to mention real quick about Liquid. I think last game, something that we didn't talk about too much yet is the fact that Insania played position 4.
Yeah, that's true.
Jabs played position 5. Insania hasn't busted this Disruptor out even once this tournament. So I'm thinking Jabs is just switching to 5 now, and this Disruptor might be a comfort pick of his that they're just busting out here, and then Insania is might pick up the Clockwork and play position 4 this game.
Okay. I'm hoping that would be pretty interesting to actually have happen here. I don't think I've seen much Insania Clock, but it is Clockwork. You should know how to play this hero as a support player.
Yeah, we see the TA come out, which is it's one of Talon's favorites. Not many teams are doing this, especially from the mid lane, but Talon really like it. It fits their style a lot. They want to farm a lot on their 3 cores. If they can hold the game of this TA from mid or safe lane, which they play it on both, then they might win this game if it goes late.
Obviously, Talon, one of the teams that plays full late game. We heard from 23 Savage in the one interview that in DOTA, you just play late. Everybody just keeps farming. So Makoto, this is likely going to be his hero. But one thing I like about TA mid is that, yes, it does farm, but it's a hero that likes to move around as well. It doesn't just stay static in the mid lane forever. What's the likelihood here of them stealing some strats here from Team Liquid and running like some dual range cores in the mid and the safe lane?
It could be quite high. It really depends on what Liquid will play here. Talon, they have secured the last pick of this game here. I think we have seen before in a game where they like this matchup. The TA against the Pango, it was actually against eHome, they ran this exact matchup. And then 24 ended up picking the last pick, Monkey King. So whatever they do here, I think they're in a position where this TA, it could go safe lane against the NP. I've seen that be okay in some games, but they are totally fine putting it versus the Pango. But they're going to see where this NP goes. That's the important part. If it's going to be a carry or an off laner, and I think one thing 23 is just really going to focus on for this last pick is just winning his lane. Yeah. Right? And that way they have the double carry, winning lanes into like an easy transition into the mid game.
I think it's quite likely they put the TA mid here. They can have like a Vanguard, Arcane Boost, Primal Beast independent in the off lane against Furion. And then they play around mid and make stacks in triangle, secure the TA's farm, And I think this will be their game plan for this game. They defend safe lane tower of Treant, they make stacks in triangle, they protect the TA, and Primal Beast is self-sufficient.
Yeah, then we can kind of look at 23's hero pool that can play around the TA. Will be maybe the Monkey King, maybe we've seen him play Doom a lot in the past. There is, depending what they pick here, he's played heroes like Bristleback, but are a lot less greedy. So he's going to see his matchup, basically, and that will determine a lot on what he wants to play here. For Liquid, though, they do get to decide what they want to do about this Primal Beast. Is it okay to put up an NP versus it, or do they want to try and punish this Primal Beast with another carry pick?
Talon seems to feel that they're looking for an offlane hero for Zai here. If that is the case, Ari, what's missing in their lineup? Well, never mind, it's not going to be an offlaner. It's going to be an offlane Nature's Prophet. Safe lane Morphling going to be rounding out the draft here for Team Liquid. Alrighty, so for Talon, if you're 23 Savage right now, you have the 24 pick in the draft. You've seen the lay of the land. You know what your lane looks like. You know what your carry-to-carry matchup looks like. Who do you want to end the draft with?
That's a great
question. If they're
yeah.
feeling very greedy, there could be something like a Terrorblade. I know Talon do quite like to run these double, really farmy cores.
Is there Ursa in the game?
There is.
There is an Ursa.
I would want to be Ursa, I think, this game if I'm 23. Monkey King's okay as well. I think the Doom carry could work versus the Morphling.
There may even be a slight possibility that Liquid run a safe lane Pango and have Nisha on Morphling mid. Given that Mickey used to play mid a lot, and I'm sure he plays a really good Pango, and Nisha also loves the Morphling, they could like swap these lanes up to be anything really.
There's also a non-zero chance that the Pango goes off lane, the Morphling goes mid, and then the Nature's Prophet still safe lane.
Yeah, the options are very open.
Yeah. I don't think they'll want to do the Morph versus the TA mid, though, if that is what they choose. But if they pick some other weaker mid that can be exploited,
There's the Terrorblade.
There's the Terrorblade. They're going all in for the late game here.
Alright, this is Talon style. You know, they might not necessarily be picking the right things for Q all the time, but the one thing they will always do is give themselves an opportunity to farm for the late game. Alright, carry player, talk to me about this. You're Terrorblade in this game. Do you feel confident being able to carry Talon Esports to victory and force a game number 3?
Absolutely. You have a pretty easy lane against the Nature's Prophet. The Pango, when he's rolling around, might be a little bit annoying with the disarm and stun, but you are a ranged hero. You're going to buy Scotty versus the Morphling, and then you have Makoto. I think Talon being greedy is all about like being able to make it to that late game timing, and I think their laning stage does allow them to do that.
Yeah, Talon's lanes look really strong in this game, so I think they'll be able to at least get half the way to the kind of stage of the game that they want. Then they need to make a couple of good moves or survive some good moves the Liquid are making, and then they'll be there.
Let's talk about like Team Liquid though, because they have instead put jabs on the Clockwork, and Insania's playing the Disruptor here, Zai's in the offlane Nature's Prophet. Okay. Ari, what do you make of this draft from Liquid? What do they need to do to ensure that they win Game 2 and get themselves into the Grand Finals?
Same story as Game 1. They need to hit the timing, and they need to run a Talon really quickly, really hard, not give them any space on the map. If TA and TB are farming freely, then there's no way that Liquid wins, so they have to stop this quickly. Maybe around 15 minutes, they're going to hit timing with like Greaves, Morphling first item, and just start running at the enemy with Prophet Global.
Well, we're going to be seeing whether or not Team Liquid has what it takes to play yet again in an extremely fast pace, put Team Talon on the back foot and force a game number 2 victory, or if it's going to be Talon Esports to go to game number 3 and maybe make their own way into the Grand Finals. To find out, we have Arvo Plus, we have Winter, and we've got an amazing game of Dota 2, so gentlemen, take it away.
Game 2 is upon us, and Team Liquid, they went for a little bit more late game, so Talon responded with even more late game this time. Isn't that right, Winter?
Yeah, bring on the late game. Talon says, you wanna play a 70-minute game? I'm gonna play an 80-minute game.
And that has been the specialty of this team for a while. We've already hyped up how great their late game is, but the question is, can they get to it? We already saw last game, Liquid are really good at playing that early. Is this time maybe a little bit easier for Talon? Is Liquid's early as dominant?
It's hard. They are playing against an MP early game. They have to try to survive the early game, but I do agree, this time they have better heroes. The Primal Beast is much more stable for the early game compared to a Night Stalker, and he should be able to do a lot more compared to what he had done in the last game where he just got dumpstered, you know, in the early game. So I have high hopes for Talon this game, much better hopes.
Okay. Tell me about the strengths of their lineup then, if you were to consider it, besides the great late game. What else? What do they have? Do they check? What boxes do they check? What boxes are they not checking for you?
They're checking the Roshan box for sure.
Great.
They're checking the team fight box with the Treant Protector plus Primal. I think those two are going to be very, very deadly in the team fights. But on the other hand, they are going to be up against a Pango roll, a Disruptor, Static Storm. Those are going to be pretty annoying for their heroes until they get BKBs. So I would say that the BKB timings of this game are going to be, as usual, crucial for Talon. They have always this kind of lineups where they are trying to outscale you, they are trying to outfight you, they're not planning to get any mech, any pipe, they don't fucking care about those items, they just want their BKBs.
Let's look at the Liquid checklist then. But this was a winter checklist with Liquid here.
Do they need I guess it's probably going to be the same. They're going to be aiming to get BKBs on MP and Morphling. They're going to be trying to outscale as well. But with a timing, you can never outscale a Terrorblade with this kind of heroes. Like Terrorblade just wins the ultra late game. You have to try to finish the game 40-50 minutes. Faster is even better if you can do that.
Even with the ads on Morphling, you don't think there's any scaling chances for Morphling these days?
I mean, that's true. But I still favor the Terrorblade later, you know. Like Morphling, you're trying to end a game in a very specific timing with this kind of lineup with MP. You don't want to make the game too late because Terrorblade is just going to eventually out-carry everybody. So we shall see, you know, how the laning phase goes, how are the rotations going to be. And Liquid does have I feel like some advantage in terms of the early rotations because you have a mid Pango. And Talon has a mid TA, you know, he's going to want to farm, you know. So you're going to be able to put a lot more pressure with the Pango for sure.
How's this matchup in general in the laning stages? Do you expect anyone to come out ahead?
Should be fine for either hero.
Oh, top lane actually. They got poor Savage is already dead to a Disruptor and NP.
Yeah, I've been seeing all these disruptors with level 1 glimpse. In the series yesterday was Entity. Fishman showed how the level 1 glimpse could have been so impactful. Like after taking the runes, he's just glimpsing the enemy support away. But here, as you can see, like Glimpse is just able to secure them the kill on the Terrorblade. Oh wow.
Counter attack for Insania. But he's going to survive this.
I mean, if he came out 1 second earlier, he might have gotten Glimpse back. But it's okay, you know, he was able to come out fine with that. But the Glimpse is just much more efficient in the lane. So far for 70 mana, the spell is just way better than the Thunderstrike at level 1.
Yeah, gives you damage, and now you have 2 damaging spells in Thunderstrike and Glimpse, which is what allows his harassment to be so powerful. Yeah. Fishman already demonstrated this.
I'm a bit surprised he actually went for Thunderstrike at level 2 because they have 2 range heroes. I feel like maybe Kinetic Field is going to be better in the laning phase so both of you can get more right clicks on. But we'll see, you know. Like Thunderstrike is just a spell that, in my opinion, costs a lot of mana in the laning phase. You're going to have to buy maybe extra mangles to support the mana cost. So we'll see what he does here in the laning phase. But so far so good for Liquid. And on the bot lane, Morphling seems to be doing okay as well against Primal Beast. Clockwork's going to be able to secure the pole in the next wave if he wishes to. So everything is Gucci for the Morphling as well.
Primal Beast though, talk about Gucci, does try to deal as much damage as possible with Morphling, while Active Shift is still level 1. But he does have an Active Strike because he's level 2 and that pushes Primal Beast away. This is going to be the lane for the most part, right? Go on Morphling, Morphling pushes you, and hopefully you don't die.
I do not expect him to die that much in his lane or at all. Like Rubik plus Primal, I don't feel like you should be too worried as Morphling. Once you get past the first couple of levels, the lane's going to be very, very stable for you. You should be able to just safely last hits. The key thing to note is going to be the rotations. The Pango is going to play a very, very key factor in this game. You know, he's going to be able to make a lot of rotations if he secures the rune. So I want to see how Liquid is going to help him secure the runes with the supports.
See that how that happens. What is the will they still be able to form, and Jazz will still have the impactful early game we saw against Shopify, for example, where he takes over?
Yep. There's a chance, you know. Once you get level 6, we saw how Arbet he was able to get solo kills on the Morphling. If the Morphling's not careful and you get a little too cocky, you farm a little too front, and you just die to the stun into the pulverized combo when he's level 6. So I mean that can happen, you know, once Jebs has his ultimate up. But before that, I feel like Morphling should be fairly safe in his lane.
Who's his ganking partner though once he hits at level 6? Who does he smoke with? Is it the Rubik that he plays with? Because the rest of the team seems kind of passive.
The Rubik, Trian, and the Primal are going to be the 3-man gang squad in most cases. The TA and TV, they are going to be mostly rising, trying to get their important items. But
Zai top lane, they're going to try. That was very close. 1 hit away from getting that kill.
Yep, very, very nicely done by Zai getting the TP out there, forcing the meta to be popped, and he's going to be coming back. And TB is going to have to try to maybe pull the wave back after this once his meta runs out.
Oh, he's going for Insania though now. But Insania,
Fairy Fire.
is he fast enough? He has a Fairy Fire, still has the Glimpse as well. He could punish Ollie perhaps. They have vision of him. Glimpse is level 2. Pushing back Ollie. Thunder Strike on him for a little bit more slow. Ollie low in armor, needs to get into the trees. He's being hit by Nature's Prophet though. He can destroy your trees. And if the auto attacks are going to be sufficient, poor Ollie is dead. And now Savage is defenseless. He has no teammates, actually being body blocked by those treants. But luckily he finds a way out. Does not get squared in.
Yeah, Disruptor is just showing why this hero is very, very strong right now on a position 4. Like, you are very strong in the lane, not like before. You have a lot of kill potential because the Glimpse does a lot of damage now in the lane. And it's just very annoying, you know, if you overcommit as the opposing support, you're just going to get caught by the Glimpse and die in the lane. And Ollie has to be very, very careful. He can't let this MP get too fat from the laning phase. Otherwise, the game is just going to be run out of control like the first game, you know. If the MP just, you allow him to dictate the play, he's going to take all your towers, you're going to have a hard time.
To look at the bright side for Talon though, we do have a Tia that's quite farmed in that mid lane. She's doing well, primal based as well. And it's not like TP has been stopped too much in terms of last hit. So this 1k difference comes just from good laning on Talon.
Yep. And so far, they're going to have to try to maintain the farm as much as they can and control the runes. You know, I think the runes are going to play a very, very crucial role in the rotations that the Pango wants to make. If the Pango can't make rotations because he can't take the rune, that will allow the TN Terrorblade to farm a lot more in the game. So we'll see. 10 minutes to the next rune.
We do 10 seconds, you mean? Yes.
10 seconds.
We do see that. The support's already coming in for that 15-minute rune. Let's see if they can find it here. And it's going to be Mikoto seemingly grabbing the bottom rune. That's going to be Illusion. Luckily, not the best rune at all, so it doesn't enable your rotation too much.
Yeah, it's not the best rune for TA, but it stops the Pango from getting a rune because the rune is going to be much more useful on the Pango, so that's going to be much more important for them. And so right now, state of the game-wise, the Morphling is still farming. If you're Liquid, you're happy, you know, MP is still continue farming. He's going to get his level 6 in a bit, and that's going to try to speed things up for Liquid. But so far, so good, you know, for Liquid. Disruptor is still trying to hang around, you know, try to set up a kill on the Terrorblade. So we'll see if they find any opportunities to do that, you know, unless Nisha makes a rotation, but he doesn't have mana now because he didn't get the root.
Oh, and in fact, it's going to be the TP who goes onto Zai. Once again, that TP, and the same thing they did earlier. Force the meta, TP back, and then go back to the tower.
Yeah.
And you're full HP again, and you annoy the TP who desperately needs meta to lane.
Yeah, and Jabba is rotating to mid to refill the bottle. That's actually really, really important for Liquid. And right now, he has a full bottle, so he'll have some opportunities to rotate if he sees a good one. I feel like he should try to maybe look for an opportunity to kill the TB soon. Like the Terrorblade is trying to push the wave out, and he's going to be jungling. If the Pango can actually find the Terrorblade in the jungle and get a kill, that would be really nice for Liquid. And as of right now, because Talon is being more greedy with the TA plus Terrorblade lineup, they are trying to just stack up camps, farm. So if you're Liquid, you have to try to punish this. They see this, the Cloud was trying to steal some XP, but nothing more he can do to stop the farm from happening.
Yeah, Mikoto gets the stacks. He's currently leading net worth. Mikoto has been a pivotal part of this team during this whole tournament, so him getting a strong lead is always scary, regardless of what hero he's playing on.
Yep, Nisha is trying to make a rotation, but there's an observer wall on the high ground, so Talon are fully aware of what's happening here. They have to try to maybe use TP scrolls to rotate or try to smoke around the map. If the game is static right now, it's not good for Liquid, you know. If nothing's happening, everybody's farming, you're happy if you're Talon.
Exactly, Talon, the kings of the late game, of course. As in the top lane, Nature's Grasp. They're going for Zai, this time no meta though. And Zai knows he doesn't have to TP just yet. Bottom. And it's just probably harassing the Morphling. It looked scary because the heroes were together, that's not going to happen.
MP is coming, Zai is here.
Okay.
Yes, the summons.
Q, you want to get vision him. Rocket Flare will guarantee that. Thunderstrike as well. Q, you're not going home alive, mate. Or maybe it's going to be Disruptor instead. Turning this around, they do have the Rolling Thunder. Q, healed by the Leechy, will barely live. Q's out.
Wow.
Wow.
How does that man get out of there?
I don't know. And now they're going for the enemy jabs. Mikoto wants to kill the imposter, the spy. Goodbye, jabs.
Well done. I mean, somehow the TA's rotation there.
How does that work? How is the Rubik alive?
Yeah.
What level is that Leech?
The TA's rotation there is key. You know, he's able to kill the Rubik. Kill the Disruptor, and that allowed the Rubik to survive there. Just very, very huge plays by TA. When you have a greedy draft, sometimes you have to give back to your team. You know, you can't just greed all the way, and that's really, really important for Talon that they actually save the Rubik and just continue to farm at the moment.
Right. Now on the Terrorblade side, all his role is to just shove out lanes. That's how his contribution is going to be.
Yeah.
He's going to show up, not going to show up to team fights early.
And TA has to be more of like the sacrificial hero, even though he has to farm a lot. He has to try to help his team as much as he can and try to allow the TB to get more of the farm, more of the map. And right now they're doing a really good job for that. You know, Liquid has to find a way to break this lock. You know, the game is in a state of a deadlock.
Q in the mid lane once again, but they've learned this Rubik is tankier than he seems. Yeah, Rocket Flare him all you want. His cape has so much armor. Bottom lane, they catch a Morphling.
Wow.
Another rotation from Mikoto.
That is actually, man, Mikoto is just winning the game for them at the moment. He's making all these rotations with TA with no blink, no dash or nothing, but he's just making the plays. This is just really, really, really good for Talon, you know. And mid lane, they're trying to get a trade-off here for Liquid, but the living armor and the glyph is just slowing things down a lot, you know. There are 4 heroes here, they're taking a long time to secure the tower, and meanwhile Terrorblade is pushing the top tower, Talon's getting the bottom tower. This is a much better trade for Talon.
The top tower doesn't get quite destroyed, but bottom for mid is going to end up being the trade here. As Liquid, at least they open up the map a little bit with this. This gives them more options here.
They have to try to invade the jungle. If this continues for another few minutes, this is not good for Liquid. You know, they have to try to stop the Ancients farming, the jungle farming. This Terrorblade is just getting away with way too much, you know.
And what's crazy is that despite the Terrorblade being perma-farming this whole game, hasn't really done much, it's Mikoto who's leading the net worth because of his rotations.
Oh.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it?
I guess he gets 3 kills.
He has 3 kills, that's why. And one of them is on the Morphling. He's going for Desolator first as well, which will also improve his farm. Do you think for a mid-TA you still go for Deso Blink Dagger, or do you go for the carry TA build?
Oh, that's a good point. That was what I was expecting, you know. You have to go Blink, you have to try to play around your team first and allow the Terrorblade to farm. But because maybe he's looking at the game and he's feeling like, I've already done a couple of moves with my team. We stabilize the game. Maybe I can be a bit more greedy, you know. Maybe I can play a bit more for myself, you know, because I've already given something back to my team. And Oli at the moment is just trying to be the dead laner, you know. Like this Treant Protectors right now, why is the hero so popular? Because he's able to play the dead lane, he's able to delay the game a lot, living armor the towers, and it's very good when you're trying to have this like super greedy late game draft, you know. It just allows your heroes to get to the stage where they can actually win the game.
Explain that for those at the back, what you mean with a dead laner, what the importance of a 5 being able to take the dead lane is.
He's taking the rubbish farm, the farm that nobody is taking.
Yes,
you know.
he's the trash man.
He's the garbage collector, and then he's keeping the towers alive with the living armor. He's just very annoying. He forces your carries in a very bad position in the team fights because you don't want to pop BKB early. Then he just cancels your BKB with the overgrowth. So that's very very annoying for the carries, and it allows his own carry to just scale better in the game with the living armor. So this hero is just very very disgusting, you know, in terms of what he does in the game.
Don't you think it's wild how much the tournament has been let out for Talon, who's a team that specializes at utilizing his style?
There's just way too many heroes that you want to ban in the initial phase, you know, like the Tiny is one of them, and you have all this Lina, Nature's Prophet, the Brood Mother, so you have to pick your poison, you know, and the Treant Protector is the poison that Liquid chooses to let go. And so far, Liquid has been, I mean, they're doing okay, you know. I feel like they have to try to figure out how to break apart the deadlock that Talon has right now. The grip they have in this game is farming at least 50%. If you look at the map, they have been occupying at least 50% of the map. They've been ensuring that the Terrorblade has Ancients to farm. They're shuffling out all the side lanes. They're doing a really good job in that, and Liquid has to find an answer to this, you know. They're building onto an Aghanim, so on the Nature's Prophet, perhaps that could be a key to the next fight that they are planning to take. But so far, very quiet on Nisha, you know. I've been expecting the Pango to do a lot more. And bot lane.
Yeah, there's going to be Q, who uses the Pango skill against him now. He got Insane, he has Glimpse, and Q will be the real Pangolier this game, Winter. He's doing a lot more.
Yeah, that is very worrisome if you're Liquid, and it might have something to do with maybe the runes. They're not securing the earlier runes, that's why the Pango doesn't see any opportunities to move. But so far, he has an Arcane Rune in his bottle. They're going to pop a smoke. Something has to happen for Liquid right now.
Sure, but Mickey up top, they see him perfectly. They're just harassing him out of lane. They have no intention of actually killing him. Perhaps Liquid could turn this around. Jabs. The Liquid jabs, mind you. It's already in position. Gets a hook shot. And that's going to work for now. Into Rolling Thunder as well. But where's the damage coming from?
Nice root.
Overgrowth just stops both. And it's now time Mikoto's turn to hit. But Mikoto got disintegrated by the Morphling. Ceases to exist. They seem to ignore the Primal Beast with a glimpse. And Talon, who thought they could take this, were proven wrong.
Yeah, the glimpse was very, very crucial there. Maybe if Primal Beast is still there in the fight, they might have been able to hold their ground, but no. Just really, really good plays there by Liquid.
I just want to point out the coordination of calculating exactly when Refraction will time out to waveform Wrath of Nature at the same time. I mean, I don't know if they were looking at the Wrath of Nature, listening to it in the map, but that was impressive.
Yeah, these guys are that good at Dota. I wouldn't be surprised if everything was calculated. So that's what Liquid needed, a successful rotation by Pango, and now he has another rune, Haste rune. So he's going to be trying to play more aggressive with this Haste rune, and that's going to be key for Liquid again to pressure the map.
This kill, big deal. They have a Desolator on Mikoto now, which you saw earlier in that fight.
Oh,
That was the 2 charges. Insania. No. Nisha setting up the Rolling Thunder, the Static Storm as well. Insania will die, and the glimpse doesn't work in Nisha's favor. Seems like Nisha's gonna retreat now. A couple more hits, that's it. But Jab's just calculating the onslaught. He realizes it's a bit too dangerous. There is a haste on Nisha after all.
Yep, they have to wait for their spells again. Disruptor ulti expanded, roll expanded. Try to wait for those spells to come off cooldown again and try to make a play. If they can get a kill again, I feel like they could be in a position to take Roche. It's similar to the last game. They have Morphling, they have Nature's Prophet. They should be able to secure Roche if they get a big pick-off with the next move.
So you can see there actually, I didn't really notice it was out of mana, which is why the Refraction didn't even come out at all. But the timing of the waveform for Wrath of Nature, perfect.
Yep. And Talon Jabs has his BKB up right now, so that's a huge pickup for the Dire team at the moment. TA is going to have his Blink, so that's going to be huge as well. Blink plus Desolator timing. It seems like Talon is going to try to make something happen with this Blink plus BKB on Primal Beast.
We'll see Nisha. Okay, one glimpse to set Q apart, but they don't know how far he went actually. And they do have vision around this area, which is why Nisha was maybe in trouble. Gets the rune. As we were talking about, now Pango's starting to get those runes and they're starting to open up the map much more.
Yep. And right now, Aghanims is going to be arriving for Nature's Prophet. So I feel like both teams are kind of feeling that they have the upper hand right now with the last couple of items, and we shall see who gets the upper hand in the initiations.
Jabs wants to get Mickey. Okay, they do have to try to slow him as well. But Static Storm by counter initiating, and Jabs just activates the BKB. He wants to get at least 1 kill. He's going to have to settle for the support right now.
They're not killing the Morphling now.
Jabs kills Jabs. Brother on brother fight as the Rolling Thunder from Nisha sets up perhaps on Mikoto. Overgrowth as well to stop this fight. Stop Nisha for a second. Wrath of Nature is the same as Overgrowth, but global. That kills Mikoto. Now Q in trouble. He actually, onslaught does not help, pushes him forward, and he's going to die too. Poor Ollie stuck in the tree, starts to get away, but at least he's not enough killing. And his poor Jabs and 23 Savage left alone. They glimpse back DB. Now in the wrong position. No mana. He's dead. Jabs also out of mana. There's no onslaught. The Fusel Blade is destroying this team. They can't use their spells. They can't hide in the trees. It's only a matter of time until the team wipe happens.
Talon thinks they're strong, but apparently not. Liquid is stronger. They lost all their cores. This is a really, really big blow for Talon. They have to realize, all right, time to go to farm, split the map. We are not going to be able to clash head-on against Liquid. Right now, we have to try to take the game slow, Go back to what they've been doing. Take everything slow, try to delay the game. Try to slow the game down.
Okay. How do they do that? What's the options to slow the game down?
They have
Cut lanes?
Yeah, they have to try to play with the map, push out the waves as much as they can with the TA traps, with the Terrapin illusions.
I don't know, it's playing slow, but they don't have many resources yet on Liquid. Jabs, however, Liquid Jabs does have a hook shot.
Nice one, Arvo. Nice one.
What?
I thought you were trying to play with the words.
Liquid Jab?
Yeah.
No. Oh, no. I'm just trying to figure out who's who. That's the hardest part. The worst part is they also look very similar, right? So it's kind of difficult to tell them apart in the player camps too. In the lobby, I don't know if I can reveal this, but they put themselves in the wrong slots.
Intentionally.
Yeah, they're playing around. They enjoy this. He did say in a tweet he was very excited about playing against Jabs. Jabs, that is.
Now you're getting me confused. So they realize there's an observer ward there, so Ollie's going to quickly deward that. And they have to try to slow down the game, push out the waves, make sure that they have time to get this BKB on TA, like the TA and the Terrapin.
Oh, Q. Do they glimpse him? I mean, they have vision of him currently. Q is just standing his ground because he doesn't want to get glimpsed back too far.
I mean, he has strength morph, so he's pretty tanky.
Okay. No armor though. 1 armor now.
I have Trian on my team. I don't need armor.
Okay, let's see if that's true. He just keeps getting glimpsed back into the Pango. There's the hook shot now. Jabs trying to kill Q.
He's buying time. He's buying
He
a
is-
lot of time.
Oh, yes, he is. And now Liquid Jab's dead. Overgrowth from the Pango once again, stopping this roll. Mikoto starts to hit, but Mikoto gets stunned immediately.
And that's good enough for Talon. That's another couple of minutes for the Terrorblade to farm.
Okay.
He needs to get to the stage where they have BKB on Terrorblade and they have BKB on Templar Assassin. Like both of the heroes need their BKBs. And so far, they are still pretty far away from a BKB on TA. He's trying to get a shot before he gets BKB. Okay, so he's trying to. He thinks that there won't be enough time for him to get BKB. He wants to get as many items as possible to fight, so the Terrorblade can farm. Interesting. We'll see whether it pays out for them. And Insania now trying to invade the triangle with Nisha once again.
Ollie. Yeah, they just hug onto the few trees he has left. Luckily, they don't see him, despite the fact they have a sentry there, because he's just too far away from vision. It is nighttime as well. Hookshot though, will Nisha onto Mikoto. This will be a huge kill if they can get across to the Ogre. Gets vision constantly, and that's going to kill two. Mikoto, from the great start he had, is starting to be hunted down now, Winter.
Yeah, I feel like Oli has to try to play more greedy, you know. He has to try to shove up the lanes as much as he can, you know. I feel like at the moment he's mostly trying to break smokes and trying to protect the course, but it's not doing enough. They need to get the map and try to force Liquid to deal with the lanes. If Liquid is forced to deal with the lanes, then the Terrorblade is going to have a lot of time to farm. But right now, that's not happening, you know, and Liquid gains another objective to secure the Roche. This Skadi on the morphing is going to be very, very huge. It's going to mean that the TA is not going to be able to play the team fights. This is going to be hard for the TA. I mean, Liquid is going to want to pressure even more after they get the Skadi. But with the Aegis, at the moment, they should be able to secure more towers.
Now he finally got a TB BKB. It's all in on the TB, it seems like, this game, as he's also going to build a Skadi right afterwards, but they know they need him now.
It's not enough, the BKB. They are going to need the Skadi, like you said, to boost the team fight potential and to try to limit what the Morphling can do in the fights. The BKB is like, okay, you can maybe try to farm more aggressively and BKB and TP out as long as the hook shot is used. But apart from that, I don't see them using the BKB to fight.
See a couple TPs to the mid lane. As in the top lane, Liquid is pushing this tier 2.
They're smoking to try and take the fight. Oh my god.
Will they actually get the right angle here? Is Mickey, who seemingly is left alone, but he's having Aegis, so he has a second life just in case. Wait for him. Oh, Onslaught still catches him. But there's no pulverize, and they force the BKB. Now the pulverize forces 12, cancel by the hook shot. Morphling dispels the silence. Now the overgrowth does hit him. He's going to go down. That's his first life down. Zai's being chased up by Mikoto in the backlines, but Jabs comes in to help him. And Mikoto, a nuisance, playing around the clever cogs, will finally get the kill he's looking for on Jabs. They did leave their carry behind, though. What's their plan? Glimpse won't help them. Mickey has waveform in 4 more seconds. He has a Pango nearby, Swashbuckle to annoy them. There's the waveform they were looking for. Another try to silence him, another try to slow him, and the onslaught catches up to him as well. Mickey gets pulverized, and he avoids the melt strike, but there's another route. He's not going home today.
Oh my god, Jabs. He just doesn't give up, you know. He knows that he has the ability to run him down, get the most important kill they can get in the game, you know. That's the morphing kill. That's going to be such a big swing, you know, in the game. I totally did not expect Talon to be able to take that fight. I thought they were actually crazy running into that Aegis morphling, you know. But they proved me wrong. They knew that their timing's much better.
Yep. There's a smoke, though, from Liquid, so they now believe that they're actually kind of strong to take a fight. Glimpse back. Just a Rubik kill for now. Shadow Amulet not going to work, my friend. But maybe with a force down?
That's a dieback. 60 seconds on the sidelines. What can Liquid do right now? Can they actually claim more of the map? Or it's just going to be a simple kill here for them? They want... they're desperate to get more on the map right now.
Right. Mickey is going to split away from his team, though, to, like you said, take advantage of the map, try to get the Skadi as soon as possible, get it ideally before the TB. And look at this, Mikoto sees a helpless Pango, got an issue with him with Jabs. The hookshot gets blocked by his own teammates, and the second Jabs is now killed by the first Jabs. The bigger Jabs eats the smaller Jabs, Winter.
Yeah, Talon is absolutely doing it right now. They've totally swinged the game around for the last 2 minutes. And right now, I feel like Talon's already starting to be in control of the game. You know, even though Morphling is still the top of the net worth chart, but it doesn't feel like Liquid's game anymore. It feels like the Terrorblade and TA cores, they have arrived.
Oh, another onslaught. Not stopped by... Oh, what a great kinetic field there.
Yeah, saving his life for sure. But Talon get the bigger objective. They got the mid tier 1 tower. They're going back to farm. And yeah, Talon is extremely happy with what has happened for the last couple of minutes. And Liquid has to try to find a solution. Skadi is one of the items that they desperately need on the Morphling. Pango's building into the Shiva's God. That's going to be very, very helpful as well against the TA and the Trailblade in the team fight. But they have to figure out ways to deal with this overwhelming team fight that Talon has right now.
Yeah, we did talk about jabs and how he was going to pop up in the early game. Popped up a little bit later than expected, but his team fights now have been spectacular. And we also saw the impact of the Blink Dagger on TA.
Yeah, he's getting to the backlines. He's targeting Disruptor every time, and Insania is just getting popped by the TA. He has to try to maybe get a defensive item to deal with that, a Ghost Scepter or something that allows him to survive, you know.
Ollie is keeping him in check right now. He did check for sentries, which is why he dropped one himself, so he knows they can't see him. Can he catch up to him? No. Okay, we have a Heaven's Halberd actually on the MP now after the eggs.
Yeah, that's going to be very good against the TA and the Terrorblade. That's a pretty good item overall. If you can get it on the TB or the TA before they pop their BKBs.
Right, there's no BKB on TA, but soon to come. Yeah. 300 gold left.
It's a bit more... They need a bit more time before the second Roche spawns, so that's that. I feel like Liquid, if I'm Liquid, I don't really feel that confident taking a fight as of right now. I have to try to stabilize the game, try to get my next set of items. Maybe try to at least wait for the Shivas on Pango. I think that could be a huge item in the team fights. And we need the NP to get more items to do damage in the team fights. I feel like the Morphling alone is not going to be enough. The Nature's Prophet, he has to be contributing damage in the team fights. And bot lane, he's going to TP down here.
Ollie in the trees. They don't know of his existence, though.
No sentries.
Just walk around.
Oh,
Ollie, he's done these before. We saw what happened here against Shopify, against Entity. Whistle away. Ollie doesn't care.
Shadow Amulet plus Invis Strain.
QTPs, but Ollie will stay here in the safety of the Grove.
Man, that's gonna buy Talon even more time. Like, everybody's down here for Liquid. Oh my god. And they see it, the Observer in the jungle there. They saw a couple of heroes in the jungle, so immediately Jabs on Talon recognizes that he's allowed to farm and shuffle out the wave, so he immediately gets 2 waves out. And yeah, and the map is back to 50-50 again. You're gonna have to pay a lot of attention towards this map, you know, like how much of the map can Talon maintain while dragging the game, while allowing the Terrorblade to scale and farm and finish his Skadi.
He's already halfway there with the first ultimate orb, and there's enough gold for the point booster.
Talon is coming in with the BKB on TA. They want to try to get a pick-off here. There's a ward on the high ground.
Mickey, it would be a perfect pick-off, a Mickey harder pick-off. And they just annoy him a little bit, glimpsing back Mikoto. He has a haste rune.
Wow, he didn't even have to pop the BKB. That's such a good thing for Talon. They forced out the Disruptor ulti, and they didn't need to use the BKB on TA.
They also forced out the Replicate. If they just ignore the Morphling for a while, they could play without a Replicate here in this fight. Yeah. And if I26 Savage knows this, they make the call to just try to re-engage, stay close to the enemy, make sure. And you can always go on them.
They have to be careful not to lose the gem, you know. Nisha has a gem right now. If they lose the gem against this Trian, that's going to be a huge disaster for Team Liquid.
Tabs has a gem himself as well, so they're also trying to get some map control here. And now mid lane goes Mickey. Now no Replicate, no Static Storm, but Mickey is playing on the left side. Harder to initiate onto him. They're going to steal the waveform alone. Or the... Sorry, Anthem Strike. Yeah. That's the worst. That means nothing.
I mean, he has a stun. He has strength.
Now, right, it's true. He went full strength. I forgot.
It's actually a 2.5 second stun.
That's actually pretty legit. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, smoke up. So will Talon win another fight with this smoke back towards their jungle? Terrorblade's pushing bot. He's showing the enemy that he's there. But does Liquid know the smoke is coming? He's going to TP on the Terrorblade now. Who is going to get the jump right now? Insania.
Well, it's going to be on Insania. They want to get rid of the Disruptor. Hookshot cancels the snow, but Insania has died. That's one dead, though. They need a core. And the retreat is quick from Liquid. They're not going to lose any of the supports, any of the cores. Very, very fast, those TPs.
Yeah, very, very clean escape there from Liquid, just losing the support. So not the worst for them. They were able to secure the tower, but at the same time, Talon also secured the tier 2.
Oh, the double damage. Gotta be careful, Nisha. Rolls up into a ball. Swashbuckle, he's fine. He already used the blink to go up to the high ground.
He has the plate mail, so he is fine. He has a lot of armor.
Oh, good call. Yeah, the play mail's actually helping him a lot there.
Now he has the Shiva, so that's gonna have a very, very huge impact in the team fights to mitigate the physical damage from TA and Terrorblade. So we'll see. I think this is gonna be a very big item for the team fight. Roshan is spawning in 2 minutes, so that's gonna be a huge contention of the game in a bit. And both teams really do not want to give up Rosh. So they're gonna try to shove out the waves as much as they can before they try to make a play for Rosh here. And it seems like Talon is winning that the shuffling wave better right now. They have the wave at top lane close to the tier 2 tower. And bot lane we have some illusions pushing out.
Savage, the high ground, Rolling Thunder will surprise him. No, it's actually for the Rubik. They're going for Q first. Got the Glimmer Cape off, however, that's not going to save him against the Morphling. Heaven's Halberd stops going through Savage. Hitting Mickey anymore.
So tanky.
And he's just going to tank through this, but right now they finally got the damage from Talon they were looking for. The Glimpse will cancel his final base. Static Storm as well. They walk right into it with a BKB. TV ignores it, but he doesn't have anyone to hit. Finally, they get a target. It's going to be the Clockwork. Jabs dies.
Oh, buyback. They want to fight. No BKBs.
They do want to fight. Has heard the curse of the old growth to get some vision. Ollie in the trees.
Glimpse
someone back. It's going to be the TA. That's perfect. Mikoto will die. He can't even hit back.
He has no mana to pop BKB. That's why he died.
Oh, wow.
50 mana shot. That is a huge kill.
Diffusal Blade Pango, man.
Yeah.
Diffusal Blade Pango.
But for Talon, it's pretty lucky that they still have the Roshan timer going. If the Roshan spawns right now, that's so bad for Talon. And Liquid has to try to play the map once again, get the waves out, try to create another opportunity to smoke, to fight. And we've seen in the previous engagement how tanky Pango is right now. They don't have enough physical damage to get through the shield crash and the Shivas.
They're controlling the area completely. Liquid knows right now. As long as they control this Roche, the TA doesn't feel like such a strong factor in their draft.
Yeah, and Clockwork as well in the previous fight, he was able to stop the pulverize onto the Morphling, allowing Morphling to escape. That was also really, really crucial. Now Roshan is spawning. Both teams, I'm sure they are aware of the Roshan.
Of course.
Will we see a Mexican standoff or will we see a bloodbath here at the Roche pit?
No, Talon, they're smoking, but they're in the low ground, man. Doesn't seem like a standoff just yet, but for now they realize it is way too hasty. It is in C. Let's play with patience.
Yeah,
Liquid controls the high ground too.
Liquid has the map as well. Look at the waves. They're all pushed towards Talon's side of the map. They have to send somebody to deal with it at some point. And Liquid is just, like you say, being really patient, just waiting for somebody to show on the top lane or the bottom lane before they proceed. This is a very, very good textbook play here from Liquid.
On the other hand, Talon, of course they know where Liquid is, but they just can't engage. They have no options here. Yeah. They don't really want to give up anyone that pushed the bottom lane, but soon they'll have to.
They have to send illusions from the Terrorblade to deal with the waves.
Okay, the crowd just did a wave, much like the waves, and they're congratulating themselves. Good set of self-esteem for them. Much like right now, Talon will have to send someone down bottom to deal with a wave.
They see a hero top, immediately go into the Roche pit. Jabs has to run back towards the Roche pit if they want to be able to contest here. They have to go quickly.
Okay, the Mikoto got stopped on the roof.
Shiva.
He still has the BKB, is forced to use it immediately.
They forced the BKB. That's so huge for Liquid right now. Very nicely done. Not overcommitting for the Roshan, but they're doing enough just to force Talon to try to come over to have a peek and then forcing the BKB out. And they also going back into Roshan.
They just got Replicate, which means now they have Melt, more minus armor for Roche. It falls even quicker.
Yeah, that's true.
They played this perfectly now, and Liquid will get the Roche. Not much. Well, maybe Savage activates BKB, wants to hit the Pango first.
He's running into
the pit, but it's not too late. Jabs versus Stealing doesn't snatch it in time. Jabs hits the Morphling out of anger. Cancelled by the hook shot. Jabs BKB about to run out, but the Overgrowth does stop the Morphling for a second there. Keeps on hitting soon. Mickey will just get rid of the enemy offlaner. Now he's fighting inside his own Static Storm as Savage trying to kill off his Nature's Prophet. He gets pushed back, however. And now they have to retreat. They realize Zai is out. Sunder on a really low HP target gets a stun with a roll-up. Trying to get away with Swashbuckle. Will do so, but not in time. Reflection kills him as Savage dies. Ultra kill for Mickey. Morphling unstoppable right now.
There's one more hero, Mikoto. He has a DD, but he's stuck here.
He has no mana anymore, but doesn't have enough for a blink.
Glimpse. Vision.
Just off cooldown. Who's going to give the vision? He's a little bit too late. Has traps. Mikoto. He should be
he's giving the vision.
They're committing.
Sprout.
There's the MP. Someone catch him. Okay, that's the glimpse. He's out of range.
Oh
They have
my
to let
God.
him go. They
That
have
was
to let him go.
close. That was so close. But Mickey there on the team fight, asserting his dominance on 23 Savage just terribly, you know. He just couldn't fight him. He ran out of juice, you know. After the BKB ends, the Morphling just reigns supreme over the Terrorblade with the magical damage that he can dish out onto the Terrorblade. But in the fight, you know, Insania just saving the Nature's Prophet. I'm not sure if you caught it. He was able to use his Psychic Headband, push
I told
push
you,
the
push
Terror
it back. Yeah,
back, and
that was incredible.
Before that, they got the disarm with the Halberd onto the Terrorblade. Like, he was just standing there for 5-6 seconds doing nothing.
That was such a heads-up play. I think we'll see it now here.
Yeah.
So he walks into the pit. You know, right now nothing much is happening, to be honest.
Yeah, he's trying to go on the NP.
Guys, hook shot cancel then.
No target. You know, he can't see a target for him, but he gets disarmed here.
First to kill Jazz while Savage tries to deal with Zai. Here's a Psychic Headband in a second.
Yep, very nicely done. There's all the small little plays here, you know, by Liquid.
That Sprout was so on point as well. And even a roll-up stun to stop 23 Savage.
Yeah.
Even if Nisha dies in exchange for 23 Savage, that's more than worth it.
Just some good old Dota we're seeing here from Liquid, you know. Just perfect execution in the team fights, getting all the small details correctly. And yeah, they have a 4K lead now thanks to that. Daedalus is the next thing on the menu for Morphling.
Okay, interesting. What's Daedalus?
He feels like he needs to do a lot more damage in the team fights. He's not killing the Terrorblades fast enough, you know.
Jabs did take, the Thai Jabs, mind you, did take a surprisingly long amount of time to die. And, you know, Morphling doesn't care about that BKB.
Yeah, he wants to be able to kill as many heroes as he can in a short period of time. Once he waves in, he wants to burst heroes down. That's why he's going for this build. And he has the Aegis now, so he doesn't really feel like he needs to get the BKB yet. So he might not even get BKB this game. Maybe he feels like he can play the team fights without even getting one. You know, he just needs to wait for Nisha to create a lot of chaos in the team fights, roll in, pop his Shivas, and then he acquires his target and just go in, burst somebody, and rinse, repeat. You know.
Especially if Nisha is forcing the overgrowth with his Rolling Thunder, right? You seem to have a lot of freedom once that is forced.
And then Clockwork on Jabba as well. He's been doing a really good job stopping the Pulverize in all of the team fights, ensuring that Morphling is able to dish out damage without being controlled in the team fight. So props to the Clockwork as well for being able to do that every single fight.
Oh, Curse of the Overgrowth down bottom. I don't know if that gave vision of Ollie. It seems like not. Just out of range there. But a tower will fall down bottom. Liquid taking the last tier 2.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dangerous, pretty scary for Talon right now. Like the Terrorblade needs, I feel like he needs one more item, you know. Morphling has Butterfly, so he's gonna need the MKB to deal with that. Like right now, Morphling has the edge with the Butterfly. They're going high ground now, bro. This is not looking good.
Living Armor is gonna help his tower just a little bit. But this onslaught, Jabs, oh, he grabs him. That's a good pulverize. He's gonna die, saved by Nisha for now. Telekinesis catches him, but Mick has a waveform, gets away, and Cogs pushes back this TB. They know he's tossed under. They're gonna respect 23 Savage right now.
Liquid is just gonna wait for the meta to go down and let the Morphling heal and come back again. But fortunately, Aegis is expiring in 45 seconds, so Talon is gonna have to not worry about that. But they did lose their high ground tower here. So at the moment, they have to try to once again shove out the ways, try to avoid fighting until 23 Savage has his Metamorphosis up again, you know. Right now, he's just not going to be able to output as much damage as he normally can when he has meta.
Yep.
And Liquid understands that, you know. Even though, I feel like maybe without the Aegis, they should still push the high ground because they are way stronger with the Butterfly timing.
Right. And on top of that, like you said, the melee Terrorblade, not only is he not going to output so much damage, but he just can't get in the middle of the fight.
Yeah.
He's going to get perma-stunned by the Pango.
Is Liquid gonna try to force the high ground again here? Are they waiting for any items? They might be waiting for the BKB on the Morphling. He's gonna have the BKB soon, but if he waits for the BKB, Terrorblade is gonna have his meta up again as well.
What's the value? Okay, we talked about it. Value the BKB. He didn't value it super highly, but into the late game, what's he stopping here?
I feel like the BKB is mostly used to dispel the root from the Treant, because if you don't have the BKB, like the Treant can just do whatever he wants. You know, he waits for you to pop the Manta and he's just going to root you. But right now you have two ways of dispelling it, so it's going to make it harder for the Treant to play in the team fights. So I guess that's the primary reason for going back for the BKB right now.
Okay. We also have a Hex now on Jabs, the Thai one. Yeah, look, This Hex will also be stopped by the BKB, it's important. But there are no link-ins, no Lotus Orbs, nothing in like that. So it could be a little bit of an issue for the Morphling particularly. Could get surprised if he doesn't reveal that Hex.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
It's a huge item actually to get undiscovered. Maybe they check this inventory now as he pushed at the wave.
But so far, Liquid has been doing a really good job protecting the Morphling in the fights. You know, even though he didn't go BKB for like 40 minutes, I feel like the Clover especially has been doing a really good job, and the Pango at shielding the Morphling in the team fight. So even though Morphling doesn't have a BKB, it's very difficult for Talon to find an opening to go onto the Morphling.
Even Insania as well, right, with the Psychic Headband earlier. Like, you have everything. There is an MKB now, by the way, for the Terrorblade. Does this equalize the matchup now, finally? You lost your edge?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess the Terrorblade has a lot more damage potential on the Morphling right now. They should try to use this timing to take them by surprise. I'm not very sure if Liquid knows about the MKB, so this could be a really good time for them to start a fight and get a pick off on a key target.
Okay, they're putting a ward up here, just de-warding the enemy.
Yeah, Liquid is so disciplined, you know, as a team. You know, they're not trying to do anything too risky. They are 6k ahead, but they are just trying to take things very slowly, play the map. They're always very good at shuffling out the waves and forcing, you know. Right now, they're just forcing. Once again, Zai is forcing the bot lane. So once again, one hero shows bottom to take the wave, Liquid is going to do something. They're going to try to wait for somebody to show on the map, but Talon does not want to show. They are smoked again.
Yeah, second smoke by them. They already went to the mid lane. The smoke comes from the mid lane. Could it surprise the right target? Nisha. It's kind of vulnerable. They catch him fast enough.
Oh, he can't get the blink hex.
Can't. Those illusions surprisingly block him. And now Nisha's in. He does get hexed, but there's a shield crash buff. So he's not going to be killed. And another hex. Poor Jazz might just die. He's forced to activate the BKB. Nisha though, hunting him down with Rolling Thunder. We do see a glimpse, but it's going to be stopped by a BKB from Mikoto. Oh, they forced 2 BKBs with this.
Oh no. What can they do with this? Can they force the high ground?
They stole Rolling Thunder though. That's a pretty big steal.
Yep. That will allow them to maybe defend off the high ground. But Roshan might be spawning soon, you know, so Liquid definitely knows about that and they're coming back to check. They're just taking things one step at a time, not giving Talon any room, you know, to come back into the game. Talon has to try to find a way, you know. The last fight, I feel like, yeah, if they actually didn't lose the vision and they got the jump, they might have been able to win that fight if they get the blink plus hex jump.
It's crazy that the illusions would what stopped the Primal Beast, right? But they were well positioned in the trees, broke the smoke, illusions broke the blink.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. I feel like maybe they have to let the Trian run around in the map, try to set up some good observer wards before they try to make that kind of play again. Because without vision, it's so hard for the Primal to initiate blindly.
We just got a Tome of Experience, by the way, for Mika. They should be enough for level 25 and to get the waveform cooldown, most likely.
Yeah, that's a pretty huge talent, like a pretty huge power spike, so it allows the Morphling to be much more aggressive in the team fights. You can try to go for the supports more liberally.
Okay. Rolling Thunder from the Rubik. Clocker does not like this. He's going to die as a result.
He has buyback if he wants to.
Mickey, he's like, okay, I'll kill you. Activates the BKB, but Q, he's invisible. They have no vision of him. Frostbolt doesn't get him. Morphling would just finish him off with auto attacks.
This might be the chance for Talon.
No
BKB or Mickey.
Oh, he tried to mount the dodge. It didn't work. Savage is forced out.
Yeah, but once again, Zai is just applying so much pressure on his Nature's Prophet, you know. Even though they lost a hero, but you're losing the map as Talon, you know. So every time...
Oh, he went for the 35 strength, actually.
Oh, he went for the strength.
Oh, okay.
So I guess he just wants to tank up. He doesn't want to get bursted down in the team fights. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty reasonable as well, you know.
2800 HP with 50 armor does sound a little bit ridiculous.
Yep, but Roche is going to spawn in 20 seconds. That is once again going to be the story of the game. Who is going to be able to secure the Roshan? There's a trap, so Talon's going to know once Roshan is up. Liquid just launch a rocket from the clockwork into the Roche pit, so they're going to find out Roche is going to spawn as well. They have to try to kill this TA trap.
So we just got BKB at MP. It is 20 minutes slower than usual because he didn't prioritize this.
Yep.
That was an interesting stat. What a terrible MP player. 20 minutes slow. Huh.
A late game BKB can sometimes turn the tide of the battle. So yeah. He doesn't want to get burst. I think the main thing is he doesn't want to get burst by the primal if he gets caught. So a BKB will allow him to survive that and just output damage, you know. Because I feel like in some of the fights, Morphling alone is not doing enough damage. They need the Nature's Prophet to be also standing there, dishing out the damage. So the BKB is going to allow the Prophet to do that. But the last couple of minutes, the Prophet has just been split pushing, pressuring the map, making sure that the Terrorblade illusions are not getting the waves out, you know, giving Liquid a very, very big advantage in terms of map control and securing the Roshan.
We do have a Basher just picked up, by the way, on Nisha. And they're going to smoke on this timing. There's a good way to control the BKBs, which they've been unable to until now.
Talon has a high ground ward here. They're just waiting on the high ground. This is the right play for them. Just not trying to take anything too risky. Playing safe.
Talon really holding on to the high ground is the right move. Now they're the patient ones.
NP is going to force them to go back to the base with this push abort. Liquid is just doing all the right things here. They have to TP. They don't have a choice.
Oh, once they TP, maybe they can go into the high ground once they see jabs.
Rosh, they're going to think about Rosh. Talon lost their position.
Now Liquid, where do they go? They're going to go to the high ground. There we go. Mikoto. He's alone. They see him. Okay. They caught him with telekinesis just in time, but Glimpse will send him back BKBs. He's fine.
Is that Rosh right now for Liquid since you see TA not having his BKB up?
Yes,
That's
this
a big
is Rosh.
That's a big thing.
This Rosh carries an axe as
I
well.
feel like Talon has to fight regardless. They can't give this Rosh. With or without the BKB, they have to try to fight the Rosh.
Okay, that's what they're going to do. They're converging on it, Winter. They have Metamorphosis, jabs. It's invisible as well. Oh, they got caught. There was a sentry nearby. Ninja stops them. Shivas as well. Pango, telekinesis. The damage high. Has Aeon Disc just in time. Now the Morphling, he made the target. Hook shot though. Stops him. Morphling with the styles. He's adapting. He's trying to adapt to the ship. Starts from the topless. He doesn't die. Mickey, the machine, kills Terrorblade again.
Oh my
Lift your
God.
arms, Mickey.
They were so close to killing Mickey. One more spell, one more damage, they would have actually been able to take him down and win the team fight. And right now, Liquid just had in full control of this game. They don't have buybacks on Terrorblade, they don't have buyback on Rubik. Oli already used his buyback. Talon. This is not looking good for them.
Playing so well right now, Liquid. They know, even in a situation where the enemy team had the high gun control, they bait him out with bottom play. Look at this. They knew they could just do this.
Liquid is just too strong, you know.
The Aeon Disc Campango was so meaningful there. What a hook shot cancel as well.
Buyback on TA. Talon is on their last legs right now. What can they do? Can they hold a miracle-based defense here, Alvo?
We'll see. I don't think so, but we'll see.
If there's a will, there's a way.
Exactly. That's the C way, my friend. They have 26 seconds until 23 Savage is back. They have no more glyphs, though. They're not going to get it again. That living armor keeps the Rex alive for another second.
Rex. They can only defend the last Rex.
They have to commit to this. 12 more seconds, TV's back. Does TV come back with meta? He does not. He has Demon Zeal, at least. There we go, that's his new meta.
Go in and tank.
Hex. He has Aegis though. They can't commit to Mickey, they have to poke and prod at him. They used to have Swift Blink on Terrorblade.
They're going to need some amazing Thunder plays to win the fight.
Yeah, okay, Demon Zeal, I saw it. Swift Blink as well. And the reflection does hurt Mickey a lot.
Liquid is so disciplined, they're going to back off, try to shove the waves again, reset, wait for the next set of items. Just giving Talon no chance at all.
AC for the Nature's Prophet as well.
Oh, that's huge. That's why they were waiting. This is a huge item against the Terrorblade and the TA.
Stops most of the damage, makes your pushing a little bit faster.
Yeah, where is the damage going to come out right now? It's going to block so much of the physical damage. They have to try to jump the supports on the background. I feel like the next base defense they might have to do, if they still have a smoke, they have to try to go behind, try to kill the supports like the Clawwell and the Disruptor. Deal with them first.
Because that Roche Disruptor also got the Ags as well. So now you got to be wary of not walking Static Storm without the BKB.
Like Insania has to be the first one to get killed in the team fight if Talon wants to win.
Or you have to preemptively BKB, which is the worst thing for a last minute fight.
Oh, they don't have a smoke, I think. They can't do that. Oh no, they don't have a smoke.
Oh.
They just have to fight it out.
They have, I don't know. Oh, Insania. Erosion already. Catches Mikoto. Mikoto got saved with telekinesis. BKB prevents the glimpse as well. Mikoto's alive for now. Insania's dead. Static Storm got wasted. Side in a difficult position. TP. He can't live. And now it's going to be the pulverize onto the Clockwork. But it's the real target, the Morphling. Aegis down, second life. What do they have prepared for it? They try to do the onslaught, cancel, but shot there. He's not going to die just yet. BKB, he's going for the Primal Beast. Mickey got the last remnant of the kill, but he knows it's a difficult fight to take. Oh, perhaps not. TA up in the air. Terrorblade's already available. They do still have a Sunder to save the TV. Nisha's out, not in time. And now it's Mickey turning into a pin. They're both rising in. Both bork for Liquid.
Talon does it again.
Jabs in trouble as well. He's just going to die.
Oh my god!
Easy kill, Talon. They actually held high ground. High ground, sorry.
And Zai, he didn't have buyback. He didn't have enough gold to buy back after spending all his money on the AC. Maybe a bit too premature the push, you know. They probably had to wait for MP to have buyback. And Talon is just another beast on the high ground.
Talon's cracking Liquid like they're cracking my voice, Winter.
How did they do the base defense without using any buybacks?
I don't. Those hexes is all that mattered here.
You know, like I said, they have to get the back line. You know, they were able to kill Insania off right off the bat, kill the Nature's Prophet, and leave Morphing to last. I mean, this game, man, this game. So Terrorblade is gonna go for a refresher next. All right.
Okay.
That's gonna give him another round of team fight spells. The meta.
That Demon Seal was actually super impactful, by the way. It's that extra bit of damage they kind of needed in some of these fights to burst on the supports.
Yeah, and the Sunder as well, you know. The Sunder is going to be very, very crucial in the team fights. How he's going to be using the Sunder. Can he use it offensively or he has to use it defensively?
For now, they want to at least take a tower without committing the meta here.
Yeah, Liquid does not want to use their buybacks here.
No.
Talon is trying their very best to force out the buybacks, but...
There's the refresher on Primal Beast. That's double Hex, Winter, double Pulverize as well.
Double Hex, double Pulverize.
Level 25 talent about to come out.
Oh, that's going to be huge. Pulverize pierces magic immunity. Then you can control the Morphling in the team fights.
That's his plan. He goes for the right talent. You're right.
And this game is just getting so tense right now. Liquid all of a sudden, they don't feel invincible anymore in the team fights. They're gonna be feeling the heat.
Okay, smoke for only 4, the TA. Mikoto not joining them just yet. They're gonna go straight for the Pango. Cancel the Pulverize in time. Static Storm. They're fighting in it. The Swashbuckle actually gets the bash onto Jabs, and Jabs will die. He refreshes, but he's already gone. 20 damage, stunned by Cog. He can't move out. He actually the BKB. He has to fight back, but Mickey is a little bit struggling for now. Waveform kills him. Savage is just a tame kitty at the side of Mickey. And now they're going to have the poor TA. She tries to go up in the air, but she's still stuck in the trees. She can't fly over them. Talon will not soar. They land on the ground. They crash in it, in fact.
Yeah, 23 Savage is the only person that has buyback. He's trying to shove out the way. He's trying to delay the push, but I'm afraid it might not be enough here. This might be the end for Talon here.
Okay, Metamorphosis, they also refresh just in case for a second meta. And Zai will be the quick kill for them. They didn't get the hook time. The cogs don't work that well. The buyback immediately from the MP. And Savage in a difficult position. Gets flipped back. Kinetic Field. Summer's just in time. Saved by the Telekinesis as well. 23 Savage. He's alive. He's proving he's the strongest scorer here. Late game TB. It's all about him.
He has to heal, get his mana back. They have to fight. They don't have a choice.
Oh, they got Q. Q's disintegrated.
He has buyback. 3 on 5, Auro. 3 on 5.
They gotta get the best overgrowth of their life, but Mickey just turned into TB. He stole the meta. Q, buff back. One last team fight for the boys. 23 Savage. Meta about to end. Telekinesis for the Disruptor. They want to get rid of the Disruptor first, but some have them in time. The Heaven's Halberd annoys this TB, and now he's stuck in the Pango roll. They forced him away, but the GG is called. The Ancient's being destroyed. Liquid. They will beat Talon 2-0. Stand and be damned. The true Jab has emerged, and he was the analyst for Liquid all along.
What a sad day for C fans. What a sad day.
It's okay, Winter. It's okay. He has many tournaments to win. A third place is still incredibly impressive for Talon.
They did us proud. I'm not gonna lie.
They came to the last day. It was an incredible performance by them. No shame for them.
Yeah, no shame for them. They should hold their head up high, you know, be really proud of their performance and move forward, keep improving. They lost to a better team, you know, Alvaro. They lost to a better team.
Yeah, Liquid looked incredible. They really looked incredible.
I mean, I told you the look on their faces today when I saw them in the booth.
It was a game time look. And Jabs, the Liquid one, showed up completely with his clockwork. They underestimated Hero Pool.
He was definitely way more comfortable today. Like even in the first game when he was playing the Riki, I feel like night and day compared to his game yesterday as the Mirana.
Yes. Now he actually felt comfortable in those booths. He understood how to play with the audience. Just did a fantastic job. And he was the bane of the enemy Jabs, ironically, because he could never get a Pulverize off. And the Jabs versus Jabs Super Bowl. Liquid ends up winning, and they're going to the grand final. Another Western European Grand Final for Dota 2.
I mean, regardless, I think we're going to see some top-notch Dota in the finals. Props to Liquid. They played well. They deserve to win. And for Talon, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, they'll have to rehash their mistakes, see what they did wrong in this final game. But honestly, I think Talon should be very proud of how far they've come this tournament. They seem to have upgraded in the lower bracket. They almost did one of the most impressive lower bracket runs in a major from literally the first day of lower bracket, just full on.
Yeah, they've improved so much as a team. We've been casting them since DPC, since January. They've showed a lot of improvements. They became far better than they were in the beginning of DPC. This team is going to be really strong in the future.
This team shows a lot of promise. It's a lot of hope for C. And of course, Liquid now celebrating themselves as they get ready for the grand final. There will be a long break for them, so don't worry, they're not playing the grand final back-to-back. We do have a cosplay contest in between. But right now, we're going to get the champions of this match to celebrate their victory a little bit with the audience. As we go back to the casters here. Winter, I know you saw your C brethren lose, but you saw good Dota today.
Yeah, I'm happy with their performance. Obviously, I hope they would have won the series, but take nothing away. Liquid played well. They deserve to win. They are the better team. Talon, on the other hand, back to the drawing board, find out what they could do better. But like you said, they should be really, really proud of their performance here. Well played.
Yeah. We brought you. I brought my C clothes. It's from Malaysia. Didn't work enough of a buff. Next time I need to buy Thai clothing instead. That's the goal.
Yeah, give them more buff. Double damage. They need double damage.
Concentrate on the wrong country. Maybe they add more Thai coaches to their group, right? Lakos is available. Who knows? We're going to have now to go to the panel, see what actually happened in this game, what they can tell us about this wonderful game too, as they go back to the panel to analyze this series.
We are here finishing off the lower bracket final, and if you can believe it, Team Liquid has won yet again. They get a 2-0 over Talon Esports, eliminating Southeast Asia and giving us a fully Western European grand final. And I have to say, it defied expectations. After seeing the performance yesterday against Gamin Gladiators, I thought the loss of Boxy may be a bit too much for Liquid to bear. But today, they came correct, Jenkins. What an adjustment.
That is right. I mean, listen, this is the team that defies expectations. I feel like there had to have been a paradigm shift for these players at TI when they went through the wild card qualifiers all the way until their top 3 run. Like, this is not the type of team to lose it when they have a stand-in. It's like this has got to be one of the most resilient teams in the world, if not the most resilient team in the world, other than maybe Team Secret, but obviously they're not here, so we can't talk about them. This is actually the first time in 3 years since we've had a Western EU versus Western EU grand final. The last one was at Disneyland in 2019.
Oh, wow.
So this goes to show, I've heard a lot of people talking about, oh yeah, Western EU is the region to look at. It is dominant. It's like it's not even close right now. Give them 8 slots. You know what I mean? This region is insane. This just hasn't happened in a very long time. I think there's going to be a lot of eyes on this region. There's going to be a lot of eyes on all the teams from this region. People are going to start copying stuff. Maybe we'll see some SEA dominance. Some of these other SEA teams getting into the top 6 in the next tournament. But yeah, Liquid, they just look amazing.
I am just taken aback. I will admit, I came into the series today a doubter.
Same.
I really thought that the loss of Boxy and only having 2 days to adjust to the stand-in situation would just make them crumble. It would make other teams be able to see through their cracks, right? But they just prevailed, dude. I actually think Liquid are the protagonists. They are the main characters of this tournament. And this was, what a storyline, honestly. I mean, Mike, I just want to say, he played impeccably today. I don't know what he had for breakfast. Maybe he FaceTime Boxy or something, heard some motivational words.
Or Matu.
Or Matu. But he came in today and he brought some of the best performance I've seen from him this entire tournament. It was just a masterclass. He was so masterful. I cannot praise him enough. And I love the adjustments that Liquid did today. I love that they had Jabs playing the position 5 in the first game, and they had him in the position 4 this game. They put him on the Nature's Prophet lane because Nature's Prophet wins lanes anyway. Doesn't matter where you put it. And he played really well, right? It wasn't like he was just there.
Yeah, no, he was a huge impact.
Yeah,
like,
go on.
The laning stage is like the big issue for when you're talking stand-in, right? It's like, it's not his role. He's a 3-position player, so they're just getting him through it, and then once the lane stage is over, it's just Dota, right? And he played good Dota today.
Yeah, it's something that drew my attention. At the first match, seems like Liquid had the better strategy, so they won. But on the second game, they were the better team there.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to win MP against TB. It makes no sense. You see a TB die in first blood. Liquid outplayed them the entire game. I feel like Talon could get away with this draft. I see TB can be greedy, but it's a hero that has deep push against the MP. It's a 2-carry strategy against Morphling. I could see Talon draft definitely working. It's a Talon draft.
Yeah.
And Liquid just outplayed them.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of outplays, I mean, Liquid, their smokes were clean. They were forcing BKBs. They were initiating well with the clockwork. They were canceling pulverizes. They were kiting in and out. Every time they would lose a fight, it doesn't matter. They would respawn and smoke again. They just brute force their way into victory here. They did not let them play on their Tree and Terrorblade draft. They did not give them any space to even inch away from their side of the map, from their base on the side of Talon. So Liquid were just relentless monsters in this one. And again, I am so impressed because I seriously doubted them here. I feel, I don't know, shocked, I guess. I don't know what to say anymore.
You can point at all 3 of the Liquid cores and talk about why they were the MVP of that game. I mean, Mickey went 17-3, but also Zai, you're not supposed to win that lane against TB. That's a counter pick matchup,
Yep.
right? He had a phenomenal lane. I mean, Nisha, he's usually the guy everybody's pointing at, so, you know, he's used to it at this point, but his Pango, like, he was mega carrying the fights too, with these perfect chain stuns on the TA who could otherwise blink out with the refraction, right? So just high skill all around, a lot of fights that should not have gone Liquid's way, and they just played better.
Yep. And they fought well around Roche too. Like, the way they played around Roche was great. When Talon chose to take the fight, I think it was into the second Roche with Terrorblade's BKB, it kind of looked like Liquid might just run, but they didn't run. They stood their ground and they got whatever they could out of it. And that was just the story of the game over and over again. It felt like they wanted to meet them head on, and they did. And yeah, maybe Talon did draft a greedier draft, but they did have space in this game, right? They did have entry points into the game. There was that double kill mid for Mikoto on the shoulders of Q's epic play, right? There was that 4-man smoke that they did on Liquid, I mean on Talon when they went into Liquid and they actually killed them and they turned the tides of the game. So it's not like the game was uneven after a certain point, right? Both teams had a shot and Liquid just outperformed them.
Yeah, and I like how all of you have been consistently mentioning Liquid as opposed to just one specific player, because I feel like during Western European DPC, everyone was like, oh, Nisha. And then even during group stage, at the beginning of it was like, yeah, Nisha's still operating. And then it was about that moment, I think, in the Team Master game that didn't really matter for Liquid, that they were like, what if we let someone else carry the game? And that has been crystallizing throughout their entire playoff bracket, that it has been a team effort all around. And the most important member on that team, perhaps, is the one that keeps them all in high spirits. And we've got Snare standing by with Insania for an interview.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. And indeed, I am here with Insania, support player for the side of Team Liquid, grand finalist for Team Liquid. Fam, how do you feel? Not only just, you got top 3, right, again at a Valve event, but now you got into the grand finals. This is like a first for you, right? So how does it feel to be at this, like, the pinnacle now of Dota 2?
It feels amazing. And, last night we were like talking between us after we lost to Gladiators, and Blitz was like, yeah, I mean, we're in the top 3. Imagine, like, you're going up against 2 of the best teams in the world. It would be insane of you guys to think that you can win. And he's just like going on and on about like how, a stand-in difference is so big. And then I got really mad. I remember I went to bed, I was really angry, and I told Jabs, like, because we're sharing rooms, I told him, like, hey, we're going to win tomorrow. I don't care, we're going to win tomorrow. So it feels really, really good, because it's very rare that I get to, like, really, tell it to William.
You get to
and I'm
Blitz.
gonna give it to him. Just wait. As soon as we're done here, I'm gonna walk off and just non-stop give it to him.
And be like, yeah, you thought we couldn't win with the stand-in, right?
Yeah.
Let's be honest, though. A lot of people thought that you wouldn't be able to do it, right? Especially given how high the level was when you have Boxy in the team versus now, right? Can you talk to us about internally in the team? What's the difference having Jabs versus having Boxy? And does it change your preparation process as well?
I mean, I think the biggest thing, and especially yesterday we felt it, was that we don't have the heroes that we really need. A lot of the ways we want to build our drafts is built around Boxy. So not having him was very, very big in that regard. And also he tends to lead a certain part of our game where we realize we're just like headless chickens, just like, I don't know what we're doing. We're just waiting for Boxy to tell us, like, all right, let's do this. And then there's just no Boxy. So today we decided, you know what, like, we'll just have to fill the gaps. We'll just have to play the heroes. They won't be as good as Boxy, but we'll just do our best and, you know, play off of like our understanding of the game and try to like make do with what we've got. So, yeah.
Does it kind of feel like now, because one of the things I remember you guys talking about in the interview is that you went out of your way to try and rebuild your team structure and identity as like a group of really good players, not necessarily a selection of individually excellent players, right?
Yeah.
Do you think now that you have one of the key members of the team taken away, does that kind of refacilitation pay off now when you have difficulties versus if it was just all smooth sailing?
It's hard to say. I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah.
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 And then now in the team, who's actually doing most of the shot calling now that Boxy is not in? For that part of the game that Boxy is normally responsible for, who's taken up the responsibility to do that?
I don't think anyone can fill Boxy's gap. So nobody's really filling his gap, but we're understanding like between all of us, we just got to try to come up with some ideas. I thought Nisha was being really, really quiet in game 2, but apparently his microphone was muted, and we didn't realize till like minute 15 or something, because he doesn't always talk the most at the start of the game, so that was quite funny. But yeah, I think he tried to talk. I know Mikke really stepped up today. I feel like he was probably the star of the show for me. I don't know if it looked that way from the outside, but
really
my guy was ready to win. You know, he hates losing, and he really wanted to win today. So I think he stepped up and talked a lot more than he generally does. But again, Boxy's gap is hard to fill.
Given that like most of the team are not now going into those grand finals, right? In the event, not only is it the first grand finals for most of you, the first major tournament for most of you getting to the finals, it'll be your first trophy as well, right? Who's now calming the nerves to make sure that the level of Dota stays consistent despite the fact that the pressure is definitely going to be higher in the finals?
I mean, I don't really, ever since TI, I don't really think about it anymore. Because I think when you get to, at least for me, it felt like after we got to a certain point at TI, then it's just, you realize that it's just fake. It's all in your own head. It's only pressure if you build it up to your pressure. All I feel like I'm doing is playing Dota with 4 of my best friends. You know? So there's no pressure. I mean, it's like, if you win, it's amazing and it's awesome, but I feel like having that kind of, we have to win, or, you know, like, if we win, what's going to happen to my life? Like, nothing changes. I'm going to still, you know, go back to the hotel, sleep, wake up, go to the bathroom, I'll still be the same person. Nothing changes, you know? So, yeah.
One thing that will change, though. One thing that will change. If you win the tournament, right, the look on Blitz's face when you tell him, I told you.
That's all I want. That's all I want in my life.
Who cares about winning trophies? All about sticking it to your coach. But that's from Insana, one of the support players on the side of Team Liquid, now guaranteed in the grand finals, 1 series away from potentially claiming his first major trophy. Good luck, have fun, and keep playing Dota with your friends, fam.
Thanks, man.
Insania, we'll see you later for the grand finals. Back to you, Tsunami and the gang.
Words of wisdom for anyone who enjoys this game. You don't have to be a top-tier competitive player to be enjoying your friends and being able to have fun together playing a video game. But it is pretty good if you're able to do it for hundreds of thousands of dollars and then the promise of making it to the international. But unfortunately, the journey ends for Talon Esports. It was an inspiring run as well. Obviously from different angles. For Liquid, it's because of the stand-in. They were originally considered favorites, and now it's adjusting to having a different player altogether. But for Southeast Asia, it's beating expectations. I think the entire community globally of Dota has been underrating Southeast Asia, and rightfully so. The TI performance most recently was not really anyone's expectations with how poorly Southeast Asia did, but getting a top 3 finish yet again, all the way back from the ANA Major, and now being able to repeat it with 4 out of 5 different players is encouraging for the health of the region.
Yeah, I would say so, for sure. And I think that there are a lot of teams that didn't qualify to this major that could still potentially go to the next one, right? SMG in particular comes to mind. I think they have a lot of potential too. Talon just had this really, really great development from the start of DPC Tour 1 to now, right? They started off a little shaky. I think their identity still wasn't firm within them, right? Because Jabs had joined it and he had a lot to say and he had a lot of ideas, and it looked a little bit strange sometimes, right? They started off the season playing like safe lane Doom. They started off the season kind of doing things
Don't remind me.
Their fans were questioning it, but they were willing to try. They tried, and towards the end, they really fit into each other, and they developed a very, very strong sense of identity that they carried on into this major. And we saw them in this major with that identity, right? We saw the tri-cores, we saw the one core, we saw the 4 melee heroes that won yesterday, right? There are so many things that they did that people just didn't expect out of them, and I think that they have so much more in store for us.
Estini, if you had to look at Talon throughout the course of this entire event and choose an MVP on this roster, obviously the entire team has been playing phenomenally, but a lot of the global community might not be too familiar.
Yeah.
They already know Ole. They already know Ole, but how about some of the other players on this roster who may not have as much exposure to the community that impressed you?
Mikoto is absolutely dominating the mid lane every match. I watch him. This guy is a beast. I'm really willing to see him play more. I'm kind of worried of Talon, to be honest, because they might be the best C team in the world, but they might not be the best C team in C. Yeah. Because the competition there is super hard, and the timing that they picked, there's going to be a new patch now. Everything changes, and the teams there are so hard competition. We might even see SMG qualifying any other team, so it's a very stacked region.
Yeah,
let's keep an eye on it.
The other roster change that happened recently was Bleed Esports now has DJ and Ice 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 on that roster as well. And so there's a lot of superstars in Southeast Asia. And consistently in Southeast Asia, that is a problem. Like you said, Estini, you can be the best team internationally, but then sometimes in your own region, you're not that great. And the reverse also very commonly happens, where you're the best in your region, and then you just kind of farm your region. You get sent internationally, and it kind of falls to pieces. But I think Mikoto should be very, very satisfied with his performance. All of Talon should be thrilled.
Yeah. Can I also just give a quick shout out to Q?
Yes,
and
please.
I think that he had an incredible performance this major too.
His first major.
His first major, and he was so stable every game. He was making so much plays. Even in that game too, he was the one who got Mikoto that double kill by baiting and juking, and just I just feel that his Tiny has been so good. Everything has been so good. Even when Talon have been losing the early game, it felt like off of his back they were able to come back into it as well. So just shout out to him. Keep it up, man.
Yeah, and on the topic of a new patch, we at least heard that Sunbi and Jabs have a long relationship together, Jenkins, and that kind of dynamic where you're able to study a brand new patch with someone.
Yeah.
I feel like Southeast Asia was lacking that before. They wouldn't really have the support staff, especially not one as seasoned as Sunbi.
Right, and that's honestly why I feel like I get it. SEA is going to be a stacked region, but I'm still very confident for Talon just because of the improvement that they've had coming from Div 2. And then they pick up Sunbi, they get Jabs. We've seen them evolve throughout this tournament, throughout the group stage. I feel like they can do that again on a new patch. I just have that feeling. This doesn't seem like it's not a team that needed a patch to be out for a long time to figure it out, because they were already like kind of a new roster, right, with bringing in a coach, bringing in a new captain. Like, that's a big change to figure out, right? And so figuring that out within a tournament, I'm pretty confident we'll see these guys again at a major.
We've seen the rapid growth just over the course of the past month and a half, and over the course of the next DPC season, hopefully they can replicate it. But I would like to take one last look at the bracket, because we have filled out the entire thing. My favorite part of a tournament is seeing all the blanks on the first day and having no idea what's going to end up at the very end. But as now Team Liquid have defeated Talon Esports in the lower bracket final, they're going to get a rematch, Estini. Do you think they've learned enough lessons from their first series against Gamin Gladiators? Maybe the main one of swapping Jabs and Insania's lane positioning, or is Gamin Gladiators just too good?
It's fun that if you ask me this at the beginning of the day, I would say 0 chance.
Yeah.
And now I see Liquid playing and I say they definitely stand a chance, especially if they're willing to steal the IO hero or counter with AA type of hero. So I really believe Liquid can do it.
And I think they need a solution. They've definitely spent the night talking. I mean, did they talk about what they would do against Gladiators again? Insania mentioned that Blitz, not Will. He mentioned that Blitz did not have faith in them today, and that's why he wants to go rub it in his face.
That's classic Jiraiya, though.
Yes,
always underrating Naruto.
That is actually classic Jiraiya. That's why I said he's a Jiraiya. But I wonder if they spent time talking about this, because what happened to them yesterday was that they had no counterplay for this IO Lush, and they ended up losing to it in game 1, and then instead of wanting to play against it in game 2 because they just couldn't draft for it with the swap that had happened for them, they ended up swapping Lina for Brood, right? They gave away Brood, they took Alina, they didn't know what to do, they just didn't want to do the IO Lush again, and that looked just as bad for them. So during the downtime now, I'm sure they're going to run through drafts, they're going to run through possibilities. Like, this upcoming hour is going to be very important for them.
They can definitely give Lina away with Rubik and P as an answer, but not Brood, no way.
Well,
they will also
all right,
Don't whelp me, Jenkins.
I had a stat.
How dare you? Okay, fine. Have one stat.
Okay. This is the only time that any team. There's been 2 other times where a team has gone undefeated in the playoffs.
Okay.
2 times in the history of Dota.
Okay.
So you were calling Liquid the protagonist. Gamin Gladiators is the final boss.
True. What was the other one?
The other majors?
The other team that went undefeated in the major.
It was Liquid in the China Super Major, and then VP at the ESL Birmingham.
Encouraging stuff. Those are big shoes to follow and big shoes to fill. And I'm sure one thing that Team Liquid might be looking to do is probably have some food, especially Peruvian food. There's an interesting dynamic in Peruvian food, Estini. I don't know if you're privy to it. You're Brazilian primarily, but how common is food truck culture in Brazil?
It's becoming popular. It's becoming popular for hot dogs and burgers. It's becoming popular.
Okay, that seems like somewhat healthier, because in Peru there's this thing called a tia veneno. If you speak Spanish, it would be the poison aunt kind of thing. Auntie, yeah, poisonous aunt. What does that mean? Well, allow me to do a little bit of cultural correspondence for you and show you this video.
Vamos. Papas. Muy papas.
Estos se fríen mejor en aceite bien caliente. Bien, Taipa. Y hasta a veces piden su yapita, porque así comen acá.
Ketchup. I got it. Enjoy. Una hamburguesa and un chipapa.
Okay. Salami, alcánzame un plato, porfa. Chipapa y hamburguesa me dijeron, ¿verdad? Sí.
Ají. 3.
Mostaza. Ají no, hija. Ok. Es rico.
¿Es para mí?
Obvio, ¿cómo no te voy a servir, Tsunami? Te vas a enamorar, ¿ah?
Todas las cremas. Todas las cremas.
¿Qué tal?
Perfecto. ¿Qué tal, chicas? ¿Les gustó la comida?
Buenazo, buenazo.
Vuelvan pronto. Si have an answer.
Tsunami, para ser tu primer día ha estado excelente. Espero y vuelvas pronto por acá.
Yeah, that's right. I am more bilingual than you may have thought. How'd I do, Estini? How would you rate that Spanish?
Muy papas.
Oh, muy papas. You know I love the papas.
It was a 9.5 out of 10.
Hell yeah.
That was really weird that there was a cut right before you said anything in Spanish.
I don't know what you're talking about.
That was really convenient.
They did not AI dub my voice in, I'll have you know. In fact, I phonetically wrote down some things. They took out some of my lines. Would you be able to score me one more time? So I said, ¿Qué tal, chicas? Which means,
how you doing, girls?
¿Les gustó la comida?
Do you like the food?
¿Qué tal me vieron como cocinero?
How am I as a cooker?
Okay, so I didn't do that bad. Bueno, muchas gracias, chicas. Ciao, vuelvan pronto.
Thanks. Thank you a lot, girls. We see...
Why is everything
Vuelvan
girls?
pronto. Vuelvan pronto. This is the one that took me the most
That's
practice.
a good question.
Vuelvan pronto.
These are very specific lines.
Yeah.
Is that a Peruvian?
Portuguese speaker, yeah.
Okay, fine. I believe that one means come back soon.
Girls.
Yeah.
He wants to use this knowledge for the future.
Come back
Right.
Yeah.
¿Qué tal, chicas? ¿Qué tal, chicas?
My boy's on Tinder while he's here for sure, dude.
It's not working though. Maybe they know how bad my cooking skills are, and they know that I'm not a cinero. Was that chef? Cocinero?
Maybe.
No,
I don't know.
Let's just assume it is.
Cocinero.
Cocinero.
Ah, sí.
Oh, it was one
yes.
word? Oh my god, didn't tell me anything. That's okay. I'm more than happy to make a fool of myself on camera, but I would like all of you to vuelvan pronto to this stream, because we're not going anywhere. The Liquid game versus Gamin Gladiators may be in around an hour, but we've got a real cosplay competition for you. You may have seen the cospobre yesterday, but we got the high-grade stuff today. So stick around and we'll be back with the cosplay competition in just a bit.
Ollie, I want to ask about the difference in regions. Being able to experience multiple regions from the inside as well, playing there during DPC, the scrims, everything like that. How does it feel for you? Like, is there a big cultural change between the teams? Is there a change in the playstyle?
Maybe mostly the playstyle and how the culture work is totally different. In China, there is more scrim and more about teamwork, how we're gonna do this thing. But in the sea, I feel like we are kind of more chilling, and we're gonna try what is not like in the China. Maybe they like to play team fight hero, but in sea they like to play maybe personal high skill hero, and that can do a lot of things.
You're referring to me or what?
See, there's more individual, the individuality in C. You think that comes from pubs in C?
Now the C is, I can meet all the China in one game, so I can't tell.
You think playing support in C in pubs is torture?
Not really, when I'm having some hero that can become carry also.
The secret is 5 carries, is that what you're saying? Okay, all right.
We have just seen Team Liquid guarantee a place in the grand finals. While that game is getting ready between themselves and Gamin Gladiators, we still have one more order of business to attend to. The cosplay competition, the proper one that we're going to be having on the finals day. My name is Sneh and I'm joined by some experts in this drip department. I've got Purge, I've got Lyrical, I've got Sheepsticked. Have y'all happened to see any of the cosplay, or are you going to be going in a little bit blind here, Purge?
I'm blind. We saw those amazing cardboard cosplays yesterday. I was very impressed. But I'm expecting higher quality work today because they're allowed to spend more than, I don't know, $100 on their cosplays.
Yeah, but the heart, soul, and passion that went into that BKB made of buckets and trash bags really set my heart aflame.
Awesome. That was good.
So I don't know if these can live up to that.
I'm feeling the same type of way. I think I've sort of been peeping a little ones behind the scenes, and I think there's some cool ones heroes I haven't seen before at least, so I'm really stoked for it.
It's going to be fun, especially because there's a pretty big prize pool at hand, right? $2,500. I'm not sure how they're going to apportion the winnings, but that's what they're all competing for. Already got a couple of people getting themselves on stage, so we're going to be seeing what these outfits look like, what this drip looks like. The crowd is still hanging about, people chilling. Also, shout out to everybody in South America who's still hanging out. That's not bad. This is okay. What do we think about this one? This is actually kind of nice. All right, I advocate that has to be the new taunts. Put that into the game right now.
The hip slap.
He was slapping his ass.
I thought
there,
that is a taunt, isn't it? Is it the one that goes ramp, 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 and he like slaps his butt?
Does he have colored contacts? Because his eyes are creepy.
His face is very smushed, but everything about this is super awesome. Like, I love it. He's got also like a body muscle suit on underneath it.
Yeah.
Oh, what a guy.
All the better to break your neck with.
Does seem like you're definitely wearing contacts. Seems heavy. Like, you can see that it's buckling a little bit there, but looks very good. Very, very blue. So that's the first thing that we're seeing right now. Let's actually do it Olympic style. So, Sheep, let's start with you. Out of 10, what are we giving?
Yes, the form is very good. The creation is nice. However, it does look a little unstable, like it might break apart in the horns.
She's going very British.
But that wasn't British. I don't even know what that was.
It's like a posh accent.
It's like a heart. No, I have no idea what that was. It came from a dark place. No, I don't know. I like it. I think it looks cool. It's creative, and I'm really happy to see a nice looker.
Okay, out of 10?
Let's do like a 7.
7. All right, Lyrical, what you got for me?
I mean, I thought she was going to say 9, the way she was talking about, but I'll give that like an 8. I think the commitment also to wear something that heavy when it's hot in here like this, very much appreciated.
I give no points for that kind of garbage.
Yeah, what the hell, brother?
I'm going to give it an 8, though.
They showed up.
I think it's solid, but maybe I'll change my mind in the future when I compare it to everything else, but I'm going to give it an 8.
All right, so that's a decent score, 7, 8, and 8. And now we move on to see our Marana, the kitty. Unfortunately, we have to dock point because did not go out and tame some mythical beast to show up riding it.
True.
Not good enough.
No genetic creation in the lab prior to cosplaying. It's a very, very low effort here.
I also need to know if the bow is functional. Like, I want her to at least shoot one attendee to prove that it's good, and then that will raise the points.
All right. I think probably if the bow is real, they might have confiscated the arrows. So
that's fair.
Security might have pulled it up for the sake of the audience. Maybe she would have found the horn guy and be like, "You deserve this arrow. This is for you."
It looks like pretty good construction, all that stuff. I think I recognize this Marana set too. But yeah, the bow's not quite as cool as I like the other one. I like the Night Stalker one more personally.
Yeah, for sure. But it looks like it's all hand sewn and everything. So
that's
it's still really well done, but
yeah,
not exactly the most impressive, but it's really good.
I made a mistake by putting Night Stalker at 7 because I don't feel good putting this at a 6. I would put this at a 7 and the Night Stalker at an 8.
Join us. Only 1 point lower? Really?
Well,
I wish there was more structure, as in like it just looks like loose fabric and it's kind of draping. I wish it was more like pauldron-like,
But you can tell that there's a lot of work that's put into it, right?
For sure.
Like all those little gems and stuff too that are on there.
Oh, nice.
You know what I mean?
Or
I didn't see that before.
Also, it's sewn well. Like it's all seamless looking. It's like very nicely sewn together.
7 sounds good.
7s?
No, not yeah. I don't want to be mean because I really appreciate cosplaying and like how hot it is because you're making your own clothes, right?
Yeah, of course.
It's really difficult. If I did have to dock points, it would be for the fact that the bow is not 3D.
Okay.
All right, 2D bow. So 7s all across the board?
Yeah.
I did not say 7. I gave what did I do? Night Stalker? I think I gave it an 8. I'm gonna give this.
It's probably
I'm gonna give it a 5.
A 5? Okay, that makes me feel better about giving it a 6.
It's fine, but it's not It's not incredible.
Everybody loves cosplay, okay? It's a 7. That's what I'm saying.
The reason Purge is here is for the hard-hitting analysis.
Like, and the bow, it's crap. Okay, I'm sorry, the bow's crap.
The bow does deduct
So you're sticking to 5?
Yeah, I'm going to stick on 5.
And Cheap, what about you? You thinking to 7?
It's good effort, but...
No, I'll give it a 6. I feel better now, because now I know Pudge is going to be the mean guy. I can...
okay. So you're gonna toss off the hard commentary to him, and you can just be like, well,
like
can be a bit more
my
conciliatory.
bow wouldn't even look that good.
Can't we all just get along?
No.
Somebody has to win Lyrical.
We're Dota players.
I'll give it a 6.9, okay? We're going the point scale.
A 69, huh?
No,
Okay.
get out of here.
Yeah, Kevin's bow sucks. He doesn't shoot very far.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, poor Kevin.
It would be really cool if somebody went to the trouble of like learning archery just for the sake of being the better Morana cosplayer. And then you actually spend some time, you come with a target as well. You know, the target's shaped like a creep. You shoot it, it instantly falls over. And
Dude,
like,
you guys ever do archery?
Yeah, I did.
It's fun.
I like archery a lot. Big fan. Oh, what's up, Blue?
So we still have a lot more cosplaying to go. The prize pool is still pretty expansive, and I personally still have quite a few more people, so we're going to be having more coming up once they feel comfortable introducing them. And here is Le Anti-Mage.
Oh.
So we tend to see quite a few Anti-Mages, actually. But how does this rank for y'all relative to some of the Anti-Mages we've seen, especially at like a TI and stuff?
I don't remember seeing too many personally, but so far it looks good. Initial impression is solid.
Is this the first way?
I think it might be the first way. That's what I was wondering about.
Yeah. It should look solid. I need to get a more... I want to see a close-up of the weapons.
Weapons
they
are
look cool.
A little blocky.
Oh, that's what... She's playing in
They're
1080.
decent.
She's playing in 1080. You know.
Oh,
get the
okay,
full
that way.
resolution. Yeah.
But the rest of the costume looks really good.
It does look very good. Hair is good. Made sure that the markings are in the right place. I like this one.
It looks like it's also a bunch of individual pieces. Like the pauldrons are separate from the rest of it. I think you can unconnect from it. Like there's also those buckles and stuff all over the place. I think this is a really good one. I like this one more than Murano one.
Yeah.
No offense. We don't need to compare.
Well, no,
we literally do.
We literally
This is a
do.
contest.
Everybody can win. Come on, guys.
Kind of the nature of the word competition, Miracle. It implies everybody cannot win.
All right, here. Sure, we got the close-up. All right, let's see. So it's slightly curved, as in it's not holding up particularly well. It doesn't have strength of form. You know, that's a little point deducted here and there. It looks like the detailing as well on the blade. You know, a little bit wonky. Yeah, it's not the cleanest it could be.
It isn't the cleanest it could be, but I still think it looks pretty good, right? It probably could only look better if it was actual metal. And again, you know, security might have stopped them from coming into the venue.
Hopefully. You don't want people coming in here with weapons.
Yeah,
that's scary.
Snare's qualification every time. He's like, I want it to look like a deadly weapon. I want to fear for my personal safety, or otherwise
I want them to shoot arrows.
If I'm very glad that I have to stay on this side of the table, then I'm like, oh, that's good cosplay.
Yeah.
I would give bonus points if they managed to blink away somehow, just disappear.
Nice.
Yeah, any animation would have been nice too. Like that always.
That's a good point.
That always sells a little bit more.
Like the Night Stalker with doing his own taunt. That was good.
He did some like attacks as well that looked very reminiscent to me.
Yeah, like the Treant yesterday in the garbage competition, he was really role playing hard.
Yeah, he was. It really does help.
All right, so let's talk. What are we giving this one, Purge? You can start this one off.
I would give her like a 6.5. I thought it was like really solid. Good improvement.
New rule. Solid numbers only. I'm not giving any points.
Yeah.
I think 6.5 seems fine.
7, I guess. I'd rather round up than down in this case, but I would have done.
I'm putting it at 7. 7 sounds good to me.
I do a
another 7. Lyrical, interesting.
Yeah.
No one
Listen, I give Night Stalker an 8, okay?
better than Murano. What's the Night Stalker? That's a 7 for me.
All right, so 7s all across the board on this one. That seems a little bit fair, so we are coming back. We have a little bit of time still before the next one does come up. So far, so good. Everybody agrees it's a competition except Lyrical. You actually want to see some victories here.
Just have fun, you know? It's like Dota. Nobody needs to win.
Yeah,
you can just have fun.
No one ever has a bad time when playing Dota, ever. No, never.
Lyrical,
smile.
Lyrical, who's your least favorite panelist in Dota?
Probably you right now.
Unpicked hero right here.
Oh my god.
Nice.
So this is going to be the first time we get to see a Necrophos at the Lima Major. Not going to happen in the game, coming in the cosplay contest.
Definitely not.
That looks good, though. I like what I'm seeing.
Curved weapon, probably lore accurate. Yeah, his scythe is a big. All right, his scythe looks really good.
There is some struggle walking, which is understandable.
Yeah, Necro's an old person.
Yeah, that's a good point.
They got the face makeup too. It looks really
good.
The LED.
Really well done.
Yeah, this looks like a really good 7
He's got the
here.
animations go. He just re-recite them, but he was full HP, so I didn't kill him.
I don't know what that material is that the actual Scythepaw is made of, because I'm stupid, but it looks insane.
It looks fucking cool.
Yeah.
This is
All right.
All right, nines.
No, that's
minimums.
a 10. That's
10s?
a 10
All
for
right.
me.
This is
That's sick.
That was awesome.
That's one of the coolest cosplays I've ever seen.
This is actually nutty.
Oh my god.
This is as close to perfect as you could probably get. Actually.
And look, there's like some luminescence going on, like where the feet are and stuff too.
Yeah. I can't give it a 10, okay? I'll give this a 9.
Okay.
And my only criticism is that you can tell that, like, on the hood and stuff, it's not entirely balanced. You know? There's, like, some, it's slightly leaning to the side.
Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really good.
It's really
The lantern
good.
looks insane.
They are risking electrocution for the sake of entertaining us here, Sheep.
But the hood isn't balanced. if 10 is a absolutely perfect, I can't in good faith say that this is perfect. But it's close as hell.
Look at those eyes.
I mean, I want to give it a 10. I do want to give it a 10.
I want to give it a 10 too, but it's definitely closer to 10 than a 9.
Yeah.
So I feel like I have to just say 10.
Yo, making an executive
9.5?
decision.
9.5?
Across the board. We're done. 10s
Really
across
good.
the board. This is just way too good.
It is really good.
Genuinely incredible. So I love what I see.
moly.
10s. That was
awesome.
Really good.
All
Really
right.
good.
Yeah.
Like Hot Stopper Aura is hitting me here, actually, just from that. That was
Okay.
That was really impressive.
Pay to lose cosmetic, the gold one that like lets
Oh,
you, warns you like, hey, by the way, you're
right.
taking damage.
Yeah,
I like
letting
that.
us know. But now
use it.
they might get paid to win. So
Wow.
Hey,
You're
that's
so
how
right.
it's all going to work out. So that's, of course, a couple of cosplays down. We still have a few more to go before this particular competition is all wrapped up. So far, the Necro one, everybody has to agree that that one's the best.
Yes.
So far, yeah.
So far, it is the best, right? There is some close contests, right? The Night Stalker one is also really, really good. Now, we just need somebody to do a flying animation. One of the flying heroes is like, come swooping in.
You just want them to be attached to the ceiling via cable.
Yep.
Right.
The wiring comes in.
I did see like some paragliders that were going by the other day with like a motor attached to them. They come in through the roof. Oh man.
Little did you know, that was just people practicing for the cosplay contest.
Right,
So,
exactly.
I was like slightly worried. What would happen if one of those like crashed into the arena? Because they fly like right over us, basically.
I think they're good at what they do to not crash.
It looks like a gyrocopter or something. you know?
That's a cosplay.
There we
It's
go.
happening.
But if they, gyro doesn't have a big parachute thingy, whatever.
Not yet.
Sail.
Maybe next
Yeah,
set.
a little different.
I think the last time I was really impressed with the cosplay was the Weaver one, where he was on like the skateboard and rolling across the floor.
Right.
Yeah.
That was like really good. I want to see that level of creativity.
I mean, we still have quite a few costumes to go today, so let us find out if anybody else will have this. We have a Lina right here coming in. So Lina, unfortunately, we've gotten sick and tired of seeing her in our games, but this is still a pretty decent outfit here. I've got the little flames as well.
Yeah, she's not flying. Gonna have to take points off for that one.
For sure, yeah.
Didn't figure out how to defy gravity for her cosplay. Just really not good work ethic right there.
I mean, bringing fire makes her better than a lot of other Lina cosplayers I've seen in my time.
Is she gonna throw it at blue? That'd be awesome.
It'll be better if it was real fire, right? If you don't risk scorching your actual hands for the sake of a cosplay contest, are you even that dedicated?
Yeah.
This looks good though.
It looks really good.
Embroidered really well. It fits really well as well. The added fire is nice. The hair is a nice touch. Sheep, what do you make of this from a construction point of view?
Looks pretty solid. Obviously, you have like if you look around the neck area, it's got the little flick ups. I have no idea if that's part of the actual set.
Is it balanced
I
properly?
don't know if it's meant to. There's nothing to balance on this one. It's pretty good. Everything's holding up well. You got all the trimmings are very clean. The material, it looks nice. It's got the shine on it.
There's also commitment. She keeps her hands up constantly.
Yeah.
So it's a
Animations.
workout right there. Some animations.
How do you balance this like cosplay thing? Because like in my mind, I'm trying to think: do I think it's better than the Night Stalker one? The Night Stalker seemed like way more work than like a humanoid cosplay. But in the same vein, I don't want to discount somebody just because they picked a humanoid like cosplay.
Right.
But what do you do here?
I mean, for me at least, when I'm thinking about that, I'm looking at, okay, how much have you hit the set and the specific thing that you're trying to do? How well did you accomplish that goal? And sort of, if you sort of take a more ambitious cosplay, something that's a little bit more crazy that you need to do, like that Night Stalker, that's where you have like a higher ceiling of points that you can get. You get what I'm saying? So for me, I'd probably put that at the same level as the Night Stalker one because I think she's hitting the Lina set like perfectly. Kind of, and then the Night Stalker was like a little bit, some weird stuff here and there. But maybe I'm wrong in that. I don't know what you
Sounds
think.
about right.
I suppose it's similar to like Dota, right? It's that there's a lot of really cool, intricate, very complex strategies that you could pull off.
Yeah.
But then if you try that stuff and it doesn't work, you would have been better off trying something simple that you do really, really well.
Wow.
And then if that goes really well, then we're like, yeah, this is working. Yeah.
Applicable Dota analogy.
But I think like, I can't remember the exact set, but I feel like, you know, it's more impressive if you're able to make the skirt like float out a little bit more, you know? Add some like floatiness to it. Oh, what?
All right, back-to-back Linas. All right, before we talk about this new Lina, previous Lina, very quickly, Sheep.
Wait, look at that walk. Holy!
She said what? 7.
Seven for the previous Lina?
Yeah, I'll go 7.
If I gave Marana a 6, I'd give her also a 6.
Okay, 6, 7, 7. All right, let's talk about the new Lina, Lina 2. There might be several of them, so we might have to just apply versions here. What do we think here about this one, Lyrical? Lina 2, not as intricate as Lina 1 at this point in time.
No, it's not. Although did have like a lot of the sort of pizzazz coming out down the runway there, which you always love to see. Not holding the arms out for the animations as much, but it's hard to, you know, fall somebody up on stage for the first time. But I mean, it's a very similar type of fireball mechanics.
Yeah, very. They got their FX from the same person, I think.
Yeah.
Sheep, what do you think about the paint on that chest piece? Does it? You think so?
Yeah, because they use like, if I'm looking at it correctly, it looks like they use darker paint around the edges to give it more volume. To make it look like it's standing out. It looks really nice. The gem looks really clean. I actually like this way more than the last one.
Really?
As well. Yeah, because of the materials used, it's like, it's not as glossy. It's more like matte.
Oh,
you know, so it's much easier to look overall.
From my perspective, that makes it look simpler a little bit. Her back cape is great, for sure.
I like that a lot. It looked like Lina. She had the confidence in that walk, you know. Overall, I honestly would give that. What was my other scores? And I'd give it an 8.
You said 6 or 8 for this one.
8. I really liked it. It was simple, but like that was like good construction.
Okay.
I mean, I will give props for the paint job as well. The painting was very well done on the chest piece. So yeah. That's pretty good. Lyrical, what's your read on the situation? And you're not actually, new rule for you. No more 7s.
I think oh no. That's what? All right, then I guess I have to go 8. I mean, I liked it too. Actually, I think I like the other one more, but that's also, you know more about that stuff than I do. So to me, the glossy's like kind of cool looking. Yeah. It's like shiny and stuff. So I'll give that one a 6 then, since I can't give 7.
I gotta go lower. I think I'm gonna say 6. I thought it was really solid, but I just thought it was inferior to the previous Lina set.
Yeah.
With my little monkey brain. I'm not good at this cosplay, so I'm trying. I'm trying.
You know, we wasted all of our actual intelligence judging Dota. So now looking at this, we're like,
let's go!
That's a rare set right there, guys.
That's a good one.
Now, if we're talking about being able to fully embody the hero, the walk is done very well. The gun is nice. The little hobble. This is perfect. This is awesome. This is excellent.
Am I watching Lord of the Rings right now? Because it feels like it. It's lore accurate right there.
And my rifle.
I don't know. I hate Sniper though, so this like fills me with a lot of dread.
what
Seeing a
score would
Sniper
you give?
cosplay. I don't know. I mean, I like the cosplay, but I hate the hero. So again, it's sort of making me feel sad. Oh my god,
it
looks
really
so
walk-on looks so good, and it still looks. He's got a nose prosthetic, I'm pretty sure.
Look at those boots.
The walk is great.
The hobble is
the LEDs and the gun. Snare, are you intimidated by his firearm right now?
Let's see. So it looks like the projectile that came out of that wouldn't necessarily hit terminal velocity, but it would hurt. It would hurt enough that I'm like,
dude, it
okay.
actually is
Or worst
crazy.
case scenario, he could throw that gun at me, and that would really hurt.
Yeah.
So all right.
Oh, his dial's moving on his gun.
Oh, that is.
It could just be a magnet or something, but still, it's moving.
That's a very nice
this is
touch.
like.
All right.
Oh my god.
How is this
How is
this not a 10?
This is a 10.
This is such a 10. Amazing.
They even made their nose big and round, just like Snipers.
There's face prosthetics that they have on. The skin tone looks good.
They made their own friggin' eyebrows.
All the first stuff looks amazing. The cape looks amazing.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's just LEDs everywhere.
A Minotaur horn behind too.
The freaking animations are so good.
I feel like the literal only criticism I could give it is that the face prosthetics aren't entirely smooth. Like you can kind of see where they've like put it on, but like it's so minor.
Yeah.
It doesn't detract from the 10.
Yeah.
I don't like Sniper.
He's not carrying grenades. That's the only issue that I have. He was carrying grenades for the concussor, then I'd be like, all right, 11. But definitely, that's
true.
That was some preem cosplay right there.
I would let that sniper shoot me.
It's a 9 from me, okay?
Ah.
It looks cool,
No.
but I don't like sniper. I'm not about that.
That's messed
That's
up.
the
Damn,
only thing. And the
that's
nose,
crazy.
right? Yeah, the nose was definitely it.
I thought he was finally going to give a
Is this
negative
your revenge for me
score.
banning you from 7s?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. So 9 from Lyrical for the sniper. That was really, really good, though. That was
really good.
Yeah. That must have taken an incredibly long time to come out to set up, right? That's not a day's work. That's several weeks of making sure that every piece is in the right place.
if not more. I just think the set choice is good too. The fur really added some good dimension to the set, and it's also like a piece. It's like an aspect of crafting that's easy to reproduce as reality. You know, you just buy some like fake fur stuff, you jam in it, so it just like made everything look so good and realistic that there was less to criticize from my perspective. I don't know. It's a good choice.
Yeah. Very good choice from the sniper. Very rare that we say snipers are making good decisions because sniper pickers and sniper players generally the bane of our existences. But we're not done just yet with this competition. And we are having another set coming out. It's not a sniper, it is a Grand Magus. All right. The stick is fire.
Okay, I know the set.
So we know this set. What do you think about this one, Sheep?
So the main attraction of this set is that it's very cube-like. It has a lot of like sharp edges, which they've tried to do, but because they've used a fabric and not like hard material, they're not really getting the angles. So I don't think the appeal of the set is being shown here in this cosplay. But going for the set in the first place is quite creative. It's nice to see the attempt.
Yeah, I like that set too. It's the one with like sort of the long nose thing coming out of it.
Like a triangle sort of face.
Yeah.
Right?
I like that one a lot. And the staff does look really freaking awesome. I mean,
the staff is amazing.
The staff is very good.
I think the one thing about it also is I don't know what's going on with the shoes there. Or the feet, or what? And the whole lower half of this one's a little weird, but you know it's working. It's a very cute looking set.
I actually like seeing this though. It's great.
Purge, are you gonna dock points because they're not also floating around right now? They haven't lifted anybody up?
I believe Rubik does walk on the ground, so he's just holding his cooldowns in case he needs them. You got to wait for those initiators, then you lift them.
Okay.
That instant lift, very important. Yeah, I feel pretty disappointed about the headpiece a little bit. I mean, they sewed something, but I wish there was more structure. Like she pointed out, I think that kind of hurts the set. And the fabric is good, and I'm sure there's a lot of fabric in the set, but yeah, it feels like they spent a lot of time on the staff and did a great job. They spent tons of time on the animation practice, which is excellent.
You can see a couple of the little green circles peeling off there too. Unfortunate. I mean, the staff is a solid like 8 or 9.
Yeah.
So the staff gets like an 8 or 9. The rest of the set together, what do you think, Sheep? We don't like the fabric as much. The animations are really cool. The headpiece could be better. The staff is amazing. So combining all of these things together, give me a score out of 10.
A 7.
That's what's up.
That number.
You're still bad.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna say a 6 because they didn't do the like sort of horse riding animation.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That would have sold it. That would have been an 8 for me at that point.
It's a 6 for me, I think. It's solid. It has great potential, but I think it was just a little bit misexecuted personally. But good idea, good execution, but could have been much better, I think.
Could have definitely been better. We've seen some incredible things today already, but there's still a few more to go. I believe 4 or 5 still have to come out, so we have some opportunity to see some potentially other 10s. I really want to see another 10. I want my life to be changed.
Whoa.
So we're getting a PA. Another hero we don't get that much of in the current meta in Dota 2.
I see behind her. I see him invoke her.
So what's very important about the Arcana for PA is that it's pretty common for people to wear bodysuits for him because it is kind of like a sheer thing. So it's very important to have good weapons, pauldrons, and hat. And so far, they seem good. Not the best I've seen, but pretty solid.
I think the problem is the PA Arcana, it's very like, there's lots of particles going on.
Right.
So when you have a bodysuit like this, there's not really any depth to it, nor is there any real lighting. You know, you saw the Necrophos, he was able to have like the LEDs underneath the clothing, which gave it that nice look. I think maybe they could have done that for this.
Is this lighting on the swords?
Yeah.
Or, okay, so there is lighting on the swords at the very least.
Yeah.
And I think the way that like the stage lighting hits on the bodysuit too, though, does sort of brighten it up a little bit more than it might have otherwise.
Yeah.
That part's looking pretty cool.
The swords do look a little bit huge, though, to me.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's probably about proportional to what they look in game, but I wouldn't be afraid to take a little bit artistic license to make them look more realistic in person. Maybe this is a bad criticism, I don't know, but they look a little too big to me.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of being stabbed by these at all. I do like the little accents of blood on them. That's a very nice touch, having just gotten a new kill. And I think it's okay. That was pretty good. I think that we might have felt more positively about it had it come out earlier. Had it come out before we saw like the Night Stalkers, before we saw the Necrophos, then it might have been like, oh, this is a very good way to start the day.
Yeah. What do you guys think, number-wise?
Fine, let's hear it.
How about a 7?
Hey, yo, I can get down with that, my friend. Let's go.
I think it's a 7. It's solid. It's a 7. It's a solid 7. It's good.
To be fair, that is a fair 7. I think that you couldn't necessarily ask for too much more. The things we'd be asking for more is like kind of beyond this world, right? You have to add the LED lights. You have to sort of be transparent a little bit, and a few more of the animations. Then it's like, okay, cool. And you have to have a deadly weapon on stage, which is probably a bad idea.
She didn't have daggers on her hips. Come on.
It's Marcy.
Whoa!
She's from the anime.
This is awesome.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
So we got the bag
The
drip.
whistle.
The whistles.
Got the whistle. Got the shoes.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Here's
Going
the
on
thing.
leash as well. Nice.
She's appealing to the SA crowd.
When they go up for the interview, she can't say anything. That's the key. That's what's got to happen. Oh, and they're whistling for her. The whistle major. Oh, it's so good.
I haven't heard that noise since the last game, actually. Yeah.
This was quite nice.
It looks
Oh,
really
don't
good.
talk. Yeah.
Hey.
Let's go. Oh, this is so good.
Oh no,
All
she's
right.
faking. Oh no. Oh.
Yeah, she's
that's
signing.
commitment. She's signing.
Oh, that's so good.
I'm not sure if any of us speak sign language, so
I
to
do
make
not.
sure that the translation is correct.
I mean, we haven't been doing that with the Spanish either, so to be fair. Oh, this is good. I like this one a lot.
This is very good.
Yeah.
This is very good. This sort of goes back to the point you were making earlier, Purge, about having somebody in a more humanoid outfit.
Yeah.
And this is a situation where it's very humanoid. It's technically very simple, but she went all in to make this one perfect.
It looks really good. Yeah, everything looks solid. The set, it's a great set. It's great for cosplaying. I feel like I've seen images online of it before, and it almost always looks good, I think. Similar stuff here.
Similar material as well to that first Lino we saw, with the very shiny, trimmings and stuff. So I guess it's like a preference of what you prefer. I like it a little less than what like the second Lino material, but it still looked really good. The whole outfit very complete. Also, she had the hair was stuck up very nicely.
Yeah,
I couldn't tell if that was like a wig, but she styled it pretty well.
I can tell you from experience, getting your hair to stick up like that, very, very difficult. So
the wig, if you have a wig, I'm assuming that was a wig. You gotta just really go at it.
Yep. So I'm guessing 7s?
9. I'm going 9. I like that one a lot.
Nice.
The animation, the commitment. I care a lot about the animations and like commitment to the character.
That's right.
Oh,
Holy moly!
Okay. We have a youngin Joker as he's making his walk. So 9 for Lyrical, 7 for Sheep, 7 for Purge.
I do an 8, I think. I thought the Marcy's was pretty good.
This is so good.
This is very good though.
The thing that goes around his head, like I don't know what the hell that's called, that looks amazing. And he's keeping shape so well.
It is.
That is really well constructed.
A cowl?
I don't know.
I don't know.
His thingy majiggy.
Yeah, that's the one.
Ooh, this is one of my favorites.
Really?
The
Yes.
shape's really good, yeah.
Nice and heavy. I'm gonna have to dock some points because I haven't seen him juggle. I want to see them juggle this. Cycle through the orbs a little bit more. But the contacts are really cool as well. The ears are also really nice touch.
Dude, look at the gold. Oh, that is so nice.
It is really neat. The like different layers on top of each other too, and then like everything's still staying up super straight. It definitely is just like there's a little bit of some crazy stuff going on down there on the bottom side, but overall I like it a lot.
This is one of those that looks a little bit better as you zoom in as well. It starts to look cooler and cooler and cooler. The cape is also very well constructed.
Yeah, I want to do a 12. Do a twirl.
No twirl, no twirl.
Oh, there we go.
That does look really
This
awesome.
is probably,
really good.
in my opinion, one of the best ones in terms of just quality.
But in terms of like the build quality.
Yeah, it holds up really well. Everything is keeping together. Nothing is just flopping down loose. It just looks really good. Really nice material. He has the contacts in it as well. That was like a 10 for me.
Yeah, I think it's a 10.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go with the 10. I'll go with the 10. I was going to say 9. I was going to say 9. The only thing that felt weird to me was that like gold piece in the center was like all one thing, and it kind of looked a little like not as cool as the top part of it, but I don't know if that's just part of the set or if that's
his base skin. And I think it's there, yeah.
Okay.
I think one thing actually that maybe was a little lacking on there's like 3 straps that go across his chest underneath the main pauldron stuff, and his was kind of hidden up underneath the pauldron because it was so big. But minor criticism.
right.
If I have to play something, 10.
Yeah, definitely a 10. That was 10 out of 10 cosplay there from the Invoker. We saw some pretty hot stuff. The construction work, very nice touch. Now when we move forward, we have a young Enchantress coming in.
Holy
All
moly.
right, this is nice and intricate.
This is really
Okay.
good.
We also got the impetus off as well. That's always a very nice touch as well.
Whoa. Snare, is there a deer butt? That's all I need to know. Does she have a deer butt?
They need to show us. I'm just like, where's the extra
so
legs?
far amazing, but
where are the extra legs?
They gotta help her.
there is a deer butt.
There is. That's high commitment. All right, I like what I'm seeing.
That's really good.
Oh my god, it moves. The legs.
It's a little wonky, but they move. They do move. That's pretty awesome.
What do you think about the chess piece, Yoshi?
The what, sorry?
The chess piece.
It looks good, yeah. I'm pretty in awe of the whole thing. It looks really nice.
It's got 2 immortals, maybe 3. I don't remember.
I think it's the entire thing. Because there's like the back piece with the little wings, the head, and the weapon.
Yes.
Those leaves look really good. They don't look like real leaves. They look like she made them and painted them. I can't tell.
They're really freaking sick. The headpiece is awesome.
Yeah.
Like, I can't tell if it's LED or the paint is just like really shiny on top of it. You see what I mean?
It looks like LEDs.
Yeah.
That looks like LEDs.
Yeah, and they have them on the edges of the horns as well.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
The weapon's a little wobbly, but it isn't not exactly structurally designed well in the original set. So, but everything looks amazing here.
I think the ears are probably like could have been done a little better.
Okay.
But
Yeah, that's fair.
that's it. I love the rest. I think the rest is really high quality.
She's
striking. Oh, she's striking.
All right.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10. Put it at 10.
10 out of 10.
Make it 10.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's such a good set.
That's actually really hard. That has to be 10 across the boards, right?
I'm down for a 10.
That one's amazing. It's so good.
sold it.
There's like some slight critique we can have of it, but it's what can you do? Nothing's going to be perfect.
Right.
Unfortunately, we can't summon Dota heroes into the real world. So until we have that technology, this is what we got, and we have to be happy with it. So
I mean, you don't have to struggle to be happy with that set. I think she picked a set that's not simple to do. She picked a lot of immortals that have intricate designs, and she executed them extremely well.
Really
like
good.
you said, the ears a little subpar, the weapon a little floppy, but if she just doesn't move and you look at it, it's amazing. If she does move, it's still amazing.
Yeah, the fact the legs like kept up with her movements, fantastic. Also, I totally let go of the 10 is perfect. What's our
That's
10 club
good.
now? Is it Necrophos, Invoker, and Eng?
Yes, I think those are the ones.
Well, unfortunately, we're not the ones that have to decide the winner, right? So we can
Thank
give out as many
goodness.
10s as we want.
That's true.
They're all
That's
10s.
true.
We're all
10.
winning. Yay.
Yippee.
Oh, no.
That's what I love.
It's still a competition. Somebody has to choose eventually. What they did yesterday, we had a lot of the South American audience involved in the voting process, you know, some big guys for the winning cosplay outfit. I imagine that's going to be a similar dynamic later on today.
No, absolutely not. You can't do that. Usually these cosplay competitions, they have a panel of judges. I don't know how they're doing it here, but usually there's a panel of judges of cosplays that are cosplayers who are very like, they do it for a living, and they'll look at all the builds, all the materials, how good it was made, how true it was to design, and so on.
I think that's what's happening right now as well over on the Spanish panel. So it does look like there's a couple of people that are already in cosplay that are ready to go for it. Yeah, man, these ones are great. I thought they did a really good job. I definitely have my favorites. I still like the Necrophos the most. I think the Ench maybe a second for me.
Oh, the Sniper. Forgot the Sniper 10.
Pog.
That was a 10 for Sniper.
Yeah, Sniper's definitely a 10, even though Lyrical disagrees. Out of sheer trauma. He's like, I don't want to see this.
6.83. It did things to me.
So let's talk about it here. Purge, if you were to be the one that chose the winner, let's say that you had the privilege of being on the Spanish panel right now, and you could actually write down a score that counts. Who's winning?
I think it's between Enchantress and Sniper and maybe Invoker, but I feel bad not picking Invoker, but his set is simple, still execute amazing, so I feel like I have to pick Sniper or
What about
Enchantress as
Necro?
well. I think Necro is really freaking good too.
You like the other ones
but
more, though.
I like the other ones more. His helmet looks a little bit paper mache is my impression.
Yes.
And that I feel like that draws away compared to the other ones.
Yeah, I think that's why it doesn't hold balance on his head as well.
But his set's genuinely really good.
That's fair. Well, it seems like we're very aware what the Lima audience tends to prefer at this point. The Enchantress grabbing the hearts and minds of the local crowd. Sheep, what do you make of this? If you were to choose a winner, who are your top ones right now?
For me, it is between Enchantress and Invoker.
Wow.
I think they were both really good. I love the sniper too. It's just, yeah, those would be my top 3. But I'm leaning more towards Ench and Invoker. Even though Invoker is simple, he just has everything just looks so high quality. And these guys that get into the character too look good. Like he had that stunned face, where I feel like he's really just about to kill me. And that's what you look for in an Invoker.
If I was judging this, I would buff the sniper some points because the sniper did not make himself shorter for the event. Cut off part of your legs so that you fit into the outfit. But the Ench, yeah, Lyrical, do you have an argument against the South American crowd here to choose a different winner than the Enchantress?
I mean, for me at least, I like the Ench too. I think she would be my number 2. I just was really into the Necrophos one completely. He was doing some of those Reaper Sight animations and everything else. It felt really, really good. And I don't know. I don't know what the hell paper mache is, so I'm cool if he made his head out of it. Did she win, or?
I have no idea.
My impression is they're doing crowd cheers.
Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense.
To make sure that this outfit is the perfect one, she needs to throw the spear into the audience, and another one must just appear out of nowhere. Then we'll know that, all right, you are fully dedicated to this Enchantress. But I think we might have a small riot on our hands if she doesn't win this one. So the Lima audience really, really excited about this. Boy Sniper. This is still such a cool outfit.
Oh, these must be the top scoring ones, and then the crowd is giving their input now as well.
Ah, I see. They could have had the same issue as we did, right? Too many 10s.
Yeah.
How do you differentiate between all the outfits that got like pretty much perfect scores?
Yeah. I mean, I guess you could look at this, right, and some of it looks a little scuffed. Like the gun, it's not like made of...
Slightly scuffed.
It's slightly scuffed.
I think that's also part of the aesthetic, right? Is that he's sort of this like rugged hunter in the woods, right?
A hunter outfit, sure, but like the weapon is, a gun is usually made out of metal and steel. So
his guns are not there. They usually look like they're made out of wood.
Oh,
in
really?
His defense, yeah. The base gun, it looks like it's like some Donkey Kong Country
you're
gun.
Right.
It's like you're shooting bullets out of a barrel.
Well, that one looked like it was meant to be made out of metal.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Sheep's advice right now, if you are anywhere in the future, make sure that you make your guns out of metal.
Make
Please
sure you bring a real gun.
No real guns, no gunpowder, Make them in just a long barrel of metal that you shape somehow.
We're trying to find fault here. Overall, we're really impressed with this.
Look at this guy. How could you hate this?
I don't hate it. I love it.
Why, Sheep, do you hate him specifically?
Hey, why?
What is going on here?
Are you incapable of listening?
Also, this Necro is fully committed on the animation front.
That's why I like it a lot.
God, it is so good, though.
It's amazing.
It's so good.
This is amazing. If Necrophos wasn't in the game, that's the kind of thing you would have as a showcase of, hey, we're reintroducing this hero.
Oh, yeah.
Look, here comes Necrophos. That did look very, very good. I do think the LED lights died for in the cloak itself, but what can you do?
Limited battery time. How long were those on sitting by the side stage before things started?
Yeah, I have no idea. I don't think they should run out within one day.
Yeah, you're probably... LEDs are very energy efficient.
No, it's just on cooldown. It's on cooldown. It's coming back on cooldown soon. It'll be okay. It'll be fine. So the crowd is still weighing in. This Necro doing some Reaper sights. That's pretty cool as well. It would have been nice if they'd come with like some extra LEDs to throw into the crowd as like the pulse. Be like, there you go, enjoy life.
I will also say that as much as I love those 3 cosplays we just saw, I think my favorite one might be the Marcy, just because of the commitment to the character, doing the little kicks and stuff, not talking when the interview happened. Like, I like that one a lot. I thought that was really cool. But it's like that higher ceiling again.
Definitely one of those that's completely in character, which is what you like to see at these cosplay competitions as well. And, I don't know if a winner was announced, but we have a little insert here. We see Tsunami's face. I mean, to be fair, it's never a bad time to see Tsunami's face.
True.
Well, we don't know exactly who was announced as a winner, so we have to come up with it ourselves, right? Until we get the correct information.
I don't think we should be involved in that.
Refuse.
I'm not getting some X was robbed stuff. I hate sheep stick. I don't want to give an opinion.
Okay, so different question. Let's say if we were the ones in the competition, right? Purge, who would you be?
Who would I be? Like, who would I be cosplaying
Who would you cosplay? Yeah. Which Dota hero would you cosplay?
I don't know. I did not spend any time prepping this answer.
All right, here's much more fun. Purge, who would Sheep cosplay if she was a Dota character?
I already have.
Ursa.
What?
Ursa.
Why
Ursa,
Ursa?
definitely Ursa.
I would be
What?
Dark
See it on her
Seer.
face.
The
No, you can't.
cone-headed
No, you
boy.
can't choose yours. You can't
Why
choose
not?
yours. No, because it's much more fun if somebody else
Guys,
chooses yours.
Choose me Dark Seer. Okay.
I don't want to choose you guys.
What the heck? All right, who
What
would
are
I
you
be
choosing for
then?
him, Sheep?
Ursa.
And Lyrical for Purge?
Choose Ursa.
I don't know. Maybe Invoker. I think you could do a good Invoker
I could
cosplay.
see that. I could see that, actually.
Yeah, perhaps.
I could definitely see an Invoker.
I thought we were all just going to choose Ursa for each other. So
Oh yeah,
I
Ursa.
mean-
You're Ursa.
Not my thing.
Bro, I've literally already cosplayed a DOTA hero though.
Who did you cosplay?
I cosplayed Meepo.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And I went through 3 iterations of it. The first one I bought a white shirt and then I like bought fur and I sewed the fur onto it
Oh,
and
yeah?
onto pants as well to make like a fur suit. It was so hot. It was horrible. And then I made my own backpack with the help of my grandma. We had like cereal boxes that we had to like bend into shapes and then sew more fabric onto. It was the most scuffed thing you've ever seen in your
That's
life.
awesome.
It was terrible. And it fell apart after I wore it for one day. So I had to make a more chill version where I bought like a sheep onesie on Amazon. And then I was wearing that instead of the disgusting fur thing I'd created. And then finally, then I commissioned a onesie from someone. And then I wear that to events now. So I didn't make that one, but I like to wear it. I love being Meepo. He's fun.
Meepo. It'll be much more fun. You have to convince like a whole crew of people to all go as the same Meepo.
I had one friend, so we had 2 Meepos. And then we found a 3rd Meepo at the convention. So we had 3 Meepos. It was great.
You got the pin too.
I do have the pin. I have 2 pins.
We just need more Meepos for you.
Yeah.
At this point in time.
I actually had the shovel too, which I made out of like EVA foam and with and stuff, and I got No Tail to sign it. So that's pretty good.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
That's pretty cool.
That was very cool.
Cool.
So,
You want me to talk about Meepo cosplays? Because I'm drawing a blank here.
no, I don't want you to talk about Meepo cosplays. What I want you to talk about, right, is I feel a bit bad, right? I forced y'all to give scores. I forced y'all to do a lot of stuff, right? So who would I be? I'll give you one hero to choose for me before we end this segment out.
Ursa.
Yeah, I would go with that.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like you would nail like a Rubik animation cosplay really good. Like throw Rubik costume on you, you would like totally like double down.
You're
on
very
learning
like
everything,
tall
I
and
bet.
skinny. You could fit it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do that. And Rubik is one of my most fun heroes to play, so
Oh, there
I
you
could
go.
definitely, there we
Definitely
go.
Rubik.
I'd be the Grand Magus, I would be Rubik, I'd be the one just like shifting all about with my little staff. Right now though, as much as the cosplay people might have stolen our hearts and minds, stolen the show for a little bit of time, we still have some very serious business to get back to, the grand finals here at the Lima Major. So we're going to be going to a short break, and when we return, Gamin Gladiators versus Team Liquid, best of 5. 7 players in this lobby have never been in the major finals before. Let's see who's going to end up lifting the trophy after a small break. Do not go anywhere. The Leader Major continues after this.
They showed up. They showed up strong, and I don't think anyone had them on their top 2 to win the major.
And they were able to take a game off of Liquid in the Western European DPC, one of the very few teams that were able to do it. Maybe with some cheesy Huskar. I've been talking to Blitz, and he's a little bit bitter that his amazing win rate with this roster of Liquid was sullied by getting cheesed out. But it happens to the best of us.
It does. Here we see what the changes were from TI to now, and whether it was voluntary or not, Boom and also the coach, cannot forget Immortal Faith, both got removed from the roster and both got replaced. And Quinn is of course a very familiar face. We've seen him for a while now, being at the top of NA, now of course top of Western Europe. But Sheep, the coach, CY, also brings a new flair to the team.
He does, yeah. CY is a really nice coach and works well with Quinn. He's more of like a... He's not a personal coach, the kind that gets into the nitty-bitty details of like, you have to do this and play like this, here's your drafts, make them work. He's much more collaborative, he bounces ideas around the team, he makes the vibes good. This is perfect for Quinn. It is exactly what he likes, and he wants the team to function, and that is how CY works.
And with the rest of the players also, CY is Danish boys with Ace. In fact, I think the way that they originally came across each other is he was playing games, Ace was not on his main account. I won't use the term that I won't use the word that we use for
Forbidden
that.
word.
Forbidden word. But he just friended him, and then eventually he was just like, "Wait, you're Ace." And over the past few years, they've formed an amazing relationship, and it looked like now was the opportunity for CY to perhaps take professional coaching seriously.
Yeah, it seems to come together really nicely. Now, if we compare that to Team Liquid, it all came together very nicely already when things clicked at TI, because this is of course a team that went through the last chance qualifier and made it all the way to top 3 just a couple of months ago. But Fear, they also needed to make some changes.
Yeah, I mean, Matumba Man, he stepped down, didn't want to play anymore competitively, and they got probably the best mid laner that they could possibly find in Nisha. Took him from Secret, and I think Nisha has been known as like this amazing player, and at TI, I would say he overperformed, but he's brought that energy to Liquid, and he's still being that shining superstar, and Liquid just boosted right to the top, adding Nisha to the roster.
I like how the rosters also appropriately had MI CKE for TI11, but had M1 CKE because he was taking inspiration from, I believe, Simple, #1 in the name, #1 in the game for CSGO. And the amount of synergy that he and Nisha had has surpassed my expectations. I've always known Nisha as an extremely quiet dude, but apparently so is Mickey, and they aligned very well on that.
Yeah, I think Blitz talks about how Nisha has a lot of personality, honestly, when they're together. He says he's a really funny guy, so he's fit in super nicely. I also think Mickey's performances flew a little under the radar throughout DPC just because people were so impressed by Nisha. Mickey had just as many standout performances, and we saw his 1v9 Nature's Prophet in the series earlier. This guy's insane. I also want to highlight the fact that the drafting has changed over time. Last year, Insania was doing it for the team, but then over a bit they realized that he maybe doesn't have the strongest hand when it comes to picking, a little bit too emotional, like when people really want stuff. So they gave it to Matu. It's much stronger hand, much more decisive. It worked out much better for them, and Insania, as a result, is much more happy and carefree, able to focus on himself. The results have spoken for themselves. Now it is Zai and Blitz that handle the drafting in Matu's absence.
And I think Insania has been playing a lot better too, ever since he took away that drafting responsibility from himself.
Really, really did. And of course, both teams coming from that Western Europe region, they were both doing pretty well. Better yet, they are on top of this leaderboard. Team Liquid with a 7-0. Fear, you already mentioned that even though it was 7-0, they did lose a game.
Series score.
Series score.
But I need the game score. No one has been able to quite yet get the undefeated entire Division 1 DPC. You'll drop a few games. Yeah, on these leaderboards it'll say 0, but I know the truth. I know you lost a game, and I will shame you for it. Unless you win the entire Lima Major, then I guess it didn't matter.
They lost 2 games, right? On Liquid.
And who made them lose that game again?
I believe it was Quinn Callahan.
North
America's finest.
I would agree with that one.
Yeah, both teams, of course, spectacular. And then they came into this major, and because they're top 2, they can't be in the same group, so they both went to a different group in this major, and they both topped their group, Sheep.
They did, and honestly, I think Liquid was incredibly impressive throughout that. Not only for their results, but they deferred pick side priority to their opponents throughout the group stage. They said, you guys take what you want and you get your comfort. And they let through a lot of heroes. They tried playing against the Linas, the Broods. They were entirely like experimental in this so that they could come to the playoffs feeling as comfortable as possible in this patch, which makes their drafts much more open and flexible. And it just goes, it's just showing.
It is showing. And then the brackets that they came into, I mean, that showed it some more, to be honest, because flawless performance for the most part. Gamin Gladiators, of course, absolutely flawless performance, Neil, because they didn't drop a single game.
They are currently undefeated in this upper bracket, which is a feat that not many teams have achieved, if I'm to believe Jenkins' stats, which I suppose I should. And if they can manage to do this in a 3-0 fashion, it would be immensely disappointing to the fans that we hear in the background chanting Peru, but I wouldn't also be surprised. We saw in the roster swap graphic, Jabba was there instead of Boxy, so it was the Lima Major roster, at least the last 2 days of the Lima Major roster, but they brought him into his own. At least that last game, the performance against Talon, my boy Jabs was doing work.
I mean, yeah, he showed up for that series, and it was like, it's a hard role for him to fill, but when he played against Gamin Gladiators, it didn't really mesh. And then I even talked to Blitz a little bit after that. I was like, what's the difference between yesterday and today for Jabs? And he gave a little insight that Insania is helping him a lot transition into this role. So they switched. He's now playing position 5 on Jabs, and now Insania is playing 4, but even more than that, Insania is basically giving him the clear game plan of what to be doing in game. It's like, your job this game is to, hook XYZ target, just focus on that, making it very simple and easy for him, and that's what goes back to Insania. I think he might be the unsung hero for making this day number 2 work.
Yeah, the difference between yesterday and today, absolutely night and day. They definitely seem to have reevaluated what happened yesterday, and of course, what happened yesterday was at the hands of Gamin Gladiators that got a clean 2-0, so hopefully they also looked at the series this morning and got a couple of lessons out of that. Team Liquid, I mean, they were also undefeated in this bracket, as you could see, until they unfortunately lost Boxy. Now, I must say that was not a surprise. I think for a lot of people, Team Liquid coming into this event already before groups were even played, they saw Team Liquid as a favorite.
They just were so dominant. I think their heroes were, they have very clear openings of like, we're going to flex and do this. We have our Rubik every game. We have this Nature's Prophet, we can flex in multiple roles, and it works for them. And they can also run the Broodmother in this. And no matter what you gave them, whatever you chose, they just ran you over with it. They looked so strong. Boxy, I know he's not here, but he really had come into his role as a 4, massively helped by Jerax, who coached them for a while, and he's very, very comfortable now and was taking a massive lead on like rotations around the map, the shot calling that was talked about in the interview earlier. Like Boxy's been a massive part of this team and a massive reason of why they look so good.
Yeah, and with that in mind, I feel like it's almost unfair to ask, but I have to ask anyway, coming into this grand finals, it is a best of 5. We have said that Team Liquid has come to their own a little bit, obviously with the last minute roster change, temporary roster change, but still they seem to have made it work. They were able to beat Talon with it, so we have to just basically have a clean slate, right? We start fresh. But I have to ask the question, do they have a shot?
It's that simple. Do they have a shot? I mean, they took down Southeast Asia, and Talon had ridiculous amounts of momentum. Sure, it happened twice. Liquid chose Talon after they got first in the group stage, 2-0'd them. Maybe it was just a matchup that Talon just can't do. It's an uphill battle from the beginning, no matter what players are on Liquid, but also Liquid were clean. Going into this series against Gamin Gladiators, I also think they learned valuable lessons in the winner brackets finals. I don't know which poison will go through. Is it going to be Duracio's Lina? Is it going to be Ace's Broodmother? Or is it going to be the Io Leshrac?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a very difficult series for Liquid, as Talon did get all their way to that lower bracket final, but it wasn't clean. They had many 3-game series. Gamin Gladiators, it's looked easy for them. I don't feel like a single series in the playoffs, they've been challenged, not even by Liquid. So they're going to have to try their best to hope that the adjustments they made from yesterday to today are enough. I think they'll definitely at least get a game here or there, but it's not going to be the easiest thing for them.
It is not. And as you can see here, there's a lot on the line. Of course, the money, really nice. You get $100,000 guaranteed. Doubling that would, of course, be extra nice. Yeah. The DPC points is what most of the teams are focusing on. It is just that simple. DPC points equals money if you think about TI in the future. And there is only a 50 points difference, but we saw last we saw last year.
0.1?
Yeah, 1 point can make the difference. You need any point, every point. I heard that horn. Did you guys hear that horn?
Was it the crowd or was it the arena?
It was the arena had the horn, and that means we are moments away from opening this grand finals in style. We have got a best of 5 ahead of us. We have got Gamin Gladiators on one side, undefeated through that upper bracket. Team Liquid on the other side, and they just found themselves this morning eliminating Talon in a 2-0. It is time for both of these teams, for the last time, potentially, at least this series, to take the stage. Lima Major Grand Final opening. Let's begin.
No lo sé, Andrés. No lo sé.
Ma, solo te pido de que hables con él. Por favor.
Familia, ¿cómo están?
Hola.
Hijo, ¿cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? Sí. ¿Pasa algo?
Andrés ha clasificado a la final con su equipo. Y necesita seguir entrenando para ganarla.
¿Final de qué? ¿De DOTA?
Sigues con lo mismo, hijo. ¿Pero hasta cuándo, Andrés? ¿Hasta cuándo?
Papá, ya falta muy poco para que podamos ganar el campeonato.
¿Ya te matriculaste?
No pude, se cruzaba con las fechas.
Pero ya ves, Andrés. Mañana mismo vamos a matricularte en esos cursos para que te concentres en cosas reales, hijo, y te olvides de ese jueguito.
Gracias, tío de la bocina, el del tambor. Quiero un grito más. Lima, ¿cómo estamos hoy? Mucho mejor, chicos. Por ese grito tan precioso y por el señor de la bocina, tengo una sorpresa especial para ustedes. Que we welcome on the stage, podemos bienvenir al escenario a John Patrick Lowry.
Rojo y blanco. ¡Viva el Perú, carajo! ¿Qué fue, mano?
Es mi estilo. Así visto yo, Día de la Bandería. It's Laundry Day, you know? You know, in the 80s, this would have been really stylish.
¿Soy su abuela ahora?
Ojalá fueras mi abuelo, John Patrick Lowry.
Nice to be here.
Thank you for being here. I heard you've really been enjoying Peru.
I have. Te amo español. El español es un idioma hermoso, hermoso. Pero mi español es poco, pobrecito, un poco español, John Patrick Lowry, pobrecito.
Se entiende, pero aquí podemos ayudarle, ¿no? Lima, ¿podemos ayudarle a aprender español a la voz del Dota?
¿Necesita ayuda?
Sí, te ayudamos,
Translate?
Yeah. We'll help you. The audience is with you today.
Great. So, I am making a stupid movie.
Quiere hacer una película estúpida.
Would you all like to be in my stupid movie?
¿Queréis ser parte de su película estúpida, amigos?
So, I will say to you, ¿dónde está el, ¿cómo se dice sandwich en Perú?
¿Cómo se dice sándwich en Perú, amigos? Ahí está, sanguche, aunque algunos van perdidos, pero bueno, normal.
Sangucha.
Ahí está.
Sangucha.
Sanguche, amigo.
I will say to you, ¿dónde está el sangucha? ¿Sí? You will say, el sangucha está aquí.
Ustedes tienen que decir, el sanguche está aquí.
And point somewhere.
Apunta a donde sea,
Anywhere.
no importa.
Pero no los ojos.
Cuidado con los ojos,
peligrosos.
no matéis a nadie.
No.
No queremos
Okay,
muertes
¿sí?
aún.
Are they ready?
¿Estáis listos? Una película grabada en iPhone, amigos.
Like a professional.
Yeah, profesional. Como la limamajor.
¿Dónde está el sangucho? Uno más. ¿Dónde está el sangucho?
Aquí.
Muchas gracias. And they can follow me on Twitter.
Sorry?
And the film will be up on Twitter like by the end of the week.
Awesome. I want to know though if you've learned anything else. Have you learned anything to say in Spanish?
Just today. A new word in Spanish.
Okay.
Nuevo perme en español.
Una nueva palabra en español aprendido. A ver, ¿cuál es? John, me gustaría que nos ayudases, porque aquí todo el público es de Dota, y me gustaría que ayudases a traducir un poco el juego. Yo sé que tú eres la voz del Puch. Can I tell you some phrases in Dota and you can translate them for us in Spanish? Is
Oh,
that
sí,
possible?
sí.
Okay. So, you know the pudge phrase, fresh meat?
Fresh meat, fresh meat.
In Spanish, you would say, carne fresca.
Carne fresca, carne fresca. ¿Cómo se dice $6 million Echo Slam en español?
Echo Slam de $6 millones.
Echo Slam de $6 millones.
Qué increíble, John. I've been such a big fan. Your hosting is incredible. Siempre he querido ser como tú, John. Pero I don't have your voice. No tengo tus maneras. What does it take? ¿Cómo puedo ser más cercano a ti, amigo?
Sí. Breath.
Respira.
Sí.
Vale.
Support.
Soporte.
Sí. Breath and support.
Okay.
Try. What would you like to say? How about order breakfast?
Está bien. Desayuno. Una omelette, por favor.
Sí.
Una omelette, por favor. Dilo en tu voz.
Breath.
Vale.
Support.
Soporte.
Mean it.
Una omelette, por favor.
Más o menos.
Oye, es un smoke, no sirven.
Uno omleto, por favor.
Okay. Lo voy entendiendo. I think I understand.
All right, great.
What if I pretend to present the team?
Sure. Bring out the team, of course.
Right. So, breath, support. Anything I'm missing?
Con huevos grandes.
Ya. Huevos grandes. Vamos a probar. Bienvenidos, Team Liquid. I don't think this is working. I think
Maybe
it's
the microphone. Yeah.
It's the microphone.
So, no, like little girl.
No como una niña pequeña. Ya.
More like muchacho.
Muchacho.
Sí.
Yo es que no soy eso, pero bueno, se puede intentar.
So, huevos grandes.
Okay.
Huevos más grandes.
Más grandes.
Más grandes.
Okay.
No. Support. Breath.
Okay.
Try again.
Hagamos una presentación. Let's do a presentation of the whole team. No, vamos a ver. Team Liquid, ¿qué podemos pensar de ellos? Pues son el primer seed de Europa, un equipo de campeones. Welcome to the stage. It's
Team Liquid. But I think I can teach you to do this, all right?
Me puede enseñar a hacer esto. Vamos a aprender, chicos. Hay esperanza.
For the next team, we're going to do this together, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Vamos
You start out.
This team defines the new generation of Western European players. con un jugador que tiene habilidad y es especialmente cabezón. It's
Gamin Gladiators!
John, we have the teams on stage. I've learned how to present like a true man. What else are we missing? What do they need to do now?
Prepare for battle! ¡Viva el Perú, carajo! ¡Muchas gracias! ¡Muchas gracias! Mira.
Side of Team Liquid, and Quinn on the side of Gamin Gladiators, both new additions, Sheep.
Yes, I am so hyped and happy for Quinn to be reaching this after, you know, a relatively disappointing stint throughout his NA career, and he looks finally like he's found his home. And I'm really happy for them. The criteria that they looked for on the side of Gamin when picking up a mid was that they really wanted them to be skilled at laning. So their list was like Quinn, Abed, and Bryle, and they got Quinn. I think that was probably their first choice there. And he's been amazing. Apparently he's just very smart, expresses himself well, he fits in easily, he's good at communicating. They said that in the past, you know, they had Boom, and he might like withdraw into himself when he loses his lane. Whereas Quinn, he's not like that. He doesn't tilt as easily in their officials. And on top of that, he's just like opened up their playstyle a bit. Whilst, yes, they can come play around him because he's so good, but he will usually either win his lane or go 50-50, which means that the side lanes can choose to play around the side lanes if that is what they want.
Yeah, I mean, he's been dominating the mid lane all the way from his time just playing in the North America region, matchmaking. He's been known for just like solo carrying games just by his laning alone, and that's generally how you win games in NA. And his hero pool hasn't changed that much from those times. He's playing a lot of Batrider. He's playing his signature Leshrac a lot of the times. Puck, something he often plays as well. Let's not forget about his Pangolier. He's super amazing, all these heroes, and he's showing up to this tournament with really impressive win rates on every single one of them. I don't know how you deal with this guy right now.
Oh, I'll tell you exactly how. There's a little guy that you may know on the other side called Nisha. Maybe you're familiar with the only thing that can beat the Spice Man on Gamin Gladiators. there's a little bit of sugar, a little bit of sweetness. Because out here, we heard the interview from Insania. Nisha's microphone wasn't even working in the last game.
He's a mid laner. They don't talk anyway.
That's true. Fair point. And even with the microphone, I'm still not sure he would have talked regardless. But that's how good this guy is. You show me another team that will lose their mid laner and go from second place at TI to relegated to Division 2. You tell me if Quinn got kicked from Gamin Gladiators, these guys are going to be Div 2 now? I don't think so.
I mean, but one thing is for certain, though, Quinn in the last series did beat him in the mid lane 2 games in a row.
I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that.
Doesn't fit your narrative. I get it.
Of course not. As long as Morphling doesn't go mid against Primal Beast, because also Abed did handle Nisha a little bit in that Shopify Rebellion game.
And then Makoto Zember, too.
Yeah, well, that's also fine. You have any more examples, Fuhrer?
I think that's it. He's pretty good.
You know that's it? Of course that's it. There are no other situations.
Well, there's one thing that could potentially be the deciding factor. We all know that Team Liquid has gone through the absolute ringer, not just through last chance qualifiers at TI, but also I think everybody will remember their series against Thunder Awaken, which you have to have nerves of steel if you want to pull games back the way they pulled games back during TI in that very series. So the team is not unaccustomed to pressure. Jabs yesterday, his first LAN performance in a major top 3. He went through the ringer yesterday as well, showed up a lot more confident. I want to talk a little bit about the teams, or rather the players, that might not be that familiar. Because for Dairatcho, for Tofu, and for Celery, this is the biggest thing they've ever played. Ever. Like, hands down. Yes, they've got Ace, who has got experience not just playing in the Grand Finals, but also winning in a major Grand Finals when he was still on Secret. Quinn has come second a whole bunch, but winning a major, believe not. But how would they deal with this pressure, Fear? Are you worried at all?
I mean, it really depends. I think if you have a clean slate, that's ultimately a good thing for you. Because if you are one of those players who has had multiple finishes that were in that second, third place, that can get in your head a little bit. And you're like, oh, maybe this is the end. A little PTSD there. But if you are a player that has your fresh start here, if something good happens here, that's the start of a beautiful career.
It really, really is. So let's see if they can do it here. We're moments away from getting the draft started. I already know that Team Liquid has chosen first pick when they had the coin toss win. Can only imagine that Gamin Gladiators will go for Dire after that. Time to get a little bit into the nitty-gritty of it all before we head into the draft panel. Is there anything, Neil, is there anything you want to see from either team?
Let's say Ace Nature's Prophet. That's probably my number one, because I think NP is going to be hotly contested in this series in general. And I want to see Jabs get his comfort again. I feel like his Clockwork and his Ricky in the 5 position was much more easier, much more low stress than this Mirana that they gave him in the previous series in the winner's bracket. And for Gamin Gladiators, like I said, there was also the Broodmother and the Leshrac. Those are my most contested picks, I think.
How are you gonna say Ace Nature's Prophet?
Yeah.
And not Mickey's Nature's Prophet, not Zaya's Nature's Prophet. What the hell, man?
I don't want to see any Nature's Prophet this year.
I'm with Fear on this one.
Flexing is for cowards.
That should be banned entirely. This hero is ridiculous. It's way too strong. It counters Selena. It goes any position. It carries the game from every position. It almost feels like a cheat strategy, and you get a free win by picking this hero. So I just don't want to see it. I want to see something new and fresh ideas. I'd rather see them counter the Leshrac, the IO, play against that with some new cool strategies that they've been thinking about.
Are you going to say Ancient Apparition again? Because you were
Not
preaching.
Yet, but I will soon.
Man, I love pulling out weird strategies instead of picking my best strategy. That sounds really good, Fear, especially in the grand finals.
I just said ban NP. That's all I said.
I mean, someone's going to have to. With Liquid first pick, I'm assuming Gamin will have to be the ones that do it, because in the last series, they had a lot more, I don't know, freedom. I guess they banned the Nature's the DP on Gamin, so they might do that again this time.
Yeah, I think we saw Nature's Prophet in the hands of Mickey both games previously, at least on the side of Liquid, both games, previous series that they had against Talon.
Zaya played it once, and then Mickey played it once.
Zaya and Mickey, they both looked insane on it, so I can only imagine that that's going to be removed for either side, really. We are 30 seconds away from getting the drafts going, so now's the time for final words. Sheep.
Ooh, let's see. Can Jabs step up? Hype.
It's all on Jabs.
I'm looking. It's all on Jabs and 100%. No, I'm really hoping for just some competitive games.
And this is going to be all about the mid laners. We hyped it up. Quinn versus Nisha. I feel like Nisha's been a little quiet the past couple of days, but we'll see if he can really bring the heat.
All right, well, can they bring the heat? I know the fans can. We've seen Team Liquid and Gamin Gladiators perform before. How will they do in Game 1 of the Grand Finals? Let's find out as we head into the draft.
the last series went, because Gamin Gladiators, they did not drop a single game at the main stage so far, and they've been looking pretty hot. So I was wondering which two heroes are going to get banned in the first phase. It's Slash, it's Batrider. It seems like they don't have the counter yet for it, at least in game number 1, so they decided to take it out, which I think it's pretty smart. Considering how those two games went last time, it was very one-sided, I would say. It was a complete domination from Gamin.
Yep, and we have to continue to keep in mind the fact that Jabs is playing for Team Liquid here. The first time that he played in the upper bracket, it did not look good. Their draft got wonky instantly. I feel like they made huge gains in the last day to get them to today. Their drafting in the first series today looks solid, and I think it's off to a good start. Obviously, it's terrifying to have to play against Lina. Her mid-game timing is really scary when she has bonus armor and BKB and can be protected by Tree with Overgrowth. But the two heroes they got are solid. Jabs had an excellent Riki performance earlier today. He had a really solid Clockwork as well. And Mickey's Nature's Prophet, it was freaking insane.
And it was pretty nuts. Mickey Giga chatting in the
that
last game.
But Lina with Tree Armor is like one of the few heroes that can definitely outcarry you and match the Nature's Prophet. So I think it is a good opening for both teams considering the circumstance.
Given the circumstances, I'm always happy when I see Gamin Gladiators with one of the few heroes for Celery. He doesn't play that many, but you don't need to. Just have to play a few at a very high level. Right now, he is sitting atop the healing charts, and normally you're like, who cares how much you're healing? But when paired with how aggressive Deraito can play sometimes, having a hero that can always back you up in the laning phase and beyond, always very, very useful. I also am in love with this puck ban because the Nisha puck from earlier, no, that should never happen again. First and last time today is going to be allowed to play it. So what do we think about options here going forward for Team Liquid to draw the rest of the drop together, Lacoste?
I think they need some gap closers, some backline jumpers in terms of... I'm really happy that they decided to go with Riki for Jabs. As Purge was talking about, you want to give him as comfort pick as possible. You know, it's a very stressed environment for him, I would say. He never played on the main stage, but after that W, I think they're feeling themselves, but you also don't want to put him too much out of his comfort zone. So this Riki pick looks good. In terms of the lane, like it's one of those heroes where you can overextend and still get out of the trouble, and Team Liquid getting respect to Underlord in the second phase. I've not seen that. So I think this is going to be, I would read this as a safe lane Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I think what's likely, the puck ban is kind of indicative of that. If you watch that first series, they basically just ran a Lycan somewhere, and then or a puck, and then they TP'd and grouped with everybody else. So my assumption is that the Underlord and the Tide pick means that they're likely to again pick some pushing summoner hero for their offlane, whether it's Beastmaster or Lycan or whatever else, and that's going to make them feel confident to dive all the time. And if they can go to where Lina is or other cores on the map, they can get those kills, take towers, objectives, Roche, and use that advantage to really bring it to Lina in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen from Team Liquid that generally when they play up against the Lina, they do prefer that exact style, having Mike, if he's playing Nature's Prophet, be the carry, and then something else to abuse the Lina in the laning phase and ensure that they can take buildings to open up the map, especially on Radiant side. Still to this day, they're undefeated on Radiant side, especially with the first pick. Well, it doesn't really matter, right? You're just undefeated.
Yeah, now gaming, it's pretty set in stone, I would say. This Lina and the Treant Protector, that it's going to be their safe lane. I don't think they can flex it, but it's so strong opener, such a strong opener that you don't care too much about flexing these heroes. Because so far, Tofu, he did not play Treant Protector. He's playing different heroes. I wouldn't mind seeing them pick up Snapfire. I think this hero has been amazing to push people out of trouble, especially with Nature's Prophet level 20 talent. This is the other hero as well that can work really well against Riki, because like so far you see only two heroes, but even if you get Cloud, even if you get Riki's start, it's so amazing. It set things up for your LSA, and we still don't know what's going to come out.
Yeah, Insania played Rubik, I believe, both games earlier today. Very stable laning hero. They actually
Rubik Disruptor.
Did you disrupt? Okay, my bad. But what was crucial, I think, was that they did swap the lanes for Jabs and Insania this series before the last one. So rather than swapping Jabs in for Boxy and leaving him there, they've swapped players and then swapped the lanes also. So whatever ends up being played for Insania is almost certainly going to go in the offlane. I think Rubik just fits there a little bit better typically. But the Gamin Gladiators draft just looks really safe at this point. Basically has revealed nothing. Doesn't maybe have the best steals, but their laning stage should be really good.
We saw this earlier today when Talon Esports tried to abuse the Nature's Prophet lane, or just whatever safe lane that they had on the side of Team Liquid with Rubik +1. Earlier on it was Primal Beast. Didn't necessarily work out for them, but we have seen that particular idea work out very, very well. And Ace just has a wide bevy of heroes that can abuse that side of the map. He also plays a lot of these zoo heroes. Is there a possibility, Lacoste, that they steal the Lycan before Liquid can get their hands on it?
It's a possibility. I mean, Lycan was played by Liquid because they had Warlock plus the other supports that doesn't deal well with the Zoo, and you can run at them. And they also wanted to have a bit more momentum with the Nature's Prophet in the game, in the series against Talon. Okay, I like this. This is going to be a hero that's going to find this Treant Protector, who's going to be very annoying. So on both sides, we have 2 heroes that play from the trees. It's like this type of lineup from Liquid. You can show up with numbers out of nowhere, like Hoodwink from the trees, Ricky from invisibility, setting things up for Nature's Prophet to TP in. One big ulti from Nature's Prophet could also cause a lot of issues, but I'm looking at the vision heroes right now for Gamin Gladiators. Mostly Beastmaster. I think having something to see this Hoodwink in the trees, see Nature's Prophet. Also, like, I know it's maybe an undervalued ability, but having the ability to cut down the trees as well is just so good.
I really like the Hoodwink in this case. It's not always looking good, but I think if you're worried about dealing with Alina on the map, having tons of magic burst damage to combo on any gank that you put on her is really nice. It's going to cut through the tree armor, make her feel a little bit more vulnerable, kind of like a Zeus-esque support.
What's interesting is that Gamin Gladiators, there was a game they played Hoodwink into the Treant, and what they did is that they went boots first on your position for Treant, or Hoodwink, sorry. Boots and Quelling Blade. Then he just ran around bullying the tree. So I wonder if Liquid has copied that strat from them. Right now we do see this Tusk show up. We've seen this a couple of times whenever there's a Lina on the other side. Some kind of way to quickly gap close onto her. This time we don't have to worry about Tusk being the only damage dealer Purge, because this Nature's Prophet can come in and actually finish the job, and you have Hoodwink to help you out if things get dicey.
Yeah, that was the traditional response to an open Lina, or first Lina pick at the start of the DPC. It fell off a little bit later, and it's not going to be as good here because Tree Armor is going to protect her from your Walrus Punch. But the nukes and the inability for her to move for at least a couple seconds definitely will work very effective. Helps set up Hoodwink, helps make Ricky's Smoke Cloud much, much better if you pair with Ice Shards. So I think it's a fine pick. Nisha's Tusk is incredible, and it's very likely he's the one that plays it here.
Ooh, this is a good pick. I mean, it is a good pick until this Tusk start to get more points in tag team, because once you bring the numbers, also Cloud could be a bit more difficult. You have a Sharpshooter, which can break him, but if you already have stacks, then it's not that valuable. In terms of the lane, I mean, they did ban out Ursa in the previous one, so they could potentially ban out Mickey's Monkey King if they feel like, because I think you need to shift this Nature's Prophet to the off lane and find another hero that's going to deal well with the Timbersaw in the lane.
The problem, though, with Nature's Prophet offlane, I feel like it's going to struggle a little bit against Lina, though, because she can deal with the Treant so easily.
You gotta choose your poison here, I'd say.
Yeah, and then she can just zap you like 6 times, you get out-traded. That part sounds scary to me, but playing against Timber doesn't sound very fun either, yeah.
And this is a hero that's going to be able to clear out some of these trees, play aggressively. If it is Nature's Prophet safe lane, you have absolutely no cares if you are the Timbersaw. So Ace Timber going to be quite useful here.
Bloodseeker, Slark as well comes to my mind. It's a good game for both of these. I do like Slark a lot, not just because it matches up nicely against Lina. There is one hero that he is afraid of. I would say that's Timbersaw later on. Like he does have ability to burst him, but in terms of setting things up, could be a bit slippery other than having this, this is very interesting. Like we talked about the Beastmaster and the vision they have, so they have Timbersaw already, so maybe they know, maybe something from scrims that this Timbersaw could be played from the mid lane.
Yeah, that's weird. They're banning offlaners, right?
Yes.
Whereas it looks like it's going to be some mid hero coming out, but they don't want to play against both. I mean, Timber mid against Tusk would probably be more than fine, so that's kind of cool. Rotating the side lanes if there's a little bit of disable, totally viable. Lots of pure damage to put out on the enemy team.
It makes sense because the last time GG played this Timbersaw, it was Quinn that played it from the mid lane rather than Ace, so they could still decide exactly where this hero goes, just depending on what the game looks like. I suppose if you go mid versus the Tusk, to your point, Lucas, you were mentioning that if there's tag team and heroes come in, you're a bit sad. 1v1 mid, you don't care.
Yeah, you don't care too much. It's all about getting the levels and, well, respond with Magnus. So, repositioning tool, I think one of the heroes that was most contested so far on the main stage was available. That's Tiny. Like, we've seen the power of Tiny so many times. But since you already picked your position 4, position 5, you're not going to play Tiny. And this is where Magnus is going to come in clutch. Lina does not like any repositioning tools.
Yeah, it's one of the best counters against her. RP or skew her out of position. It doesn't matter if her team is sort of in the area. You just want to kill her really, really quickly. The one downside to Liquid's draft, though, is they are very physical damage reliant right now. So they are going to have some trouble killing through tree armor at times and against these really high armor heroes potentially, well, with the Primal Beast with the right items and Timbersaw as well.
All right, so the end of the draft comes in right now. Gamin Gladiators, the Primal Beast for Ace. We saw this exact lane earlier from Talon Esports. Primal Beast Rubik into the Nature's Prophet. They should be able to bully him and make his life a little bit complicated. Conversely, for Dyraicho, every time we've seen Magnus dominate the Lina, it's paired with Rubik. Not as much when it's just with the Hood Rank. It can win here and there, but it really, really needs this Rubik to back it up. All right, Purge, give it to me. Give me the download. Team Liquid have already made a miracle run to be here in the first place. Is this the kind of draft that can continue the hot streak and get them a Game 1 victory?
It could, but the Gladiators draft just looks so much more dynamic than me. I feel like Ace is going to smash his off lane and really literally stomp a lot on Mickey's face, just running them down. I think this is where they're going to get hurt by their support duo being a little inconsistent.
These are a very difficult game for both supports on Team Liquid, I would say. And in terms of damage, they have very limited amount of early damage against Primal Beast, against this Timbersaw from the mid lane, add the Living Armor on top of that. So I think they're going to struggle. I think they might need to play more for a mid game, but I'm afraid it's not going to be enough. Like, these heroes that they have could, Gamin Gladiators that is, could potentially run them over.
Let us see if Gamin Gladiators can channel their inner Spartans and run over the side of Team Liquid, or if Team Liquid will continue the miracles. 7 players in this lobby have never been to a major finals before, and we have a casting duo that is also making their major finals debut together. So I leave you in the cold and warm hands of Cap and SVG. Take it away for the grand finals, boys.
Welcome, Dota 2 fans, to the grand finals of the Lima Major. Team Liquid versus Gamin Gladiators. And this is not a normal grand finals by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, no.
Successful stand-ins in Dota are a rarity. Tournament-winning stand-ins are even more so rare. Right, Avery?
I mean, I remember a few that did pretty well. You know, let me take you back to a little tournament called MLG Columbus a long time ago. An unknown little star rising up called Arteezy stood in for a Speed Gaming, and they happened to clinch that one.
Yeah.
Maybe you're saying, oh, that was a long time ago. What about recent history? Well, OG won 2 majors equivalent in Tier 1 tournaments last year with Seb and Chu.
That's right. They won Stockholm Major as well as ESL won Malaysia. But for my money, I think there is no better parallel than a story that happened kind of right in the middle there. This is a little bit of old Dota history, but Vici Gaming Reborn won the Star Ladder I-League Invitational with their coach Mikasa, a player who was, I mean, not very good. Yes, as a coach, he was very good and won a TI, in fact, but as a player, not so much. He had to stand in for them at that event, and they made magic happen. If you have never seen that story, go back and watch it when you can between the games, because this is going to be the best parallel. Team Liquid, they've got to stand in here as well, and the crowd, Chad, give me your best gauze right now, right?
That is a 10,000 plus strong crowd with the passion of probably 100,000 more. It is absolutely packed in here. There is no free seat. And you were saying, we were bringing up this storyline of subs for a reason, because Dota is a game of miracles.
Yep.
Nothing is impossible. This is a Liquid squad that can win this grand final. We saw them take down Talon earlier convincingly in a 2-0. They're starting to figure out where they want to put jabs, on which role they want to play them, which heroes are going to be most effective for them. The adjustments are being made, and the more time they get to make those adjustments without the pressure on them, the scarier this team can become.
Nicely
so if you're
played.
gaming, you want to knock them out early, you want to knock them out hard and fast.
Yeah, because you do not want to let this Liquid team start getting some momentum, as they did not look so good in the upper bracket finals. But in the lower bracket finals, it seemed they found a winning success, maybe an extra night of planning and adjustments like you were talking about. Either way, as you said, you want to take them out real early and do not let this team start figuring something out for themselves, because going into this, they were supposed to be the best team coming to this tournament. But Gamin Gladiators have made one hell of an argument for themselves. These are actually 2 teams who have only lost 1 series in this entire event. Liquid, of course, losing the upper bracket finals, but Gamin Gladiators topped out their group as well and only lost a series. They went 0-2 against Evil Geniuses.
Proving that the group stage does indeed matter a little bit.
Yeah,
you know,
a little
if
bit.
you do pretty well there, you might do pretty well on the main stage. 2 number 1 seeds going at it. And of course, these were the 2 dominant seeds in that Western Europe regional as well.
Yep.
Pretty much only losing to each other or coming close. Could we see the Quinn Huskar return in this series, give them the nightmare fuel that they were used to that took the game off them in that league? Anything's possible. And looking at this game, honestly, I'm a bit worried for Liquid again. I feel like they're in a similar position to when they played Gaming in that upper bracket, where you have really strong tempo on this gaming side between the Timber and the Primal, where both versus matchups, they're very happy laning versus.
Yes.
These heroes get out of control early, they're just going to run you over on the map. This is another lineup where you're playing the Mag and Tusk Furion for that late game. We've seen Mickey go absolutely ham on this Furion, but you have to get there. And maybe that road is paved with the Zai Chase.
Yeah, they're going to have to drop a lot of them, that's for sure. Because this lady phase just looks rough. I love the adjustment Gamin Gladiators, this Timbersaw pick. I mean, you said, when you saw the Timbersaw, you were like, this looks like a game-winning Timbersaw pick right here. I mean, they don't really have answers to it.
This is the Goblin's dream. And when we saw that Primal, I was like, wait a minute, does Quinn play Primal Beast? Because I don't think I remember ever seeing him play Primal. I mean, he doesn't have the time to practice this new hero between the Leshrac spam, so your pool's going to be limited here. But of course, they could put the Timber mid because it's a Tuskar, right? And this is a matchup, if you remember, Nisha actually started playing that mid Timber versus some of these melee strength heroes and abusing it in that sense. So maybe using a little bit of his own medicine against him here. Not a bad way to start a best of 5 if you're wanting to get in someone's head.
I mean, either way, Quid is off to a great start when it comes to CS. Like, sure, he's got the Whirling Death and stuff, but seriously, 6 denies over this Tusk, he's destroying Nisha right now.
Oh, he's having the time of his life. And this is a hero that once you get going, once you get the levels, especially with solo XP, mid Timber is a different beast than that side lane Timber because you're guaranteed the high levels going into that early mid game. And that's where this hero just becomes an absolute menace on the map, especially when you're playing versus a lineup with double strength course between this Mag and the Tusk. It's a lot of armor to fight through and a lot of pure damage coming back your way.
Talk to me about this Magnus pickup. You saw my reaction to it, especially after the Timbersaw. I was not feeling super good. Why did they grab this hero?
We've seen it be a Lina counter. And this is where Zai has to pick his poison in terms of that last pick offlaner. What does he want to play? He's going to lane with Insania. Maybe that throws it a little off too. But you get the BKB Pierce, you get the hero displacement, you can drag the Lina in and then just burst her with the super high physical. These Mag lineups can function similar to some of these other ranged physical lineups we've seen, like SFTA, right? You get the minus armor, super high physical, plus the BKB Pierce. It's a good formula to deal with this Lina hero in that late game. That said, you're not going to pressure him on the lane, and that means Dyrachyo is going to have a very good start, especially with Tree and Protector. This is just the ultimate Lina dual lane this entire tournament.
Then again, is it even possible to pressure this dual lane? Like, no matter what your pickups are? I feel like Tree and Lina has got to be one of the hardest lanes to beat, so maybe it's better just to ignore the laning phase entirely.
I don't know, you could like get Celery to unplug his keyboard or something.
Yeah, that's always an option. A little bit of shenanigans.
I mean, we saw him juggling earlier. Maybe that ball hits the power button and suddenly you're winning this Lina lane.
He got up the living armor beforehand. Celery is going to take a lot of damage as Insania is going to keep up with him here, but he does have a lead seed that might be able to help him live, but no, Insania on his debut performance on Hoodwink when it comes to professional matches managed to pick up the first blood over Gamin Gladiators.
And even more than their debut, right? You were talking about stats. You said this is the 1,000th game Insania and Mickey have played together.
Oh, yeah.
On the dot. This game one of this best of 5 is their exact 1,000th game. Yeah, history in the making.
Shout out to Knoxville for that stat. As Mickey is going to be in some trouble here. Jab's going to cut over. They're going to try and trade off heroes, but it's not going to be good enough as Jab's not going to be able to chase after Tofu and get that kill. So this is where that Primal Beast starts taking over. I mean, you need answers to Liquid's Nature's Prophet, and it seemed like Talon could not come up with any. Gamin Gladiators, though, this Primal Beast, I think, is a great choice.
Yes, we saw Team Spirit really favor this matchup, right? For Collapse, he would just take it to the Furion early. You get 3-4 kills in that early game, and suddenly Furion's too far behind to fight these carry matchups. Similar idea here, only you have 2. You have the Timber and the Primal Beast that Furion hates playing for a long period of time. If you get to that 5 or 6 slot late game, sure, the stack game comes online. You got to remember this Furion hero has the best body in Dota. I know you thought that was you, Cap, but unfortunately it is the Nature's Prophet with 9.9 stack gain. This is why this hero is so scary in the late game. Plus you have that buyback teleport, so you can fight through these counter matchups. It's just a question of do you get there on even footing, and nice bushwhack.
That was a really beautiful one. Not that they can really do too much. I mean, the regen is just... Well,
it's crazy.
We'll see. It's a lot of regen. Then again, Shockwave does a lot of damage too. So maybe it's possible they can get a kill. I honestly gave up on it once I saw Train Protector. The whole idea of getting a kill against this Lina seemed impossible to me.
I gave up when I saw Lina in the draft. You had more time than me. Of course, double damage going to spawn for Quinn. He's going to instantly soak up that rune. But remember, gaming plays for these runes. They're willing to bring the supports early and try and guarantee them for him. And something else to mention about this top lane, when you give Lina a start like this, it's a hero that can forsake all other small items in the game and rush the early farming item in that Maelstrom. Dyrachyo, no boots, no extra regen, just stick quelling into that Maelstrom right off the Javelin. So when you give Lina a start like this, she's going to use it, and she's going to use it better than almost any other carry.
That kind of feels like to me then we need to see someone from Liquid come up to this top lane, because they are close to like killing the Lina. They just need another round of nukes to do so.
Yeah, but who does it? It's so far, and Mickey is not going to have that type of leniency here.
No, he's not. He's going to throw out the Sprout, hide himself the treants. Once again, going to go for the trade-off, and Tofu will fall, but it's after the Nature's Prophet dies. So Mickey, he misses out on all the experience.
Oh, that sucks for him. You really want to get this early level 6 on the Furion too, especially in a game where you're worried about his matchups going into that mid game.
Yeah.
Every death on this Furion adds up, and now Ace with that early Vanguard, he's invincible down here. Do you even want to go back here if you're Mickey?
I mean, that was my thought. I was like, if you need a little bit of extra damage to kill the Lina, then maybe the Nature's Prophet should go up to that top lane to help out. But doing it before level 6 is gotta suck. Java in some trouble here, but there it is. They are gonna go for the top. They got the Sprout on him. No bushwhack just yet. They can hit him with the skewer. That's a nice swing, but it's not quite enough with the shockwave, and now they've overextended themselves. Zai knows it too. He's gonna cut through the trees. Quinn's gonna investigate.
No way,
no
just shoot
way.
that.
He actually thought that Zai somehow snuck away to the left-hand side. Zai now pops out like, hello. I was in the trees hidden the whole entire time. They're going to get the toss back on Insania. Looks like he will fall. So finally, Gamin Gladiators do get something.
I cannot believe Zai got out of there.
Yeah.
And this whole time, Jabs has just been running for his life from this Primal Beast. The second Pulverize to send him back to the fountain here. My God, how much can one skull get crushed? This is just an open tower for Ace and a completely open game. Honestly, this TP doesn't even hurt Quinn too much because Mickey was the one committed to it. And this reminds me of that Furion TP that Shopify made versus them in that match, if you remember.
Yeah.
Where Arteezy went top early on this Furion, that move didn't work out, and suddenly, where is there to go on this map? Yeah. After that one move fails, you lose a lot of space, you lose a lot of time, and all three gaming cores topping the charts here pretty much. Outside of Nisha, who, if you remember, he got dunked on by Quinn in that upper bracket series. So he's looking for some revenge.
And I don't think either one of the supports can feel comfortable in that bottom lane just yet. They're going to go for the kill onto Timbersaw here. Without level 6 on the Hoodwink, it's super difficult.
I mean, even with it, this Timber is just going to be way too tanky. I mean, that's only 2 points for reactive armor, too.
Yeah.
This is a mid-Timber who's just maxing the nukes, and Quinn's ready to join the fight and slay. Not necessarily just playing super defensive. And again, tier 1 bottom, just absolutely free. Jabs can do nothing to stop this except soak up the XP. It's not insanely sad about that, but this is a lot of room for a Primal Beast with an early Vanguard that can just run this early game over.
I mean, a lot of room for everybody. Nisha is going to try another rotation here up to the top lane, see if they can kill the Lina, who is low. The Snowball, it's going to lead off first. Latifi lands the LSA, not before the Walrus Punch lands. Good hit. Now a Bushwhack catch onto the Tree Protector as well. Scoot him away from the trees just in case, and a double for Nisha.
Wrath of God also coming through, so a Wrath of Nature. I'm sorry, I'm already assuming Mickey's a god, but he has to get there first. So an extra assist gold, you get the Courier on top, making the most out of the few moves you can make here in the early game, and they have to count. Nisha's connections have to hit. If this Tusk makes side lane moves and they don't work, you are just losing way too much farm.
Yeah. I like that they did block out the Ancients. I mean, losing lanes and giving them Ancient stacks would just, I think, that's pretty much a formula for GG. So they've at least stopped that second problem, and now with the rotations in Nisha, they're slowing down the Lina as well, so Liquid's doing some little things.
I like it. Nisha going to try for another kill here, perhaps. Tofu, you're in the wrong neighborhood.
Looking pretty dead, but is the Tusk going to die immediately afterwards? Or is Tofu going to die at all? They ran out of damage. They managed to get the LSA onto Insania. The last hit isn't quite enough. Pops the Berry Fire, but the Tusk does die.
Ooh, that hurts. Yeah, maybe you're hurting the economy in terms of the stacking. It's good that Liquid did their homework here. They know what game you want to do. They've been one of the heavier stack teams. Perhaps that's also what this Riki pick is designed to do. Get in the jungle areas early, give you the vision. But if you can't win the skirmishes, gaming don't necessarily need the stacks.
Sure.
They're going to start farming you. And they're going to start fountain farming you soon. You don't get a foothold in this game because Quinn and Ace are already a little out of control. And these are heroes that use it very quickly and very easily. They're reliable gankers, they're reliable killers. The damage is always overwhelming. That's the strength of Primal Beast. You have another quick smoke here, counteracting Nisha's move.
Running into Celery. Let's see if they can get this kill fast before the Primal Beast comes in, but no, the Overgrowth is going to be able to catch them both, and they will both die without getting a kill for it. And even Insania going to have to run away here.
And they're tipping the man who isn't there for the extra psychological edge. And now,
oh no!
Sure, you block our Ancients, but you can't block your own. Quinn's just going to steal it.
Man, he's going to have a very fast Kaya Sanj at this rate.
Man, this game is already looking rough. It's going to be an uphill battle. You're down 4K at 12 minutes versus a Lina Treant lineup. You're likely not going to get the tier 1s easily because, as we've seen, Gaming are happy to defend them and happy to react. Stay in the trees.
So many ways to be able to cut through those trees. They're going to go for the kill into the Rubik. Hit him with the RP, but grabbed immediately by the Primal Beast. They do have the smoke screen, though, to be able to stop that. They do manage to get the skewer back underneath the tier 2 tower. Ace is strong,
nice,
but he's getting caught by the bushwhack, and that Vanguard is not going to be good enough against a tier 2 tower. And 5 heroes from Liquid, he will finally fall.
Bring the whole squad. Make sure you win the fights that you have to win, because that is a must win right there.
Oh, yeah.
If you let him get away with that, you're letting him get away with murder.
He's already gotten away with murder a couple of times.
There's only so much these IJs can do.
Yeah. Look at him. He's already thinking about Aghanim Scepter on the Tusk.
I mean, this is the anti-Luna build.
Yeah.
Like, you're playing to blink, kick this hero in at some point. That said, you're not going to have this early Deso on the Tusk. You're not going to have the early Pierce damage. Maybe you feel like reactive armor plus Treant armor is just going to debilitate that itemization anyway. But then it's a question of, how are you going to play this map with the tier 1 disadvantage versus a Treant, versus a lot of gaming cores that are happy to show aggressively in places because the pickoff is not going to be there for a while.
Jeez, everywhere we look, it feels like Gamin Gladiators is farming double stacks everywhere. And I don't really think there's too much going on to the favor of Liquid right now. Look, a number of their heroes are just kind of like walking around. We see Jab's going to be blocking out camps again. We've got Insania, who's kind of holding up in that jungle area.
I do like this conceptual idea of limiting the stacking from Gaming because it has been their MO all tournament.
Yeah.
If Jabs can do this kind of gameplay, he's relegated to this. It makes his game simple. It makes it straightforward. He can buy the shard and then still have high impact with this rookie scouting. It's a way to use your stand and make him comfortable. And another smoke dodge here. These are really important for Mickey to read, so you can keep the map pressure up and let your other cores push out side lanes. Because they have no intention of skirmishing right now and no intention of taking the 5-on-5.
Which is so scary against Timbersaw, who has such long initiation range, and there's the Primal Beast to follow it up to.
With even longer initiation range. There are not a lot of safe places once you show. Jabs is already in courier killing duty.
Do what you can.
It's a little early, you know. You don't want to punch that clock till a little later.
Well, it looks like Tier 1 Tower is going to be given up at this point. Ace is able to tank it pretty easily, and even if they're not the best tower killing duo, they'll get it eventually. Ace will snag the last hit. Jirachi is farming up big stacks everywhere he goes. He's going to go for a Hurricane Pike, which that'll help quite a bit. Sprout, Smoke Screen, Ice Shards. There's a lot of stuff that is just, you know, Force Staff's going to be super valuable against.
He missed the Ancient D-Ward, though. Just
Wait,
on the corner, it's a little out of range, so Jab's getting some value in. You got to look for every little thing, and now Liquid going to make a smoke up.
Why are they trying to make a play now?
I mean, they have Blink on Zai.
Oh, okay.
So you want to get a good Blink RP kill here. You're going to group up for it. It's going to cost you on the map. But, again, if you get big core pickoffs right now, you slow down this game momentum. That's what you're looking for. And Ace, they don't want him. They want the bigger prize. Oh, they're going to take him. I was about to say, that's a pretty decent kill.
Yeah, not bad. Zai sees the opportunity. And they will bring him down. RP's still up too, so.
Yeah, that's nice. Now you can threaten another big core kill with this Blink RP. You create a lot of space in your own jungle. You get some extra D-wards off. And more importantly, Nisha is going to go this Deso build. Oh, he was going Deso. Now he switched it back up to BKB. So he's thinking about his itemization as much as I am. That's a good sign. It means he's focused in the game, but it also means Liquid has a read on how they want to play this game and what timings they want to take the fights at. Again, I think the Deso is just too counter too early here.
Yeah. Zai, Skewer, does manage to get some distance, but Quinn has a haste route, so This is very dangerous. They don't really have too many stuns to deal with them. Let's see if a Bushwhack can land. The RP does not go out in time. The Bushwhack, it doesn't land either, and Zany's going to have to sneak away through the trees. Jabs is here as well, but still far away from his shard, even though it's 16 minutes in.
Quinn personifying the Angry Goblin.
Yeah.
He has played this hero many times, but he has also played its life on the NA server.
The Goblet of US East. Is that who Quinn is?
I'm not going to say that, but you know.
Well, of course, the fans here have a different nickname for him. Cabezon.
That's true. That's true.
5,000 net worth lead for Gamin Gladiators, 10-7. So leading kills, leading in net worth, leading in map control, and they don't really fall off too quickly either. I mean, we've talked about how Primal Beast is a hero that, you know, doesn't have the best scaling in the world, but Lina's going to feel very good. This is probably a Timbersaw who can go late. I'm sure he'll take some inspiration from Whisper at some point and get an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, you played a scale and frontline on this Timber. You get the Shivas at some point, you get the Ags.
It's a massive kill, and they're going to lead off the Shockwave, pull him over to the side, and easily run him down. Nice deal, too. Got Wrath of Nature.
Easy. Philosopher's Stone going in their hands, and now you're invading this triangle for the third time. It feels like this game, stealing more ancient stacks, routing Team Liquid's map. Look at where they are. All top left. There's nowhere to go.
Sentry there on the side. Jab's going to get caught.
The damage between this duo is way too high.
Oh, yeah.
And they are happy just running Liquid around this map because, of course, you have the ultimate Lina of all the Linas at this tournament. The actual true Lina. Just farming. Duraccio has not been touched. 0-1-1, pretty quiet, but he went early 4-staff. It eliminates a lot of the kill threat here. Gets him over the shards, out of the Ricky smoke screen.
Celery gets there in time, stopping the TP. I mean, Liquid is already in desperate. We haven't even reached the 20-minute mark, and they're trying to do cutesy, like, creep wave cutting stuff.
Out of control.
Yeah.
And Gaming are just giving them absolutely no breathing room. These TPs between the two cores have been instantaneous every time. They know what Liquid want to do with this Furion lineup, and they're not allowing it to happen, which means early BKBs are going to come out here, and that's just going to cause even more problems for Liquid because you want to get to this Ricky shard before you can just counteract this spell in the fights. I'm not even sure it's going to have great impact here. You're getting it delayed. Jabs is still 200 off this shard for the little blue satyr. You're going to have BKB on Primal Beast at the same time this shard comes out.
Yeah.
I feel for you, man. I feel for you.
There is no way to stop this initiation then at that point. Like, the best they can do is RP or maybe Walrus Punch or something, but it's not going to feel good.
And you're not going to kill him in it. The Vanguard is still going to make it tanky here for a while. This is another game where I feel like Zai has been put in this, you know, 3-4 hybrid role where he's not farming and scaling like when I feel Liquid feels really good. It's like that. It reminds me of that Pango game where he got sacked and he just fell really far behind a network. This Mag is going to fall behind a network because he's running around in the gank squad trying to find something on the map with the early blink. Every time you do this, it costs you a lot, and I don't think Gaming really care if you make these moves. They're just going to Roche, put an Aegis on this Lina, and suddenly you can just go early high ground in this game if you want to. There's not a lot of high ground defense for this Liquid lineup. You even have stolen Wrath of Nature on Tofu here. This is going to counteract some of that Furion pressure. Probably just win you a fight if you take it, because there's no spell immunity on Liquid side outside of BKB, which is closing in for the Tuskar. And, well, Mickey does have one too, so they are going double BKB, but that's pretty much it.
It just means their damage is going to be pretty limited then.
You have to choose between the defensive or the offensive here.
Yeah.
Neither one looks great when you're down this much gold in an Aegis. They get the Aegis to Quinn too. Arcane Rune #1 for the series. I'll note it down somewhere in my notebook.
Arcane Rune. Lots of good control. I mean, really, the only thing is they just can't really hit towers the fastest. But you could eventually just brute force it.
I mean, it's at Duraccio's choosing.
Yeah.
Like, when Duraccio wants to start hitting objectives this game, they're going to do it. Otherwise, they're just going to run these heroes around, limit Liquid space, and mess with them. Because you can do a lot of messing here. There's Ricky Shard, but putting them to sleep for what? For next game.
Maybe later they can go and, like, sleep into Skewer back when Gamin Gladiators does start approaching
But
certain
you have
objectives.
the damage when
but
that happens.
I don't think so. I mean, it's certainly not against the Timbersaw or the Primal Beast. Maybe some other heroes. Nisha, they're going to go on onslaught on through. He snowballs back, returns a little fire. And now, nice shockwave actually stopping that ultimate from Ace, pulling him into the smoke screen.
Yeah, they're going to chip him there. I feel like that was a damage test. Playing Ag's Labyrinth or something?
Yeah. I felt like it was a BKB test. I felt like they were trying to like force that out of Nisha, but he held on to his.
All right, they can blink skewer here.
Okay, that's something. They're going to go for the Rubik. That's an easier kill for sure. And it looks like the Primal Beast actually a two-man RP. That's very nice. And they're going to be able to get both of those kills. Even the Shard blocking out Celery. Another sleeping dart.
Oh, the setup is there.
They definitely have the heroes to be able to kill him.
Liquid striking back, and honestly, Gaming just being too greedy.
And with 3 down, ooh, Duraccio, they spot him for a moment. Quinn?
Fight with Aegis. But this is 1v5, son.
Okay.
A tree and 5?
A buyback, they found the Lina. They pull him in. They're just going to start going for Duraccio. The BKB goes out. Duraccio turns around, finish off 1-2. A second goes down, but Mickey does finish him off. BKB lasts long enough. He can TP out. Very smooth by Liquid. I mean, at this point, you got to be giving up some heroes if you want to be able to kill that Lina. Quinn? Oh, Timber Chain after the Bushwhack is pulling him in, so it actually pulls him out of it.
But Liquid got everything out of that fight. You got a tree and buy. You also got gem out of that.
They got a gem?
You stole Celery's gem. It's on Nisha now. That's going to make Ricky's game really easy. What just happened in that mid lane? I was about to say, Gaming, they were playing this map very greedy. They showed cores on both side lanes there while Ace is playing up mid. This is just something that cannot happen when 5 heroes are off the map. And suddenly you're giving up a huge numbers fight where this RP skewer and that sleeping dart can go to work. The setup can be there. You just can't give them the numbers.
Zai, he's going to have to do something to be able to save him here. He goes for a skewer away, but the telekinesis made things awkward along with the Timber Chain. So Mickey just falls.
And of course, Hastrun helping Quinn out there as well.
Yeah.
He's still having a very clean game here, 6-0 and 3. Scaling like a beast, playing aggressive with this Aegis, taking away the farm from this Furion. But Midgate does get to complete Mjolnir here. And this is a lot of the damage that they were lacking. This is what's going to pierce through the early armor and the early physical from Vanguard, these types of items. Suddenly you have a lot more magic damage that's going to come out from this Furion, maybe earlier than you expected, and it's going to scale. It's going to scale pretty hard. You can throw this charge on Nisha as well. There's some hope. There's some hope in this game. I thought they were just going to get rolled because that was looking rough, especially with full Roche control. But suddenly, Duraccio gives up a death. You get that gem out of their hands. Can play the map a bit better and maybe let this Ricky go to work. He can play a lot more aggressive now without that gem.
We had a chance to be able to talk to Quinn yesterday after their victory against Team Liquid in the upper bracket finals. And one thing he made really certain was that when it came to the matchups, you had to be disciplined and respect the opponent, no matter what the situation was. And we can see from his play that he has been very, very clean, even if the rest of his team has maybe slipped up a little bit in that one engagement.
Well, it's good to know he's changed, because when I played for him,
he didn't do that for you?
There was not a lot of respect, I'll tell you
Double
that
damage with an RP, Walrus Punch. They're going to use everything they have to try and finish off this Primal Beast. They've got him.
What a timely double damage as well. Can't ask for it on a better hero here. And now Nisha's going to go back for that Desolator. Maybe feeling like this game is not as rough as it started out.
Yeah, I mean, when he had the Aghanim Scepter queued up, in my mind, you've basically given up on the mid-game. You know, it feels like to me, it's like, okay, we are losing the game, and we're going to keep losing the game, and we kind of need a Hail Mary. That's my read of the Axe build.
I think Quinn had a different read as well. Yes, Shiva, but DD's still online. Everybody's empowered.
He's not going to be able to Timber Chain out.
Where'd he go?
That smoke screen there, now with the shards blocking him in. Gamin Gladiators are slipping up a bit against Liquid and really giving them a fighting chance now.
This gem loss costs them so much because this Ricky is picking them off on the map right now. And they've been playing greedy this whole game. They have not stopped. It's kind of what their lineup wants to do. Use the early advantage to force those side lanes super deep versus the Furion. But if you give up huge core kills like this, Mickey can pick up the slack in terms of that group hurting your economy, right? He's still going to farm really heavily. And this is an Empower lineup. This Tuskar is going to scale like an absolute monster. You're going to have Muhammad Ali punching you in that late game. Not your average Dota player.
Yeah, I've seen Quinn.
I wasn't going to make that
the average Dota player.
No, Quinn is far above the average Dota player in a lot of ways.
Tofu has had some great steals. Wrath of Nature twice in a row.
Yeah, and he's also really farmed in this game.
Yeah.
He is jacked. Aether, Force, Blink. Philosopher's Stone helping him out there as well. He's going to have his pick of the litter in terms of the fights because he also has frontline for days, right? Between Primal and Timber, the benefit of these types of lineups is your backline can play super patient. You don't have to start fights with this lift. You can just play for the saves, play for the counter steals. Like you said, Wrath of Nature 2 up. You start a fight off with Wrath of Nature, get another good spell steal. Might just win you an engagement here.
I mean, the good fight that they had against the Lina, I'm seeing the Satanic that he's queuing up, and I'm trying to imagine, like, if Lina gets caught like that again, skewered back, a Satanic with that much HP.
You might live.
He might live, and if he gets off the Satanic hits, then he's probably going back up to full HP. They really need that Desolator. They need that kind of burst damage if they hope to be able to kill the Lina within an RP.
Well, they might get a chance to test it out here if you're not careful.
What an ambush here. Skewered back as well. RP immediately laid out. See if they can finish him off easily.
There's your real damage test, and now it's more than there. Liquid are finding the moves in this game, Cap, and Gaming are bleeding away the lead one pick at a time, one core kill at a time. When was the last time Gaming got anything going? Feels like almost 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And remember, Nisha's just running around this map with the gem, so you're losing vision as well. You got to stop the bleeding here, and you got to stop it soon, because we've seen this Mickey Furion in the late game. It is a scary beast.
Jab's going to go hunting here. Got forced that forward to see if they can catch up because they had this super nice vision on the high ground, but it looks like Gamin Gladiators, they saw it coming thanks in part to this ward on the high ground.
But that ward's gone.
It's gone. They probably have a read of where that deep ward is from Liquid as well, but...
Man, look at... I am so impressed by how well Liquid is playing this map with the Furion. This is why they are one of the scariest Furia teams in this lineup. It's not just about Mickey being really good with the hero. It's how they play the map around him, abuse the fact that he can join them while still mopping up all the other parts of the lanes. This is happening really fast, and all of a sudden, you're down to a 3K gold lead.
Yeah.
Where this game was looking 14-15, you brought it back to even. That said,
Mickey is going to get picked off. Finally, Gamin Gladiators get something going. With Mickey dead, I mean, when you are running around as like kind of a four-man, it's the Nature's Prophet that enables all of this. As soon as he dies, the map kind of collapses in under itself.
And that's the best target you want to find. It's like playing versus IO. You want to find the IO pair, take them off the map, because then you don't have that numbers fight that's causing you problems. So a little slip up here by Mickey. Again, that tier 1 top is still up. It's been up for 29 minutes in this game. Benefit of Treant, but also benefit of how rough that early game was.
Yeah.
And that's why Mickey really wanted it here, because Furion without the tier 1s,
he's got the Satanic.
Not as good.
This is going to be a harder kill than it was last time to get the smoke screen. The skewer,
get it
they actually have him.
No right clicks.
No right clicks out whatsoever. The smoke screen probably helping out big time there. Celery. Looks like they're running out of damage now. And Zai gets caught by Ace, and Ace is going to go charging for more. Nisha snowballs to be able to dodge that little bit of damage. Managed to get a nice walrus punch up. Nisha trying to duck away into the trees. That's where Quinn wants to go, though. BKB goes out. And Liquid are not able to catch anybody. Gamin Gladiators, really nice use of blink daggers there, especially Tofu.
Yeah, Nisha does not want to overextend here with the gem. Gaming are just trying to bait out that BKB and look for the re-engage. You have to keep in mind, Roshan has spawned, and this is number 2, so Shard, extra net worth on this objective. Duracho has some time to think about
what is going wrong.
Yeah, what he did, what has been done in this game.
They've got to get a cleaner setup where these big tanky melee heroes, which they've got 3 of, are in front of the Lina. They've got to find a way to stop this Lina being surprised by Liquid's rotation.
That's what I'm saying. The fight setup has not been there for Gaming. We have not seen a fight where the Timber and the Ace Primal Beast have been the front line for Duracho, and the fight has been structured in a way where Liquid have to punch through that to get to the Lina. They're just finding a core isolated, not taking these head-on 5-on-5s. I think that's the recipe here. If you're Liquid, I don't even think you necessarily worry about contesting Roshan, because outside of getting some massive RP, I feel like that fight is just not favored for you, because that structure can get set up here consistently from Gaming.
Sure. Telekinesis back, looks like Insadia's hoodwink.
There was a hero there.
There was, now there's not, and now it's a 4 versus 5, and now it's going to be a Roshan for Gamin Gladiators.
Yep, this is not a contest in my mind. We'll see.
Okay, never mind.
In their mind, maybe it is, but again, this is going to die really fast.
Yeah, Gamin Gladiators, they're not, well, maybe
they're
they
gonna
are.
Try and play it safe. Durachio's still going to man up. You have to be worried about a clumped RP here.
Smoke back into them, going to be able to break the initiation. Zai is not able to do anything. He has to skewer backwards, in fact. They are going to be able to catch Tofu on the side. Ace immediately blinks forward and grabs Mickey. Grabs Mickey, but Mickey gets off the BKB and a 3-man RP. How much damage can they put out there trying to finish off Durachio? But he still has plenty of HP to be able to work with. Really nice. Oh, nice bushwhack there as well. On top of the smoke screen. That allows Anisha to be able to disengage, and Mickey dies as well without Durachio involved in that. Gamin Gladiators, it seems like their cores are just too powerful now. Nisha, Blink is up, and he will be able to get away from the Lina, it seems.
Oh, Zai had the dream RP there on 3, but there's just not enough follow-up.
No.
There is no big Sven or something in this lineup that's just going to cleave through you and abuse it. You have Mickey hitting him, but the tank ability on this lineup is significant. Between the early Shivas on Timbersaw with his natural armor, even a Blaster going on top of him, you have this Primal Beast who has Vanguard, and maybe you get an Uproar off in the middle of these fights. It's just way too tanky. Overgrowth comes out after the end to seal their fate, and of course, once your BKB is out on this Furion, he did not have a Satanic for that fight, so he cannot take the super long engagement, but you got to give it to Zai here. He gets zoned by Quinn early and manages to re-engage, gives his life for the Horde.
They were targeting the Primal Beast initially, and they got him down to about half health and then switched targets on the Lina. Very awkward.
I mean, honestly, sometimes you have trouble clicking these heroes when they're that clumped.
That
might
is
have
true.
not been intentional. And what is maybe perhaps more intentional is another gift from the gods. Double damage for Lina, as if this hero was not strong enough.
Oh, he's getting close to the tier 2 Zai.
You have to be careful about the displacement here.
Yeah, he was definitely thinking about a skewer, but without RP, it's pretty dangerous.
And again, Gaming are going to get greedy and show on this side lane. They showed Quinn bottom, they showed Ace there. Durachio will back up this time, but this is a lineup you have to be careful about who you're showing where and what potential gank you're giving up, because Ricky Furion will instantly take advantage of it. And the physical burst in terms of a single target is there. Maybe in an overall 5-on-5 where the heals and the Force Staffs and stuff can come out, you're not killing these heroes, but in an isolated scenario, you're going to get punched and you're going to get punched hard.
Durachio, with his Aegis that he has now, will still get a second life in his BKB once that Aegis does expire. So I'll be surprised if Durachio dies again in the next, 5 to 10 minutes. Feels like there's just not enough damage in the tank, but then again, I've said that before, and he died immediately afterwards. So
they have the damage. I mean, definitely not twice through Aegis, but
sure.
It can be hard for him to get the Satanic right clicks off because there is the BKB Pierce on this Liquid lineup, and that's why it's really nice for this hero. You press Satanic, you get punched, you get RP'd, you're just dead on this Lina. The single target burst is there. I mean, Mickey is hitting hard. You have to remember, Furion is still top net worth in this game. He's top net worth for a reason. Level 21, has his leash talent, but more importantly, he has break, and he has a lot of extra damage from this Silver Edge giving him the crit. Plus, he might be empowered in that fight. And remember, the best body in this game is that Nature's Prophet.
Oh, Insania. Oh, 4 staffed away. 4 staffs. Always nice against this Sleeping Dart, making sure that Zai can't get that skewer back into base.
And a big question here for Gaming is, how do you want to end this game? Because going high ground is not very simple, right?
No.
Into the Magnus, into the Tuskar, you get pulled super deep. Suddenly that fight is very scary into buybacks. Meanwhile, Mickey can continually rat a lane. He doesn't have to sit in base necessarily. So you're not losing out here if you're Liquid. You're wearing out this Aegis timer. And if you're Gaming, I kind of feel like you want to go high ground here. But at the same time, who's going to do it? I'll let you go first.
Yeah, it's like the Lina's really the only tower hitter, but she's also the perfect target for Liquid to go on when the Aegis expires. So if she's hitting the tower, that sets her up to get skewered backwards. And
Nisha going to get lifted.
Nice Force Staff to get him down from that one. Immediately pops the BKB, starts turning and doing some damage to the Timbersaw. And that'll force out a BKB. Several BKBs of their own. Force Staffs get him back up to the high ground, so that's going to be a waste for Ace. Oh, another nice shards. Got to be careful of that stolen shard, though, that Tofu has.
Yeah, when you think you're locked in there with them, suddenly they're locked in here with you. And that's a shards, of course. As we also have jabs.
Yeah, there's a lot of funny little casting words today.
Too many for me. I'll let you handle it.
Okay. Well, with the gem again in the hands of Gamin Gladiators, You're just going to see Celery hanging out on high grounds. He's got both the shard as well as a force staff, so he's going to be feeling pretty safe to scout any smoke rotations from Liquid. They are smoking, but they're smoking down mid and not into that triangle area. Let's see where they go from here. Are they going to invade, trying to find, you know, Alina solo farming? Are they going to double back and try and catch that triangle from the other side?
I don't think you smoke triangle here. It's way too deadly just fighting into a structured lineup here for this Lina with Aegis. They just want to find the pick off. Maybe Gaming's a little greedy. They show somewhere else when they're going to reset the map and you find that pick. That's what Liquid were looking for, but Gaming not going to give it to him, and instead they are going to force this high ground. 20 seconds on Aegis. A little late to do it, but you're still in good shape. Zai is maybe going to look for the Blink RP skewer when that timer is running out. 10 seconds here for Lina. He's going to get
go
it.
for now.
Got
Oh,
lifted.
what a telekinesis timing! Stopping Zai from getting the skull away to Rachio. He's going to be able to
Instantly
keep
ready.
on going bushwhack. Okay, there's a little bit of damage, but that was not terribly enticing to jump on.
There's no buy for this mag. So you're
Yeah.
happy to commit here if you're Doraccio. No more displacement for you. Tofu had my back. And you're about to lose your racks.
Backdoor protection is up.
Oh, these shards are so annoying.
Yeah, they really are. Fortunately, Bushwhack, oh no, the telekinesis catching the Ricky, jabs, forced,
He's
jumps over
living.
the side, and does manage to blink strike backwards, but Doraccio wants the
Oh,
kill
the
really
dodges.
fast, he dodges again, but Ace finally
You
managed to
gotta
finish him up,
punish.
but he uses BKB. This is a time for Liquid to be able to go for the punish. They've caught Tofu, but a nice overgrowth from Celery on the side manages to get Nisha killed. Tofu survives, everybody of Gamin Gladiators is up, and they can finish off at least this one lane of barracks, and maybe push for more.
Zai back up. You do have to be aware of the Blink RP. Somehow Tofu lived through all that as well. Okay, you lost nothing here if you're Gaming. And that could have been very scary if you get that Blink skewer when that Aegis is running out. Zai read it perfectly, but Rubik, as we said, he has all the front line in the world. He can just sit there and spam click the ground, and there's not much to stop it. And yeah, Sleeping Dart stolen as well. Man, Zai's game is hard. You might just blink in a smoke screen. You might get lifted like that. You even have Blink and Force Staff on this tree, and so even if you get that Blink RP skewer, maybe Celery just blinks in and overgrowths you during BKB and you can't get the damage out.
And we saw this matchup in the TI finals, actually, right? The Rubik versus Magnus.
Yep.
And one of the things Collapse did in that second game was he changed the item build and went for the BKB. That way he could always kind of jump in. Problem is, Zai, he had to go utility in this game.
Yeah, I don't know if he's getting BKB.
And he is far away from that BKB.
If you remember, the second thing Collapse did at Arlington was he asked for 5 Lincoln Spheres.
yeah.
RP on 2.
Okay, that's
Again,
really
you have
nice.
the
Looks like
damage.
the Dream Protector is probably going to die. Ace does have a BKB, but he may not be able to get it off in time. Walrus Punch goes up.
They're
Trouble
chain
hits him
stunning
as
him.
well. Chain stunned up.
Save.
Telekinesis gets him away. Jabs looks to finish him up, but the damage is just not there from that support. Laguna Blade placed onto Jabs, but Liquid actually managing to retreat there with Ace being so low. Gamin Gladiators didn't feel comfortable chasing.
They do not want to throw this game the way of Mickey Furion, and they are respecting the hell out of this Liquid lineup for the position they're in with 20k gold lead. You used a lot to kill a Treant, but you're happy to kill that Treant. There is the Gaw meter.
Demon Tops out, of course it does. It's an electrifying atmosphere here in Lima.
And you know what they got off that kill too? They got another gem.
Oh, did
the
they?
second gem for Gaming.
Oh, what?
Because this is Tofu's. The first one was Celery.
Oh, no.
So, very key kills here to remove that vision from the Gaming lineup. They did have the other one, though.
Oh,
so
okay.
that's the second one, but I was wondering, okay, so where'd the first one go? They gave it back. So Celery got his gem back, but you got
I
Tofu's.
see.
You know, you're going to exchange some vision here.
They did manage to walk away with a little something, which was Tofu has Sleeping Dart stolen, which is crazy powerful on Rubik because this cast range is out of control.
Oh, yeah, he is living life right now. He's even got A on disc. Good luck jumping and killing this guy, right?
Yeah, I'd say less like a dart, more like a lawn dart. He's chucking that thing.
A ballistic missile. And now Gaming are the ones looking to get aggressive here. And I think Tofu, he can lead these fights because he has the Aeon, he has the Force. He doesn't have to play as patient and just play behind his course. You can start off with a lift. Save the Primal Beast a little counter initiation here. Ace did get the AC earlier, so you have the AC and you have Shivas up for this gaming lineup on top of all the natural tankiness they have. It's a lot to punch through, and that's why every time we see these big RPs, yeah, they look great. They look flashy. Zaya's been hitting them. Honestly, 10 out of 10 mag performance for the position he's in this game and how hard it's been. But getting a big RP does not just auto-win you these fights.
Nope.
You need the damage to come out, and even then, Mickey goes back for Satanic. I think you have to go Satanic on Fury on this game to be able to stand your ground, but so much of the damage pressure is on this Furion because, sure, Nisha has a lot of single target, but he's not cleaning up these AoE engagements.
Yeah, what is Nisha's plan here? He's got 4,600 gold. He has Aghanim Scepter queued up, could buy it, but he would lose out on his buyback. The other option is going an AC himself. Which option do you like more?
I like Moonshard with the level 25 talent and just pray for the RNG punches.
Okay.
I mean, one way to kill a
That's
hero.
an option.
One way to kill a hero is you punch him 6 times in a row. I don't care who you are, you're going down. I like that option. That sounds pretty good. He's going to go Ags here, and I don't blame him because the better you make that high ground defense, that is the one area gaming can throw in.
Yeah.
And again, you're always going to be able to pick up some net worth between this Furion. At some point, that ticket runs out, though, because Mickey will get 6 slot in this game. He's honestly pretty close. He's thinking about Nullifier to remove some of this Force Staff utility. But after that, you get Moonshard. Okay, you have Empower to buff up your damage. He's hitting really hard. I wouldn't mind some late game Daedalus from him or Scotty or just something to abuse this Empower even more. High ground ward hold from Liquid.
Team Liquid is in a very interesting position.
They can skewer this Lina out of the pit. It's very far. Zaya's Aether Lens. He might just go blind. They're going to send Treants in to try and scout. I think he's just jumping this at some point.
The Shard goes out, gets a little vision. Gamin Gladiators.
And Quinn trying to prevent this initiation.
The side catching Mickey. They're going to be able to pull him back in with the telekinesis. Trying to force out from away. The Satanic going up, but it's not enough. The RP comes a little too late. And Team Liquid are too weak to contest this Roshan. They're going to lose Nisha on the side. This could be an entirely team wipe as Zai is trying to get away with the gem right now. Blink away. Okay.
Quinn
How far is he going to be able to skewer? TP out. And barely gets it. Woo.
At least you save something out of that fight, but you're losing your big 2 damage cores. You're losing Roshan here. There's an Ags on this as well. I mean, take your pick, but my pick is Quinn. Give it to this Timber. That was a huge hex there by him, right? He just Timber chains in. He's not afraid of anything. There's no way Liquid want to go on this Timber Saw first. You get the hex on Furion. Just wins you a fight. Are they actually going to give it to Celery here?
No, they're giving it to Quinn because Quinn got a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, and now this Timber Saw is the highest net worth in the game. He is the scariest hero. He's had a monumental performance here. I can't help but feel like Liquid gave this Timber Saw, gave it to him in some aspects, but whenever you get a free game like this, you still have to deliver, and he has delivered. As Dyrachyo going to deliver Insania back to the fountain.
You know, this is what I love about watching the Gamin Gladiators play is that, yeah, they slipped up in the mid-game and stuff, but when they start getting some momentum, I think they're super fast at playing, and that's a great example, right? They just ran up the high ground. You know, see if we can find anybody while they're still dead. You know, who cares about the tier 3? Not like it's going to be too much damage.
They're playing incredibly decisive here.
Yeah.
That's what wins these major finals.
Walrus kick is up. They're going to need a big opportunity. A kick back to the fountain, just barely in range, though. Quinn is going to be able to survive for now. An instant buyback from Zai. He needs a beautiful skewer here. Let's see what he can get. He got lifted. The telekinesis stops him. A beautiful grab from Tofu. They still managed to get another kickback on Ace. They're keeping him around here. The overgrowth trying to let him reset, trying to get away. Are they actually going to be able to get out?
Tofu getting him out of the fountain territory.
Amazing performance from Dyrachyo just fighting in the middle of this. Now it's going to be kicked into the fountain. Dyrachyo, what are you doing?
The kickback on Mickey.
The Satanic is keeping him alive. He is fighting against Team Liquid and the fountain. Are you kidding me?
This man has 0 fucks to give at this point in the tournament. He's proving everybody wrong, and the fountain is not enough to kill him. What is it going to be?
Get out of my game. This is my house.
Gaming are ready to win this tournament right now. And yeah, you feel for Liquid with the stand-in, but they proved earlier they can win tournament. They can win matches this deep in the tournament. They can still be a scary team. You shut that Furion down super hard in that game. And that has been one of Liquid's go-to tools for this tournament. Where do you go if you want to pick this Furion again? What do you ban?
Yeah.
You saw the bans in the second phase. There was Underlord. There was Tidehunter. They're afraid of a lot of ace heroes for this hero. You still get the Primal Beast. You still get the Timber Saw. 2 ace heroes he could have played versus the Furion. One of them ends up on Quinn, who ends up, I mean, what is he in this game? 12-1 and 12 with all the runes. The Axe from Roche ends at highest net worth. Clutch Hex on Mickey on that Roche fight that just removes all comeback potential. These guys are feeling it, and they are feeling it good. They have not lost a single game on this main stage.
Incredible performance by them so far. And what a way to be able to set up this best-of-5 series by breaking the Nature's Prophet. That was Team Liquid's #1 go-to hero. They did something that Talon did not come close to doing.
No, it did not look close for them. And in this game, it did not look close for Mickey. Sure, you get this late game raid boss, but you have to trade it for the other late game raid boss, the Lina. And Duraccio, I'll fight 5 heroes. I'll fight a fountain. I'll fight whatever you want me to fight. I don't care. I don't care anymore. He is in mode zone.
Now, it felt like a pretty big takeaway of that game was that Gamin Gladiators got very far ahead very quickly.
Yes, that early game was a very one-sided affair, and
So-
that's what you have to address.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, like, you've got to be able to address those lanes better, right? I mean, the Timbersaw was a killer pick. They had a free lane for Lina, Primal Beast against Nature's Prophet. You just cannot give this team, Gamin Gladiators, who we said have been super decisive. They have been playing with momentum really well. Don't give them a clean laning phase like that.
No, and the problem is Liquid feel locked in to play this carry Furion because it's been their Lina answer.
Yeah.
But when you pick this Furion and it's getting counterpicked and counterpicked, multiple lanes are going to be hard for you to throw them into. I feel like then you have to just deprioritize this farm party, put them on the 3, play the Ags, Gleipnir Furion we've seen from them. Zai was one of the first guys to start doing that, right?
Yeah.
They're very comfortable doing that, but again, then it's a question of, do you want to lane the Furion into the Lina? It can go both ways in this game. And also, are you comfortable scaling in that type of game? Do you need more BKB Pierce? They felt like they did with the Magnus, but now Mickey's early game is just, it's rough. It's really rough.
All right, well, this game of chess that continues in this best-of-5. We're going to talk a lot about the draft. We're going to talk a lot about that game. And for that, we have our wonderful panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Indeed, we're here to break it down and prepare ourselves for the second game in his best-of-5 grand finals of the Lima Major. I'm joined by Sheep Fear and Tsunami, and this game ends with Duraccio in the fountain, and you think, oh, you know, he's gonna die or maybe burn the age. No, he just stands there.
You ever
Neil.
heard of fountain farming from your own fountain? I'm out there in the Radiant base. I don't care about the stacking attacks.